Go. So bear
Hello,
with me really
everyone,
quick.
and welcome to the Newgrounds
Okay,
Summerfest
I'm good to go.
2021 Day 2. Here we are. Let's see, let me move into the into the correct stage here. There we go. Welcome everybody to Day 2 of Newgrounds Summerfest 2021. It is I, Standpie, event coordinator, here for the first of many, many panels, as you all saw during the opening sequence we had there. An amazing new arrangement of the endless handbag, which you could catch on Newgrounds itself. We'll be sure to share that in the Discord. I hope everyone's having a great time. Those who were here yesterday, I think you know firsthand just how amazing things got, especially toward the end of the day. So we have an amazing lineup of panels throughout the day. And of course, we're going to go ahead and get started with voice acting on Newgrounds. So this panel is actually hosted by myself and the legendary Voices by Corey. How you doing, Corey?
I'm doing good. Stan, you're too kind. I'm not legendary yet. I'm just a small fish in a very huge pond. So I will take it.
I mean, I don't know. I was in that Twitter TikTok anniversary 41K thing, so I feel like you got some entitlement to some fame.
I guess you could say on TikTok, if anything, but in the Newgrounds world, I'm still a small fry, and I still love being the small fry, and I still love growing with the community. It's been an absolute blast, and especially this past couple months, this past year, the growth has been tremendous, and I feel the love. And I will say this all the time: the the support that I get on Newgrounds means more than anything to me. I could care less about the numbers on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all that stuff. The numbers that matter are the Newgrounds numbers. So the growth there and the support from there, it means everything.
Right on, man. No, I definitely find that very relatable. So, you've got 41K on TikTok. I've got 41K on YouTube, but I think the sentiment is the same. Despite where we might be more popular number wise, Newgrounds is home. It's where we belong. And
Yeah, absolutely.
so that's where things really come to a head. And I've always been a proud fan of comments more than I am about whatever numbers are on the video or whatever. It's seeing those comments, and Newgrounds is definitely a place where you can kind of put names to faces. So it's something special. And that's I guess that's kind of it in a nutshell. Now, as for today's panel, as I mentioned, this is voice acting on Newgrounds. So I guess a little bit about why Corey and I are hosting this panel. The two of us, I think, are at pretty similar stages in our voice acting careers. We're not giant superstars. We're certainly not the biggest billing voice actors in the convention this weekend, but we are working voice actors who do stuff online in various capacities. So, Corey, can you tell me a little bit about your voice acting background and then, of course, how it relates to your voice acting on Newgrounds?
Yeah, so I'm still relatively new to the voice acting world. I started my career in 2014. I had always been a fan of cartoons, voice actors. One of the things that always piqued my interest from a young age was just the voices behind the characters of the cartoons I was watching. And one of the very first aha moments of like, whoa, I can actually do that for a career would be like when I was little. And, I grew up watching Robin Williams. Like he was in almost every single kids movie I ever watched. So when I heard his voice behind Genie, I'm like, holy cow! Like I could do that. That's Robin Williams. Whoa, that's mind blowing to me. So like after that, I always had a fascination of people who did voices for a living, and I started picking up impressions and just trying to do silly voices to make people laugh, and you know, kind of like I wanted to be an entertainer. And I also played baseball, so and I wanted to be a professional baseball player, which I did. But after my career ended, I told myself, why don't I actually try my voice acting hand? I can do voices. I feel like I'm decent. People say I should. So in 2014, I took my USB microphone from Guitar Hero World Tour, plugged it into my laptop, downloaded Audacity, and hit record, and that was it. And it's been a wild ride. I for like the first 2 years, I was auditioning for a lot of stuff. I was cast in some projects, and then more big boy responsibilities poked their head into my life, and I had to actually step away from voice acting for a couple years. But in June of 2019, those responsibilities left my life, and I had more free time. And I told myself, you know what? I'm gonna pick the mic back up. I'm gonna upgrade my stuff, and I'm gonna try my hand at this again. And the pedal has been to the metal ever since. I haven't slowed down. I have auditioned nonstop. I have acquired more roles, and I've just grown in my career for so much, and it's been mind blowing to me, and it's been a wild ride, and I've enjoyed every single minute of it. And one of the reasons of that growth and success over these last 2 years has been strictly because of Newgrounds. I've gotten a lot of opportunities to do some amazing work with some amazing people simply because of this beautiful website. As you see, like if you take a look at my page, you'll see I just hit the 50 the 50 the 50 mark on animations that my voice is in. I've gotten to be a part of the Tank Miss Adventure game that came out last year. Doggle and I did a cool little uh, audio skit for it, and we had Mr. Schmoods draw comic panels for it. And my voice is all over the place on Newgrounds. I think I have over 150 audio submissions, um, and it's easily been one of the best places to grow my voice and just showcase what I can do to a very supportive community.
Excellent, excellent. So I'm going to try to keep my answer a little bit tighter so we could get to the nitty
Sorry.
gritty. For me, Newgrounds has always been this place where you can do a little bit of everything. And, as a voice actor, as an actor in general, when did you start doing stuff, right? So you talked about, for you it was Robin Williams. For me, it was Mike Myers. Watching
Yes.
Austin Powers as a child, and yeah baby yeah, and I'm like 5 or whatever, trying to like imitate these accents. And as time goes on, you kind of, you more exposure and more practice, you get more used to it, and you start sounding like people
Yeah,
from places.
baby.
Yeah baby yeah. So that's where I got my start in voiceover. I always call that like the deep lore, the Stampi lore of why I started voiceover in any capacity. And so with that in mind, it just kind of happens over the years. You keep doing it and you find that you're happy about it, and I did theater in high school, but I find, especially with voiceover, that's really not a requirement. And so with Newgrounds, I was seeing people like, Ego Raptor on everything, right? You were talking about, you have your voice in so many different things. Back then, when I was watching stuff on Newgrounds in the mid 2000s, his name was attached to like a bajillion projects,
Oh
especially
yeah.
the Decline of Video Gaming series and his own Awesome series. So that's what kind of gave me the insight to what kind of voice acting potential was there. And Rena Chan back in the day, who is now, a working voice actor as well in a lot of
Yeah.
different things. These are names that, for at least our generation, I'm 27 for context for those watching. For our generation of Newgrounders, those were the stars back in the day, and a lot of them have gone on and continue to do so. Rice Pirate's another great example, and fortunately, we have him here for this convention this weekend. But anyway,
Yep.
so as far as my actual work project on Newgrounds, it's always been about either working with whoever is looking for voices. I always give Newgrounds people a break on pricing, often low or no cost, because it's about the community. And then I also make my own stuff, which I think some of have you have noticed. I do a little bit of multimedia. This convention being a good example of that. So in addition to running events, I make videos and whatever. So I do voices in my own stuff, and I think that's probably the most stable way to guarantee you'll keep working. So, uh, I guess transitioning over to how people can do voice acting on Newgrounds, there are obviously a lot of different avenues. And this panel, for those who are watching, I think the key audience of who we want to talk to and really direct this for is the people who are starting out, either really interested in voiceover or want to get started doing it on Newgrounds because there is such an opportunity to do it. So I guess I'll open it with you, Corey. What do you think is the key to getting started in voiceover on Newgrounds?
Well, one of the very first things that I ever did when I started back in 2014 was I just hit up the forums. There's a couple of forums that you want to reach out into to get your voice out there, and just look for any potential project. So the first one being the voice acting forum. That's where you're gonna find anything voice acting related. Surprisingly, right? You know, it's called the voice acting forum. So go there. You'll see people posting casting calls looking for voices. And reach out to them. Say, hey, you know, I think your project looks cool. I want to send in an audition. They'll either say yes or sorry. I posted this 2 years ago. You're a little late to that, which has happened to me. Or you can go to the collaborate forum and you'll see people saying, hey, I'm looking to do a collaboration. I'm doing a big animation collaboration. We're going to need voice actors. That's how I've gotten into some other projects. And then you can even check out the animation forum. Sometimes people say, you know, I may need a voice or two. I don't see it as much there, but you know, that's where I have seen some work. And one of the things that people have said in the previous panels already, if you want to work with somebody, reach out to them. There's been a handful of people where I've told them like, "Hey, you're a fantastic animator. I would love to work with you." They say, "Okay, cool, let's do that." And that's one of the best things about this community. No one's stuck up. No one's a prick. You know, if you know, occasionally you'll get someone like, "Oh, hey, no, I appreciate that, but yeah, I'll get back to you," and they never do. But the majority of people will respond to you and potentially give you the opportunity to, you know, contribute to their project in some sort of way.
Absolutely. So I think this is kind of an interesting point of how our experiences have been different because I 100% agree with everything you just said, and I also believe that is the approach to reaching out to people. You know, that's how you got to do it. And whether it's for some examples like with not just independent projects, but also with the collabs that you see, like the Smash collab is a good example.
Yeah,
I did a number of voices for people in the Smash collab, and you kind of will see certain actors recurring, but I think what is true for a lot of people is that they want to do their own voices for their own productions. And
very
we
true.
we can look at Johnny Utah as a great example. He One of the most common comments he used to deal with was how, like, oh, the voice acting sucks on like the old Tankman cartoons, and I don't agree with that. I think it's hilarious.
I,
It
I
wouldn't be
think
what
they're
it is.
fantastic.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying you gotta like it, but shut the fuck up. Anyway, it's just
What's wrong with a good old cock joke?
exactly. So, you know, I mean, what's the solution there? Well, the answer is make stuff yourself. So I mentioned that a bit, and if you go and visit my Newgrounds page, you'll find that a lot of the projects I'm attached to are things that I made, or are things that I am heavily involved in. So, I think the key to getting involved is, if you're just starting out, of course, making those friendships, be involved in the community, get connected. Places that are amazing to hang out are like the Newgrounds podcast server, where I've made a lot of great friends and also had the chance to meet people who I ended up collabing with. Obviously, the Newgrounds Summerfest server as well, much the same. And anywhere else you can see people from Newgrounds kind of congregating. But also, if you, when in doubt, the best way to guarantee that you will get work is to create that work yourself. So,
Absolutely.
it's never been a question of am I good enough, as far as I'm concerned, because I've proven it with different work. I've shown that I can do the work. But just because you're good doesn't mean you're going to necessarily get cast. And I know many great actors who will have just long droughts where they don't get anything. So that's kind of my general take is, if you really want to get started and really want to put your voice out there, and have examples, well, just make some original stuff. The Senpai Sim Date, I bring it up all the time because that was a project that I came up with. Like, I'd really like to do a voice for Senpai. I bet I could do a good like anime voice for Senpai. And from there, like 4 days later, it was released. It started with me just drafting up an idea, then contacting some artists who like might want to be interested in making a Pico Day cartoon, and then we did. And so, that's kind of, as long as you have the production and work ethic, you can kind of make anything happen. But I also think that as great of a skill voice acting is, it's really not enough to carry you through the grand universe that is Newgrounds. So I definitely recommend picking up additional skills whenever possible. There's so much you can do on the site. So like limiting yourself to voice acting is kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to build on the concept of putting your own work out there. That's one of the things that I always like to do. I like to like if I have a little idea, I like to put audio skits together. Like I did one recently where I came up with a stupid dad joke, and I made a full-on production of this stupid little dad joke. And it was funny. I put it out there. Everyone was like, "Holy dude, your acting is so good in this." I'm like, "I'm just trying to do a stupid dad joke." But you create stuff just to get your voice out there, and that's also one of the things that I wanted to do for the community was I wanted to put work out there to get voice actors more recognition on this site. And that's ultimately why I created the Newgrounds voice acting collaboration, which just came out, part one of the 2021 edition at the end of May. Uh, I put that together to give voice actors on Newgrounds a platform to have fun and just do something and get some name recognition. Because like you said, a lot of people who animate, they just like to do voices themselves. So sometimes we're not even needed. And we're looking to showcase what we can do. We're looking to show how great we are as voice actors. So I wanted to give that platform to pretty much anyone who wants to showcase their voice and just have fun with it. And it has been one of the best things to me. To me, it's been one of the best things for for voice actors on Newgrounds in quite some time. Because we're giving the opportunities out. People are having fun. They're meeting other voice actors and becoming friends, and they're wanting to work with each other on future projects. It's been really cool.
Absolutely, yeah. And I guess just for a quick rundown, I'll summarize it as quickly as I can for what the voice acting collab actually is. It's basically just a series of different voiceover skits that all get put together into one collective long form audio piece that you can
Yeah.
listen to script after script with different actors delivering their material. So it's a really, yeah, for those who are wondering what is the voice acting collab, that's what it is, and it's of course on the Newgrounds audio portal. So be sure to go check it out. Are they available for download as well?
I believe, yeah, I think I have selected for download, so you can download them. We have the individual skits uploaded too. We have a playlist on my page that you can check out and just listen to the skits individually, so you don't have to go through the entire the entire project. So if there's one skit in particular that you really like, you can just go to the playlist and listen to that one. But it's been really cool. It's it's kind of like Adam Sandler's old audio skits CDs from back in the day, kind of like that little thing. So
Yeah.
it's been a real treat, and I've met some really great people, and I definitely want to get your voice on this for part two.
Yeah, man. No, I'm sorry I've been so slow on that. I've been so obviously hustling as I have for this event and everything else, but it's I'm looking forward to participating. And I also think it's kind of interesting because until this year, you and I never really crossed paths, but we were both active.
I know.
Um,
It's so weird. Like I'm always meeting somebody new in the community, like in the voice acting community. Though that's the thing. Like
yeah.
someone new always pops up. I'm like, oh hey, oh shoot, you've been around for quite some time. Why are we just now meeting?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. So, I think that's kind of funny how that works. But again, at the end of the day, it comes back to Newgrounds. So I also would like to open up the floor for questions if you're either on the YouTube chat or on the Discord panel questions channel. You're welcome to ask any questions related to voiceover, especially on Newgrounds. We'd be happy to answer them as we work our way through this panel. And I see people already are starting to type. So I think I opened the floodgates. I'm glad I waited. Oh boy. Okay, several people are typing.
Oh God, I'm scared. I'm scared.
Don't be
Hold,
scared.
hold me, Stan. Hold me.
You're gonna be fine. Stop whining. All right.
I'm, I'm gonna be fine. That's one impression I still need to. For the life of me, I can't get Christopher Walken down for whatever reason.
It's a life
No.
experience for you and me or whatever. And like when I'm and I'm sure you deal with this all the time. The second somebody tells someone else on your behalf that you're a voice actor, right? Because if you're hanging out with your friends at some party, right, they tell them, "Oh yeah, he's a voice actor." "Oh really? What voices can you do? Do a voice for me." Right? And it's
Yep.
okay. Okay, nice to meet you.
Sure.
Hi. That's
Yeah.
the voice. I don't get it.
That.
It's my voice.
Well, like that's TikTok in a nutshell for me.
Yeah.
What kind of blew me up on TikTok was my impression of Jeff. So ever since I got that notoriety, and still to this day in my comments, Say ugh, say ugh, say ugh,
Ugh.
say ugh. So I just go, ugh.
Say the line,
And
Bart.
say the line, Bart.
Yeah. All right. So this is a question that we have everyone wants to hear the answer to. So what's the best mic to start from? So yeah, for microphones when you're getting
Ooh,
started,
yes.
and this is definitely an important question. So would you like to open with that one?
Yes. So like I said, I started off with a USB microphone from Guitar Hero World Tour, so use that. But in all seriousness, when you're just starting out, really any microphone, like in my opinion, any microphone will do because you just want to get your voice out there. You want to test the waters and see if this is something that you really want to do. So don't spend all your money on a super expensive microphone. Don't go to Amazon and buy a USB microphone. If you need something, use your phone. Your phone has a microphone. Use that just to start off. But if it is something that you want to do, if you want voice acting to be a serious career for you, one of the things that you can do and invest in right away is an XLR microphone. That's a microphone that you need to be powered that needs to be powered by an audio interface. It has a male and female cable, or you can just go the simple route, invest in a USB microphone. Blue Yeti has some great starter microphones that you can use for simple voice acting, for podcasting, for even music too, if you're just recording vocals. Um, but if this is something that you're just starting out with and you're testing the waters, I say just use your phone or, invest in a cheap USB microphone that you can just simply plug into your computer. Because when you do make the switch to an XLR microphone, it can get costly.
Yeah.
Some of the best studio quality microphones can easily range a minimum of $1,000. So the very like this is my second XLR microphone. It's the I think the CM2K5 or something like that from Scarlett, like the Focusrite crew. I got it with my bundle when I got my interface, and it works really well. It works well with my voice and my frequency, but I definitely want to upgrade to a Newman a TM103, which is easily $1,000. But yeah, starting off, either just use your phone or just get a USB microphone from Blue Yeti, or you can find cheaper ones that are still relatively good and have good ratings.
I 100% agree. I think the phone thing, I didn't record with it, but I would jump onto like Discord calls with my old Google Pixel XL, and people would be like, wow, like what, what a voice actor. Listen to the quality of that mic. And I'm like, dude, I'm on my phone. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is just my phone. So I think the phone option is absolutely a wonderful suggestion, especially if you're just starting out to save some money.
Yes. Yes.
Also, again, there's an amazing video by Rice Pirate, which is basically in a nutshell about making your voice recordings not suck because of
Yes.
how you treat your environment. So basically, when you're recording, um, when you're recording in any kind of space, the world around you is going to have an impact. So like where I'm recording this right now, I'm in front of my computer with multiple screens, my walls, open room, right? This is probably the worst environment for me to record anything, and that's why it's a great time for me to be doing a show here. But, when I actually record for voiceover, I go into my little booth, which has been, treated with some foam and kind of hooked up so that it doesn't have the same kind of feedback and quality issues. You'll hear a lot of
Yes.
the details online. So the level of your microphone when you're starting out is not actually as important as where you record. And
Yes.
you will make, I mean, again, that Rice Pirate video is like the best resource for getting an idea of, why the environment is arguably more important than the microphone. And so I would just say, as Corey said, start with something simple like your phone or a low cost USB mic, and you can start making your way up as you earn money. If you are able to start actually getting paid for your work, you can use that money to buy new equipment. Now, the difference between USB and XLR, again, the big difference in layman's terms, USB microphones plug in directly to your computer. XLR microphones plug into a device, and then that device plugs into your computer. So it goes from analog
Yes.
to digital that way. And it's just, I won't be able to give you much more technical than that without it being a little confusing. But, basically, whenever you see like people with a soundboard at a concert or something with the knobs going up and down and whatever, that's the interface. So the microphones
Yes.
plug into that, and then that comes out through the digitally through the machine. So yeah, that's what you should start with. All right, another. This is actually so we have a couple of acting questions. Um,
Ooh,
yeah,
acting.
yeah, so someone and I'm gonna jump on this one first, but I lost it in the chat. But basically, it was they said that a lot of voice actors have said to them that you need to work. It's more the acting is more important than the voice. So that's something that is that true? The answer is emphatically yes. I've been told that by every professional I've ever met, and I recommend this to everybody. Do acting training in any way you can, whether it's your community theater, your school, or if you don't have access to those things, YouTube. YouTube has everything for free. Just look up acting classes on YouTube. Look up names like Meisner acting technique. What is that? Well, find out on YouTube, And this is just like different guides to acting, and a lot of actors out there now, especially to supplement their income, they offer courses on how to act, and you can do them online because everything's online now. So I think I covered it pretty broadly, but Corey, if you'd like to chime in on that a little further.
Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to voice acting, and Rob Paulson, the voice of Pinky, Yakko, and Carl Weezer, he said it best. When it comes to voice acting, it's little v, big A, meaning the voice is secondary and your acting is always primary. You won't make it in the business if you really don't know how to act. Anyone can do a silly voice. Yeah, like, I can do Zin's voice any day of the week if I really want to, and it'd be funny and it'd be great. But if I don't know how to act with Zin's voice, it means absolutely nothing. It is a very big component. Um, like Stan said, having some acting training is pivotal. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars on acting. You can have someone coach you for free if they're willing to. You can watch videos on YouTube. Or one of the things that I've always liked to do is I just like watching the pros in general. I've seen a lot of behind the scenes videos of like Mark Hamill, Tom Kenny, Roger Craig Smith, Nolan North, like all the big name voice actors, and I see how they conduct themselves in a booth, and you hear the inflections that they use in their voice to convey certain emotions, and the way that they enunciate certain words and pronounce words. You can tell it's all about the delivery style that pretty much sells what they're trying to convey in their delivery. So just studying that and picking up the little nuances of being of the acting side of it can set you far and above other voice actors. And when I recorded my character demo reel, um, the director was so intuitive and so thoughtful. Like, he put me through a crash course of like voice acting coaching. He was like, "All right, so this is your character, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, okay. Who is he talking to?" I don't know. Well, look at the line. Who do you think he's talking to? Looks like he's talking to his friend. Okay, so how would he talk to his friend? Casual, like carefree. Okay. Now, what if he's talking to, say, his loved one? Well, I feel it'd be more serious because, okay, there's different ways to handle a delivery when they're talking to a specific person. They're going to express certain emotions. They're going to express certain dialects. There's certain ways that you can read lines, and understanding the acting component side of things, it's going to set you far and above other voice actors. And it's going to push you further into your career. I like, once I figured that stuff out, I feel it's improved my voice acting skills way more than where I initially was. And like, stuff that I've heard my voice in now in comparison to a year ago, I hear the
You
difference
do,
because
absolutely.
like I focus I focus on listening to myself just to see if I have advanced at all. And ever since I got those tips, I can hear it, and I'm proud of the fact that I was able to adapt and grow as a voice actor and just, you know, push myself to a new level in my career. So it is very important to understand the acting component. Take
Absolutely.
classes, study, and utilize it. If it is something you want to do for a career, we can't stress this enough. Understand the acting side. Anybody can do a voice, but how are you going to convey it as an actor? That's the thing. They
Absolutely.
go hand in hand.
I think, and just as a, and I just thought of this exercise now that I think is very valuable. So, in my acting career, I've done a lot of various stuff. You know, you and I have both in our free time done like character voices for things that we enjoy. So like we have characters that are officially cast elsewhere, but like we do our own fan version of it essentially. So like on my YouTube, you know, one of the things I got very popular for was for my Metal Gear Solid codec calls, and then also for my and also my Dio Brando kind of character ASMR stuff from JoJo. And so Snake and Dio are characters that I've spent a lot of time with, and I say that the key there is it's about doing character studies. Every time I've done one of those videos, especially the codec calls, they were not because for any other reason other than I really liked the character of Solid Snake, and I wanted to know how he would interact with these other characters from Smash Brothers. And so like when I was writing my scripts, I was kind of basing it off of what I knew about his life and his experiences and his trauma and all those different things that he's had. And from there, being able to, you know, translate how would he react to something like an Inkling who is talking about how fun it is to like fight in these turf wars, you know, with all the other kids and like just be splatting each other with ink. And to Snake, you know, who doesn't have a full grasp on that, he's hearing about a world where there are children playing war games, which is something that he consciously tried to prevent in his own military career. So,
Exactly.
you know, and so for me, it's like the conflict of those experiences. And again, it's not just reading the line, but it's really thinking about how would he handle that? How would he interpret such an experience where he has someone talking to him about these kinds of things? And same thing with the Dio ASMRs. I'm at a very comfortable point with characters like Dio where I do not write scripts. I just improvise. And I think the exercise, now that I get back to like the exercise point, would be take characters that you are very comfortable with, right? And that's the acting side. You've learned how to act as those characters.
Yeah.
Now, take another character and have them switch bodies. So they're still the same person, but they've switched bodies. And I think one of the best examples of this in film was watching the Jumanji film with Jack Black in it, because he was so convincing that
Yes, he was.
he was a girl stuck in Jack Black's body. And I was like honestly taken aback by how well he did that performance. It was just, you know, so that's kind of the idea. So what if I did Dio, but I got thrown into Solid Snake's body? So Snake talks a certain way, but his voice kind of changes. And I guess if I put Dio into Solid Snake's body, we just get Liquid Snake. But you know, that's kind of beside the point. But you know, either way, I think that's a really good exercise to kind of practice. All right, you think you've got the acting down. How well can you change your voice? Because if you think about those toys, like those voice changer toys, where like, cool, now I'm a robot, you know, or
Yeah.
you know, now I'm a high pitched Elmo, whatever. Like, you know, all you're doing is it's changing the sound of the voice coming out, but the acting going into it's identical, right? You're not
Yes.
changing you're just changing the way the sound, and that's what voice actors do. You're acting, but then you're creating that voice changer to make the sound of that acting different, and that's I think the fundamental difference to the entire experience.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So we've got a couple other questions, and I think I'm going to wrap a bunch of these into one. So, how do you know if you're good enough to voice act, especially with English as a second language? Also, adding in another question from someone else: how good do you have to be to start being in projects? And the third one, I'll answer this one real quick. How do you know what's the right volume for a voice? Just look at the audio levels.
Yes.
You can
Exactly.
you can visually see it. But back to
If the lights are shining in the red, you're peaking. Turn down the volume on
exactly.
your game.
You're too
Don't
loud.
scream into the mic. Don't
Yeah.
scream into the mic.
Yeah, but I guess so how do you know you're good enough, and what's the approach to, especially if you have a different language that you're speaking in?
So, no one's good when they start off. I'm just gonna throw that out there right away. If you think you're not good enough to start voice acting, guess what? You're not good enough. I was not good enough when I started out. Go listen to some of my original audio on my page. I still have my original audio up from 2014. You can hear how horrible my audio was coming through that Guitar Hero microphone. My acting was atrocious. My editing was atrocious. I was horrible. I was not good. It it's just like any other craft. If you want to be an artist, you have to draw every day. If you want to be a writer, you have to write every day. You have to study the components of how you craft paragraphs, how you write a story. If you want to be a composer, you have to understand music. If you want to be a game dev, you have to understand coding and practice it. It's the same thing as anything in life. If you want to be good at it, you have to practice at it. There are no prodigies out there where they jump on the mic and they are literally Tom Kenny. Like that doesn't happen. It's a craft. You have to study it, you have to practice it, and then you will get good. That's the thing. If you feel like you're going to suck, guess what? You are. And don't let that scare you. You know, if I let that scare me, I wouldn't be where I am today. You know, it's taking a leap of faith. Be like Ezio, jump into the haystack below, 100 feet below you, and, have fun with it. You know, if you feel like you're going to suck, eliminate that fear and just have fun with it. Because if you're having fun with it, then guess what? You're going to enjoy it more. So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to try something, because what's the worst thing that's going to happen? Sure, it doesn't sound good, but at least you attempted it. And now you have some experience to potentially try it again. And, like I just said a while ago, I didn't know certain things about voice acting, but once I studied it more and I researched it, I listened to the pros, I got some coaching direction, I became even I improved in my career. So it's all about pushing yourself to advancing and believing in yourself and thinking that you can do this. And this goes hand in hand with people who are trying to voice act in a secondary language. It's incredibly tough. I would say if you have a primary language, try to start off, become a prominent voice actor in your true language. Especially in Japan. Japan is voice acting in Japan is huge. I have a few friends who live in Japan, and they say it is prominent and it is more important than it is
Way
in
more important than
America.
the West. Yeah.
And I'm telling you, like, it's very, very competitive out there. So if say you speak Japanese, I would say hone your craft in Japanese and become a freaking master voice actor in Japanese, and then try to tap into voice acting in English or Spanish, Italian, whatever. Learn that language first before you even attempt, and not necessarily because you're going to suck at it. I would say just hone your craft in your primary language. That way, when you try to make that transition, you still have a lot of experience and you're well versed, and you've given yourself time to excel in the secondary language.
And remember, have fun with it. So yeah, I think I. No, thank you. I'm glad that you said all those things, and I definitely agree. You can learn to act in your native tongue, and acting. That's the thing about acting. Communication is pervasive. You don't even need to use your voice to communicate with somebody. Body language. Look at the
Yes.
classic silent films, right? Especially those that don't have any kind of text on screen, when it's just like Charlie Chaplin watching physical comedy. You don't need to be able to speak the language to know what is happening. And admittedly, that is like
Yeah.
totally the opposite of voice acting because, but also look at Tom and Jerry. I mean, they don't talk almost ever, extremely rarely. And when they do, it'll
Yeah.
be some weird sound or whatever. But the majority of that is just physical comedy animated. And there's so much to acting that goes beyond the voice stuff. So I would say find a thing. Oh, actually, let me give you a great example of a Spanish-speaking actor, who's not even because they're an actor primarily, but like a Spanish-speaking creator whose voice is so iconic without being a native English speaker. Sarpello. Look at any of it.
Yeah.
Look at
Senior
any of his.
Pelo.
Look at any. And then look at that my fucking gringo, right? Sarpello. But look at his stuff. That's even something as simple as coughing has become like iconic because it's just kind of his style. So you can make your own mark on things. And it's just, that's how it works. Saying things a certain way, es spooky month, right? Because Spanish,
It is the spooky month.
in Spanish, right? You won't say spooky, you'll say es spooky. But that adds like such layers to his performances. So
Yep.
I mean, I really think that there's a strength to, you don't want to be like the guy who's like, oh, I'm just the stereotype or whatever. But you can absolutely look at Antonio Banderas, right? He speaks
Yeah.
English But he is most well known for talking like this. They like the fact that he has an accent. And I can tell you, talking to Spanish speakers from Spain, they do not talk like this. This is the stereotypical Spain. And it is what the people in America think is sexy.
It's true.
So
It's
I
true.
mean, it's all about that. You just gotta master, master you, because at the end of the day, you're the only. Hideki Kamiya said, you got to be you, only one in the world. Just do your best version of you. And when you want to develop new voices, build those voices around your natural range. As
Yes.
far as when are you good enough? You're good enough as soon as someone says, "Yeah, I'll cast you." Don't be afraid of rejection, because let me tell
Yep.
you, you and I are both experienced enough to know that we get rejected way more often than we get hired in voiceover. And that is
It's
that is
true.
I remember I was interviewing for a sales job a couple months ago, and the guy was like, "How are you with rejection?" And I said, "I'm a voice actor." And I realized, oh, I have to explain what that means to you. So basically, and I gave the rundown. So, you have to be ready to be turned down, and that doesn't mean you suck. And that's also why I think it's a very good idea to make your own productions, because that gives you the opportunity to develop your craft, keep putting stuff out there, while also being able to get genuine feedback from the comments. Be like, yeah, the voice acting was shit or whatever, or wow, your animations are mediocre, but the voice acting is on point. And that's basically like the standpie comment section on Newgrounds a lot of the time. Because like what, at the end of the day, what do I care about? I'm trying to tell jokes. Crypto Fantasy 7 I just wanted to make a Final Fantasy cryptocurrency joke. And that's all, it all started from me being like, well, how would Barrett feel about this entire like Bitcoin mining thing? Like, how would he feel about Doge? Okay, yeah, let's go. Shinra's got their own crypto, and like, so I just started drafting this idea, and I forged it, and great. Well, I've got this hilarious audio, and it was already good enough with audio, but then I added the cartoon to it to have something attached, and that's so, just kind of follow your gut and keep practicing and listen to other actors and imitate what you like and leave out what you don't like, and think of people that have kind of like a unique way of speaking. So like I got a lot of family from South Jersey. So like when I talk to them on the phone, it kind of like I start picking that up, and like I'll hear them say like water, and everybody's like,
Twitter.
what the fuck is water? And I'm like, that's water. It's water for the rest of the rest of the speaking English world. But yeah, like, yeah, can I get a glass? And it always was like, yeah, it always opens with a yeah. So learning like colloquialisms and cultures and dialects and just everything that can expand your experience as an actor, and pull in characters from your real world, and make them into their own original characters. And there is a guy I know who is a he is American immigrant from Argentina, but he's very colorful in the way he speaks, and so he does not sound like the other people I know from Argentina. Sometimes he sounds like a Super Mario, and so I like to think of him when I do certain roles, and then you hear the Mario thing kick in, and it's like, just because that he's got such a unique way of speaking that like I
Yeah.
think of him, and he's it's good to have voice references so that when you look at a character, you're like, oh man, okay, so this is a new character I've never seen before, but when I look at them, it reminds me of XYZ characters from other stuff, and that's kind of like a good way to get a benchmark. Okay, cool. So when I see a guy who looks like Senpai, I'm gonna go down here. He's an anime character, and he's probably gonna have a kind of warm approach, and well, I love you. So
Eh,
I have a
Very
basis.
sloppy.
I can tell you, making voices for like comics especially is a great way to develop new ones, because
Very
they don't
true.
have voices. Like JoJo is one of the most valuable assets I've ever had for creating new character voices. So that's I'll give you that for sure.
And one component of creating voices, this is also a tip from Rob Paulson. He said, if you're trying to uh, impersonate a voice, and your impression absolutely sucks, don't worry, because you just created a new voice. He
Right.
talks about how he has an impression of Don Knotts. Hey, Don Knotts, this type of voice.
Andy.
And he said that his impression isn't all that good, But in turn, his somewhat okay impression of Don Knotts got him a role in I can't remember what Disney show, but it got him a role on a Disney cartoon. So if your impressions suck, don't worry, because guess what? You just created an original voice that you could potentially use in any new animation, any game, any audio project you want to do. And there's different types of components of creating voices. It deals with your range. You can have a character who has a very deep, gravelly voice, or they could be super high pitched. And then you can also change how they enunciate, the pacing of their voices, if they have an accent. There's all these little different components that you can incorporate to create a new voice.
Excellent. So yeah, and again, KCJ asks tips for improving to get a certain voice for beginners. If you're trying to like imitate a specific voice, you have to understand that everybody has their own unique instrument. So you may not ever get that perfect exact, some people may have more range and they might be able to hit more different voices, but I would never expect certain people to be able to do everything. And even the skill versus talent question, right? Skill is what you work for. Talent is kind of
Yes.
like your baseline. So
Yes.
you were saying earlier, like everyone sucks when they start out, and that's definitely true. And but some people might suck a little less, or have better potential. So hold up, was that the same person? Someone said that, I think, in response to you doing those two voices. How much I
Yeah.
fucking love. I get that all the time, dude. I love that experience. Like I, I'll be here talking with you, and then suddenly I'll be like doing the little peek, like, Newgrounds about it. Yeah, and I think I actually peeked because it was so loud. It probably didn't even pick it up.
That's so good.
So
That's one of the I feel like that's always been one of my highlights of my voice acting career is my range is it fluctuates all over. So like, I can do the super deep, low, gravelly voice. Like, do a solid Snake type impression. And the next thing I know, I can do like a high-pitched Sonic the Hedgehog type of voice. So it's fun being able to just test your voice and push it to certain limits and see if you can get it to certain ranges. And I love getting that reaction too from people like, "Holy cow, how are you able to do that?" I'm like, it just takes practice.
absolutely.
It's a skill you work towards.
I think what's really this is a perfect kind of launching point for the question of what's the difference between voice acting and like live acting, and I think part of it is the suspension of
Oh,
disbelief because of what we just did. You can't really pull that off with live acting because you have to see the actor most of the time, right?
yes.
So that's one of those things, and this is kind of a controversial opinion, but especially more recently, we're seeing where people are getting a lot more focused on casting people that look like the characters, but I feel like that kind of loses out on part of the experience. Like, okay, so if we're gonna focus on casting people who look like the characters, who should we cast to play this alien character then? Like
Yeah.
it's just as it like people can become anything else, and that's kind of the magic of acting. So when you're doing voiceover, like if you guys see what I look like, I'm a dude with a beard and covered in hair, and I don't look anything like Senpai, but I can make that work. I can be an anime pro tag for a day, and then you come back, and I'm kind of like, oh yeah, I'm that. Yeah, I'm the guy who looks like he talks like this, working on the construction site. You know. So I think that's the real difference. And makeup and costuming can do a lot for you, but that doesn't. Nothing is as amazing as the theater of the mind, which is why radio has a powerful presence. Podcasting, all those different kinds of programs give you more imagination for what characters can look like.
And my take on it too is there are subtle differences between on-screen and voice acting. So I don't want to take anything away from on-screen actors because you know the majority of them are absolutely fantastic in what they do. One of the biggest differences, and you can pretty much tell already what it's going to be, is on-screen actors can use their entire body
Yep.
to convey what they're trying to tell you. If their character is devastated, they're going to be on their knees. They're going to have pain in their face. They're going to have tears running down their eyes. They're going to be screaming. They're going to be curled up in a ball. They can do everything with their body, their facial expressions to convey what emotions they feel. And that's one of the big things. Body language is a huge component of on-screen acting, and it helps them easily depict what emotions there are. With voice acting, we have our voice. That's
Right.
all we
That's all you
have.
get.
So it's a unique talent to convey certain emotions and certain deliveries when you're trying to convey certain emotions. So, and there are certain celebrities out there who are fantastic voice actors, and there's no doubt about that. But that's one of the things that kind of bothers me about some big name animated movies is they put a big name celebrity into to voice a character, and you hear their performance, and it's just them saying a line as if they're on screen. There really is no, there really is no effort. Right? There really is no effort. There is no like emotion. There really is no like feeling there as to what, say, Tom Kenny could do. We all Tom Kenny is the voice of SpongeBob. If you guys don't know that, Tom Kenny. You hear his deliveries as SpongeBob. He's over the top. He's eccentric. He's all over the place, and that's one of the things that voice actors can do. Now, you try to put that in an animated movie. Voice actors stand out more to me than a celebrity voice actor, a celebrity who comes in to voice act.
And unless
So
they make the leap like Mark Hamill.
yes, and that's the thing. Like Mark, yes, we all know Mark as Luke Skywalker, but he was able to transition into voice acting early in his career, and now we know him more so as the Joker. If anything, like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, Mark Hamill, oh the Joker, no, Luke Skywalker, no, the Joker. And that's the thing. There are certain actors who are able to convey the certain techniques that we've been talking about into voice acting, and that's what makes them extremely good. So that's the biggest difference from on screen to voice acting is being able to convey that emotion and selling that delivery. So what's coming out of your throat is believable. And sure, animators and game developers can create their characters and have their characters display that emotion, but the voice is the selling point. And I tell this example all the time. An animator can draw a character super pissed off.
Right.
Say someone just stole from them, and they're super pissed that they stole. And the line is, "How dare you steal from me? Give me my money back," or something like that. And the voice actor can be like, "Hey, you stole from me. Give me my money back." Is that really conveying anger? No, it's like, "Hey, you stole from me. Now give me my money back." If you can't sell that delivery, it means absolutely nothing. So that's the biggest difference
Right.
between on screen and voice acting, in my opinion.
I definitely agree. I do want to. So Almighty Hans left a really good comment here. I blame Shrek for celebrity voice actors in animated movies, and I think that's a fair accusation.
Oh,
However,
Hans.
however, I will also say that the actors in question were not the problem because Mike Myers and Eddie Murphy in particular are two extremely talented character actors who made incredible performances for that film. And I've said this before, and it's not that I'm not happy at all that we lost Chris Farley, but Mike Myers,
Yes.
who is my biggest inspiration to get started in voices, so for me especially, here's the guy who got me doing character stuff, and he was amazing as Shrek. Eddie Murphy was amazing as Donkey, and they're the dynamic duo, and they're so they're really doing character performances, and it translates beautifully into animation. But as you said, marketing is the reason they do it, and a lot of not every actor has the breadth of skill that is necessary to do voiceover the same way they could do live action. So that's how it goes. Let's see. So we only have about 5 minutes left. So let me look at some questions here. Okay. So and I guess we kind of deviated a little bit from the Newgrounds stuff, but I think you guys hopefully got an idea of how because it's all interconnected at the end of the day. But all right. So
Yeah.
here's a question: do you have your own favorite voice actor that you look up to? Who is it? What makes him special? And then the second question is pricing related and how to set up pricing. So we'll separate those two
Ooh.
questions. Question
Okay.
one being your favorite voice actor. So I guess let's just name one or two and keep it tight so we can answer other questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say for professional, Roger Craig Smith, Nolan North, um, Tom Kenny, Newgrounds, Mick, Hans, Chris and Zach, Stamper, all those, even Aaron, those guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. For me, when I think of across the board. John DiMaggio, he's
Oh
Mark.
yes,
Yeah,
John too.
he's
Yes,
incredible. So he's absolutely, and he's Marcus Phoenix. He's Jake the Dog, and he was the best
and
Joker
Bender.
that isn't Mark Hamill is John DiMaggio. I
Yes,
think he's
yes. Go
absolutely
listen to his
incredible.
performance. It's
Yeah,
brilliant.
phenomenal work. Tara Strong, she's incredible. She's, and you've all
Yes.
heard her at some point, even if you didn't realize it. Her range is phenomenal. So
Mhm.
those are two of of the regular acting world. And then on Newgrounds, I can't deny that my biggest influence growing up was Ego Raptor. There was no doubt.
Yep.
And nothing can take that away, no matter how things may change. Nothing changes the fact that seeing him doing what he was doing kind of left such an impact on me. Another one, ironically, because it was always silly, but I always was imitating Legendary Frog as well. Um, and of course Johnny Utah and everything, but like the cartoons that I was watching the most were like stuff by Super Flash Brothers, Legendary Frog, and Eager Raptor. So like those are the voices I was most regularly imitating. All right, and then the pricing question, that is like that is a very nuanced question. So my approach to pricing is I actually like to stick with Kira Buckland's indie voice acting guide from the Voice Acting Club. If you don't know what
Smart
that,
answer.
yeah, I use that as a baseline, and you can kind of adjust as necessary. If you're not working with indies, take a look at what the industry standard rates are and build it off of there. Those are also available online. So sometimes you just kind of got to feel it out, but that's part of being a salesman is if you don't have an agent working and hustling for you, you're going to have to do the negotiating. How about you? What's your
Yep.
take on that?
Yeah. The Kira Buckland approach, using her pricing list for indie is very smart. And then yes, using the industry standards, that's usually what I go off of. And it also depends on what you want to charge. You either charge per word, per line, per hour. It just depends on what you ultimately want to do. And I guess it's also knowing the project. If there's a lot of words, charge per word. If there's a lot of lines, charge per line. You can even do a combination of those. I like doing that where it's a combination of both word and per line. Gives me a nice little happy medium in between both of those costs. But yeah, I guess it's just preference too. Whatever you want to charge based
Yeah.
off of per whatever.
Yeah, don't, and also try to avoid letting someone take advantage of you, because that's the
Yes,
thing. The acting world, there are so many people who say I'm a voice actor that there are going to be people who will charge nothing just to get in the part, and if they're going to undercut you and you're worth more, just say fuck that, I'm out. It's
yep,
okay to say no to roles. If you're
yeah,
good enough to demand more money, demand more money. But again, I do make exception for Newgrounds projects. I will typically do low to no cost because I want to see stuff on Newgrounds, and it's
same,
really important to me. So that's where things are kind of different. But
same.
awesome. Yeah. So as we wrap it up, I'll look for, oh yeah, the Kibby Supreme asks, I worry about having a higher pitched voice could maybe pigeonhole me into specific roles. When it comes to starting off, would it be more important to emphasize learning impressions, no matter the voice difference, or try and tailor roles according to your voice? So my answer to that question is impressions are only useful to help you develop new voice styles, but not for the sake of trying to sell. Like, I'm real proud of my Gilbert Gottfried, but I'm not typically gonna tell somebody like, yeah, here's my voice list. I don't put that in my reel. I think it's a good way to learn different ways of speaking, but other than for your own practice, I wouldn't say learn impressions, but I would say learn new ways of using your voice, because your instrument is everything. So you got to learn how to play it. Corey?
Absolutely. And then if your voice is at a certain range where you can't drop down into other ranges, like there's two different voices. It's the princess voice and the god voice, the super dupe beaming voices, the inner world. And then the Princess Peach type voice where the super high pitch and I can't even do it. So if you're stuck in one of those voices, utilize it because those voices are needed. So it's not a bad thing. Like if you can't, it's not a bad thing to be stuck in that voice range because one of the things I saw another voice actor say is when I audition, I had one of the first things people told me is audition for every opportunity you can potentially go for. Sometimes you're pushing yourself to a limit that you can't do, and sometimes staying in your niche is very good because you're going to land more. You have the potential of landing more roles in your niche because that's what your voice is tailored to. So if your voice is tailored to that and you can't, utilize it for other voices, it's not a bad thing. Utilize what your voice is capable of doing and you can land more roles in that aspect, and there are a bunch of different roles that you can impersonate with that specific voice. That's the thing. There's always a voice that you can impersonate with your specific voice.
Absolutely. All right, so we're gonna wrap things up, Corey. I'm gonna, without telling you, I just thought of this now, and I feel like we might as well do it as we finish up. Without announcing the names of the characters on this script, I'm sending you a very short script. I'm gonna let you choose if you want to be character 1 or character 2, and we're gonna do this live and wrap up the show. Okay.
Okay.
So,
All
do you
right.
want to be character 1 or character 2?
Let's see. I'll be character 1.
Okay, cool. Well, in that case, thank you everyone for
I-
tuning into the voice acting on Newgrounds panel. You could find me, Stampy, stampy.newgrounds.com. Corey, where can they find you?
They can find me on Newgrounds at Voices by Corey. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. That's where you can find me.
All right, from there, let's go ahead and do it on your start.
And I could do any voice I want.
If you'd like, yes.
Okay. Oh, gee, time monster, you don't belong in this world.
It was not by my hand that I am once again given flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind all needs a savior such as you.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at you.
Thank you everybody for tuning in. Stick around for
Thanks, guys.
the animating and Flipnote studio panel coming up after a short break. We appreciate you. We love you. Newgrounds forever. Everything by everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
All right.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio.
Status mode.
Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Can you hear me? Oh, jeez, Rick, that's great. That was an. I really enjoyed it as I was getting everything ready. Oh, thank God this is working. So, can you hear me and see me all right? Oh, fantastic. Okay, well, I'm ready whenever you want. So, all right, take a lead. Okay. Fair enough. Hi. Hello. Oh, I'm glad, man. The YouTube recording for live streams, they tend to model the audio, so you know. Well, yeah, go take a leak. You know. Okay. Yeah, right. Oh, okay, cool. Oh my God. My time is now, boys. My time is now. Oh man. Okay, you need to shut the fuck up. Thank you. Appreciate that. When things go quiet like a doo-doo-doo. Oh, dude. Oh, jeez, Rick. That was a great panel. Morty, that was such a fucking psychic battle. Lilo, lilo, lilo. Lilo, lilo, loo. A little, me, san, go. This isn't the end.
Go ahead, Eggman. Show me your gig.
Oh, Sonic, the things I'm planning to do with you.
Go ahead, stand by, show me your
You're stupid. Uh, hear some rumbling in the distance. Open my microphone. How can I do that? From my phone. Okay, hold. And so I should close the microphone here on Zoom. Oh, okay. Let me just don't worry about it. So panel room 1 was okay. Join voice. So should I unmute anyone or any? Perfect the way I am. All right. What a compliment. Okay. Cool. Alrighty. Okay. So should we skip count? Okay, so I hope you can guys hear me. So hello. Um, well, I guess a proper introduction is at an order. So hi, my name is Michael. I am, if you guys are not aware, I'm Phantom Arcade's younger brother, younger sibling. And today we're going to be talking about something very important that, well, at least it's important for the both of us, and that is hypnagogic and hypnopompic hallucinations. And that's what we're going to be tackling for the next hour or so. Also, that's a lie. That's not true. So the thing that we're going to be talking about today is Flipnote Studio. Okay, so what's up, everybody? This is the Gabofex, and today, welcome everybody to my panel in the Newgrounds Summer Festival. We're going to be talking about Flipnote Studio. So yeah, that was just a little meme, little prank. Let me give you a bit of a rundown on what things you're gonna be, what I'm gonna be talking right now. So, quick overview. I'm going to talk about the program Flipnote Studio, the original and the retrained version from for the Nintendo 3DS. Right. I'm going to give you some version differences. I'm going to talk about the online community that arose on Flipnote. I'm going to talk about some intricacies, some quirks of the software that makes it really interesting to work around. And I'm going to give you some tips to work with the program, specifically related to color mixing, color blending, and some gradients. Probably those things are really intuitive and understandable very easily in other animation programs, not quite on Flipnote Studio, okay? Then after I do all that, I am going to rotate the camera, okay? And hopefully you can see this well, towards the computer. So I'm going to share with you how I render the Flipnotes in the computer so I can, before I prepare them for YouTube and Newgrounds and other sites. And after I do that, I will do a little animation showcase. I'm going to show current animators that are still working on Flipnote Studio, and I'm going to show you basically the best of the best, the cream of the crop. And because, you know, you learn through emulation, and it would be a disservice not to show you what I think is the best and the people that inspire me. Okay, so a little resume of this program. Flipnote Studio was released on 2009 on the DSi. It's an art and animation software, if you're unaware. It utilizes the Nintendo DSi stylus and touch screen to draw and animate. You can also use the microphone and camera to record video and audio. And well, originally it wasn't prepared to come on the original DSi. Actually, it was planned to come much earlier for the original DSi, the original DS Lite and DS original, right? And you can't Flipnote Studio through those means, but you can access still through a program called Ugoku Memu Cho Viewer. It's a program that you can get and put into a flashcard, and you can access some of the online service of Flipnote Studio. So yeah, this is my DS Lite, and it's very easy to set up. You just have to set up your internet and change the primary and secondary address, the secondary and primary DNS address of your DS Lite to connect to any fan server that you want, and you can basically watch Flipnotes on your original DS Lite and DS. And yeah, I thought that was pretty neat. Just a little tidbit trivia. So yeah, Flipnote Studio again. This program was very popular back in the early 2010s, right? Not only because it was an art and animation program, because it also had some online capabilities that extended much farther than just being a place where you can just submit your works. It was much more than just a repository, right? The online service was not made by Nintendo, was made by a third-party company called Athena, and the online service called Flipnote Athena. In there, you could download Flipnotes from other people. You could comment on them, and there were specialized color chat rooms, so you could speak with people and you can get along with them. And that thanks to that, an online community formed exclusively on Flipnote Studio, and it's very similar to another type of place that is also artistically driven. It's basically very similar to Newgrounds, and there were several parallels between Flipnote Studio and Newgrounds. One of the things is that constantly Flipnote Studio were stealing Newgrounds animations and reposting them, and Newgrounds were doing exactly the same way in the early 2010s, right? But it wasn't mean-spirited or anything. A lot of Newgrounds artists also used Flipnote Studio in the past. For example, very recently, there's this character, this internet guy named Bassett Films. He made the voice of Lemon Demon from Adventure, no, Adventure Time, from Friday Night Funky, and he made a rendition of a song named I Got No iPhone. And that song became extremely popular thanks to Flipnote Studio. So that probably means that the funk team are very into Flipnote Studio, or at least they were at some point, right? Now, the online service ended around 2013, but quickly fan-made servers arose, and you could access the online functions of Flipnote Studio to this day by entering to those fan servers. There are several, but the biggest, the greatest repository of Flipnotes currently is Sudomemo. And again, just like with the DS Lite, you only have to change your primary and secondary DNS address. I'm going to just connect to show you that, yes, in fact, if you want, you can get online to this day. So yeah, it's connecting as we speak. So yeah, here we have Flipnote Athena, and yeah, you can still get work, and let's see, most popular, and yeah, you can do pretty much the same. So yeah, now let's get into the nitty-gritty, baby. Okay, let's talk about actually working on the program. So this program was meant for little kids or for a younger audience, right? So the program is very intuitive. It's very easy to understand, but even then, Nintendo, or the ones that created the program, really dumb it down. They basically hid half of the functionality of the program behind the advanced tools. So first things first, go to the settings options and enable those advanced tools here, because there's really no reason why you should have them disabled. So let's showcase what this puppy can do, shall we? Okay, so first things first, here you can see a frame count. You can increase the amount of pages by using the D-pad, by going from left to right. And going up, you can see it opens this menu. I'm not going to insult your intelligence. This program is very easy to understand. You can see here that there's huge icons with pictures. Here you have your pencils, your brushes, and your eraser tools. And by clicking on these little squares, you can select from a variety of those things. On the second page, you can see that you have 2 layers. So you only have 2 layers, unlike many other programs. This program is extremely bare bones basic, okay? And in those 2 layers, you can choose from 3 colors, red, black, or blue. You can change your paper from black to white. You have a light box that if you never have seen an animation program, basically what it does is that it shows what you did in the page backwards, so you can continue animating. So yeah, that's what the light box does. You can copy things by clicking on this button. There's a redo button here. In the page 3, there's a selection tool that you can grab things and you can basically copy them standard. There's a resize tool that will resize down 2 times. Now, Flipnotes do not work with vectors. They work with a limited amount of pixels. So whenever you resize something, it's going to get blurry. It's going to get more pixelated. It's not like you can grab symbols in like CS4 and you can expand it to infinity and it will still look sharp and crisp, right? So let's go back. And here you have a flip tool that goes, you can flip things left or right, right? Now, I told you, you have advanced tools that basically are hitting half of the commands. So the advanced tools are enabled by clicking the left shoulder button, and with the join and the brushes, it basically just gives you bigger brushes to work with, right? So that's very understandable. But with the eraser, what it causes is that it turns the eraser into a segmented eraser that will delete in the same pattern as your paint bucket tool. So let me just give you a little demonstration of that. This is the standard eraser. It will just erase like an eraser should, right? But if you activate the advanced tools by clicking L and you get this advanced eraser, now it will delete in the same pattern as your paint bucket, okay? So there you go, it's completely different, right? And depending on which pattern you have, you will delete slightly different, right? So with this, you are capable of creating different shades, different gradients and stuff. So yeah, let's go to other pages to explain. So by clicking the advanced tools, you can turn the light box into a drafting tool, which again, this is so important and necessary for most animation programs. I don't know why this is hidden, but yeah. So what a drafting tool is basically you draw in and you can make basically sketches. And when you have the finished product, you simply remove the drafting. And yeah, that's basically, it's basically a sketching tool, right? And with the advanced tools here, instead of copying things, what you're gonna do is that you're gonna cut them out. And instead of resizing them minus, you're gonna resizing them up. Again, it gets blurrier. And instead of flipping them from side to side, you flip them up and down with the advanced tools by clicking the flip button, basically. So yeah, basics done. Let's talk about color combination, which I think is very important in this program, because there are 2 camps. There are people that have seen it and don't know how it's possible. And there are people that haven't seen it and simply by seeing this program may reach to a conclusion that it is not possible. Well, it's not impossible, but it's not really color mixing per se. So let's try to color mix, shall we? So I'm going to change the first layer to like red and the second layer to blue, just to give you this little demonstration. So let's try to combine red and blue to make purple. So we have blue. And now let's try to color it with red. So, and let's see what happens. So we have 2 different layers, and for many people that already work in animation, they probably are going to say like, duh, obviously. But this is for the people that haven't even ever touched something related to art and animation. So basically, these 2 layers are basically separate worlds. They do not mingle with each other. So basically, you cannot mix colors in the conventional sense, as you would do in like traditional art, okay? And in each layer, you can only hold 1 color. So that would that would infer that you can't color mix. Well, you technically can, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to explain you exactly how you can do it. And it's basically you scrape the upper layer, and depending on how much do you scrape and you let of the layer below be visible, you can cheat your eyes and create the illusion that the colors are being mixed. So yeah, let's just create now purple, or at least give you the illusion that I created purple. I'm gonna fill the whole page in blue. Again, this program is very basic. There's no a specific tool to fill this entirely. So what I can do is a little trick. I can click the resize tool and enhance this until I can fill the entire screen. Now let's go to the timeline. I guess I forgot to mention this. Here you can erase, insert pages. You can see your progress, and you can copy pages, right? Copy from here to here. But with the advanced tools, by clicking L, you can copy also the specific layers. The blue is in the layer below, so I'm gonna copy it on the top. So yeah, copy the layer on top, and now it becomes red because the layer on top is red, right? So the blue is still there, it's just being covered, hidden. So now I'm going to delete, like I did in the past with the, oops, sorry. I'm going to delete with the normal eraser, and as you can see, it's just blue. It doesn't combine. But again, by using the segmented eraser, I will be able to show just a little bit of blue and a little bit of red, and just like that, you got purple. And depending on how much do you let, and how much the strength of your brush, you can create different shades. And basically, that's how you do it. Now let's talk about gradients here. Just a second. So it doesn't matter how much do you draw. The paintbrush is programmed to put the same pixels in the exact same position. So it doesn't matter how much do you go up and down, you won't get a darker shade of that same brush, except if you move the picture that you have, and then the program won't perfectly align what you did, and that will cause to create some gradients. And how do you do that? Well, in this page, you can activate the advanced tools, again, left shoulder, and you can drag stuff. You can either drag it by using the stylus or by using the D-pad, right? So let's see what happens when I move this little, I don't know if it is visible. Oh, yeah, sorry. This little thing that I did. Yeah, you can drag it here. I'm gonna move it one space. And now let's try to draw over it. And as you can see, now I created a darker shade, even though I'm using the same brush. Now let's move it upwards one space, against advanced tools. And now I have an even darker shade here. And with this two things, you can really like combine colors and mix and have different gradients. But one thing is just telling you and explaining you, I think that for this presentation, I think I owe it to you, so you can personally see what people can do when they are actually have a little practice combining colors. So let's see a couple of flip notes that are good examples of that. So yeah, this flip note showcases the combinations of red and blue. You have a lot of purples and violets. Again, there's just two colors available. Now let's show another one here. So yeah, here you can see a gradient between red and blue. But this is not even all the color combinations that you can get with just those two colors in this flip note. I can show you how many. Yeah, you can see here that you can, by just combining those two colors, you can get violets, purples, you can get pearls, creams, pinks, peaches. So you can get a lot with just combining two things, and well, you know, with the absence, with the white in the background. So yeah, let's get back to the page. Because I forgot to mention, well, I didn't forget, I think I reserved this for the last. Here you can see a little knob that goes from 1 to 8. This will determine the speed of your animations, right? And the only two speeds that I think are important to mention, at least in this presentation, are speed 6 and speed 8. this speed correlates to how much frames per second goes by. Speed 6 runs at 12 frames per second, and speed 8 runs at 30. Now, I would recommend you, if you want to get into Flipnote Studio, or you're already doing it, that you uh, work on speed 6 almost exclusively. Not always, but um, I would really recommend you to it, because working on higher speeds presents problems, specifically with the how much you can get away with, how much can you get done. So here's the thing: Flipnote files, they're called PPM files, okay? And on Nintendo 3DS, the 3DS version of this program, they call KWC files. Now, these files hold audio and video, and they should be pretty chunky if they hold both audio and video, but they are not. They are actually minuscule. They're tiny, tiny, tiny things that are less than a megabyte long. They are just at most 999 kilobytes, and uh, in order to get files that small, this program had to come with some restrictions. So the first restriction is that you can only get upwards to 999 pages. So let's say that you're someone that already is animating on a tablet, or or CS4 or whatever, and wants to get into this and wants to animate in the same speed, which I guess it will be like, I don't know, 24 frames per second is the standard right now. Well, let's say that you try to animate on 24 frames per second here. Well, by doing some simple math, you might get about 41, 42 seconds of animation, if that. And here's the thing: probably you won't even be able to reach a third of that. And that's because of the second reason why Flipnote files are so small. And that is because not only there's a page limit, there's also a pixel limit. So you can make 999 pages, okay? And you can draw whatever you want in whatever place, okay? But as you do that, this little bar here is going to slowly deplete. Why? And when it completely depletes, the program will prevent you from drawing, and it will tell you that you have to delete a page to continue drawing. So that's basically my explanation of why I would advise you to go over speed 6, because with less frames and less speed, basically you can get a lot more done. But let's just say that you are like a Saguk animator, right? Someone that animates things in really high count, and you don't care about things being too short, right? Usually, Saguk animators only animate about a minute long, so that's 41 seconds is not even too bad, right? Or let's just say that you are just a contrarian little minx that will do everything I say backwards, like everything you do, I will do backwards. If you say up, I say down. If you say smile, I say frown. Well, I have a little tip, a little thingy I can give you, so you can get a lot more bang for your buck, so you can animate just a little bit longer, right? And this advice will also be helpful for people that are already animating and they just reached that barrier. The program is stopping them from animating, and they were just about done. They just need like 5 more pages, and I'll get this done. So this tip works for this, but on most circumstances, I would just advise you to create a new page, make another flip note from scratch, and then just paste the animations on your computer and release it as one, right? But like I said, if you just want to finish that animation or you just want to upload it online in one single thing, this trick is for that. Okay, so I have this page here. This is of a Rouge animation I did. I started on 2019, and it took me a year and a half. It was a very big project, and when I started, I didn't know a lot about the program. So obviously, what I did at the very end was leagues ahead better, right? So when I was about to finish the animation, I went back to the older pages and I retouched them. So this is a page of the Rouge animation that I started on 2019, and this is the cleanup version that I did on late 2020. Okay, so yeah, they look a little bit different, right? So which one of these two would you say that waste more pixels, that waste more space? So, well, I'm just gonna tell you, the original waste more, and by a long margin. So I'm just gonna tell you what things I did to basically remove as much pixels as I could. So as you can see here, I made like an encasing for the Chaos Emerald, and this white is not a color. This is just the absence of pixels. So every single thing that you see here is just have been pixels removed from this page. But that's not it. I mean, that's not all that I did. I also did some highlights on Omega and Shadow, and these highlights are not just more color. They're just the absence of color. I just deleted a little bit of the red to get these highlights, right? Uh, and there's one more thing. So I already told you that the two layers that you have available do not intermingle with each other. The layer on the bottom will get covered by what's on the top. But here's the thing: that layer that is on the bottom, it doesn't disappear. It's still there, wasting space. So the trick to save as much pixels as possible to continue animating here is basically to remove as much as the non visible second layer, right? So this is the original, right? And by you can drag obviously by clicking the advanced tools, like I already mentioned. And but if you try to drag the second layer, not only you will be able to drag it, but you will also be able to see the entirety of the layer. And as you can see here, I have a lot more red that is visible here. I have a lot of red here. That's probably a leftover from Omega's, the little robot here, legs. I have a little red from Shadow's eyes that is also not visible because I probably drew it with his eyes open originally. So the trick is simply delete everything that is not immediately visible, right? So you go ahead, you clean this up, and yeah, you get as much as you possibly can. As you can see here, that's how you do it. And you do that for every single frame. And it's gonna be extremely tedious, extremely labor intensive, but you might get like 30, 50 more pages to work. So yeah, that's about as much as I'm going to show you on the original. Now let's move on to Flipnote Studio 3D, which is basically like a retrained, like a Flipnote Studio Plus version of the program, right? So how are we doing, chat? I'm really sorry that I'm not capable of reading and giving class at the same time. My teachers will be visibly mad at me for that. So yeah, let's just go to one of my animations to show you what I can do here. So yeah, I'm gonna use this animation that I did for NK Maple. This Rat GF. I think is appropriate for the segment. So as you can see here, it looks a heck of a lot similar to the original Flipnote Studio. It's just basically a program with just a couple extras. It has more brushes, more pencils, more erasers. Instead of 2 layers, you have 3, and instead of 3 colors available, you have 6. You have the now newly included yellow and green, and with that, you can have endless amount of color combinations. A couple of things extra that you can also do now is that, of course, you have the ability to increase things just like you did on the original. But you can also now, instead of just increasing it ×2 or decrease it ×2, you can also very slightly increase it and very slightly decrease it, right? So that's something that you can't do on the original. You can also rotate the picture, which certainly is something that it would have come on handy on the original, but you can't do it. So yeah, that's what you can do. And there's also some 3D capabilities, and it's so sad that I cannot show you 3D flip notes because they don't borrow well to be seen through the lens of a camera. It's something that you really have to enjoy in real life to appreciate, but it's pretty good. But yeah, basically is that it's just a retrained version with a couple more extra things. And it also is you can work for a little bit longer. Flipnote KWC files are a little bit bigger, but there are two tools. There are two new things that are brand new from for this program that basically just makes it so easier and so much faster to work with. And those two tools are again hidden on the stupid advanced command. Well, they're not stupid. You will get around to it, and it is intuitive when you once you get around to it. So those two tools that makes this program leaks better than the original are the magnification tool and the combiner layer mode. So with the magnification tool, this little symbol here, you can increase the flip notes upwards of 3 times. And if you're a pixel artist, this program is not bad to work with, especially if you are like outside. It's something equivalent to like working on a tablet, basically. But let's work in this panel here to illustrate this example. So the other tool that is really important, I think this is the biggest thing of them all, is the combine layer mode. Is here in this corner, and you enable it by clicking here, and it will give you a little prompt that will tell you this mode allows you to treat 3 separate layers as one. Use this whenever you want to add a color regardless of layer order, or when you want to move all layers at one. Now, yeah, that's a pretty accurate description, but let me just illustrate what does that mean. So basically, when you want to drag things, you only drag what's on the layer on top, right? Not what's on the layer on top, whatever's on the layer that you are currently, right? So right now I'm on the red layer, so that's what I'm dragging, right? But by using the combine layer mode, you can drag everything. So yeah, that's that. But that's not even, that's just the tip of the iceberg of the things that you can do with combine layer mode. I'm going to basically recolor this girlfriend using basically only combine layer mode, so I can show you how much it does. So girlfriend has brown hair. Let's just make brown real quick. Obviously, you have 6 colors, 9 of them is brown. So let's try to combine like I showed you previously. So brown is a combination of green and red. So one of the things that you get extra are paint buckets. So now you can just grab a paint bucket and basically color everything in just one go, color a whole page. And so yeah, now it's color green. And now let's color the same page, but with red. So we can combine it to make brown. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to disable. So yeah, now you have green, the red is on top. Obviously, the red and the green are overlapping, so the green doesn't show. So let's just drag the red layer 1 space to the left, right, up, or down to create immediate brown. So yeah, that's brown. There you go. But here's the thing, girlfriend doesn't have just this light brown, it also has like a darker shade. So let's just create a darker version of brown. And it's simply, you simply have to apply a little bit of dark in the layer on top, which is the layer that I have on dark, right? So I'm just gonna put a little bit of dark here to create this darker shade of brown, right? So how do I use combine layer mode to color this? So let's try to color girlfriend normally. Let's try to make their hair not brown, but just like red, and see what happens. Let's paint bucket everything, and now everything is red. Girlfriend, it should be the hair that's the only thing that is red, but that's because, again, layers do not mingle with each other. So the program doesn't know where to limit the appliance of red, right? But if you are on the layer on top on black, you can see that that it does. You can basically it paints based on the limitations that you put them, and the limitations are the sketch that you do, the shape of the characters and stuff. So how do we apply the brown? So you're gonna grab you're gonna grab the brown with the edit area. You're gonna select the entire screen, and you're gonna click this little prompt, and it will give you this prompt of set as question mark motif. This will turn the question mark paint bucket into whichever thing that you decided to put. In this case, now is dark brown. So let's use that. So let's see what happens now. Whoops, hold on. I did an oopsie. Hold on, let me try that again. Yeah, no, that's let me try that again. So somehow it did not work. So combine layer mode. Let's go to edit area. Let's hold on. Drag the whole thing around. Set as question mark motif, and now let's try to draw to use it to color GF. And yeah, now you can have brown, right? But GF is not just dark brown, it has a lighter shade of brown. So let's put that as well. For that, let's just make a stencil to make a separation, right? And Girlfriend has these highlights on top. And I talked with Phantom Arcade, and he told me specifically that he was inspired by the M of Vegeta from Dragon Ball. He told me also to never said that in public, and I'm sorry, I leaked it. Phantom Arcade, I'm so sorry. So yeah, let's make some limitations here. So now let's try to color this again with a dark brown. And now you can see here that it's you know, leaving the space that we wanted to be left. Now let's do exactly the same thing. Select the lighter brown, the entirety of it. Say that's question mark motif, and let's just put that bad baby there. And that's how you color Girlfriend. Girlfriend is a very simple character with just 2 shades because the funk teams are a pieces of, no, I'm just kidding. Kidding, I'm joking. Okay, so yeah, that's about it. Now let's move on to my computer, because yeah, that's about the general explanation on color mixing. And one thing left I forgot to mention, and this is very important. Like I said, because the combined layer mode copies the exact position of the pixels, it will allow you also to paste backgrounds. So I have this background prepared, so I'm just going to do exactly the same thing that I did. I'm going to select it, right? And this is certainly something that would have come handy on the original Flipnote Studio, but this is only capable on 3D. And now let's try to paste it, just like we did with the browns. And as you can see, now we have backgrounds. And this, well, in regular programs, you may say this is really cumbersome, but if we compare it to the original Flipnote Studio, you have no idea how hard it is to make backgrounds there. This is so much better and faster overall. So yeah, that's pretty cool, right? All right. So yeah, now let's move into the computer. Let's say that you already finished your Flipnote animations and you want to put them. So how do you do it? Well, the original Flipnote and Flipnote Studio 3D allows you to convert things into GIF files. And Flipnote Studio 3D allows you also additionally to convert things into AVIs. Now, I will really advise you to go against this, because the AVI converter on Flipnote Studio 3D is a piece of garbage. It's terrible, it sucks. And I'm going to show you exactly how bad it is. So I took the time, so let's move here just a little bit so you can see. I converted this animation into an AVI, and I'm going to show you how it looks here. So this is what you get when you use the converter on Flipnote Studio, and probably you can appreciate it how bad, gargly, and distorted it looks. NK Macro said it perfectly. It looks like moldy GF, like Girlfriend from the negative dimension. It doesn't look anything like this. Okay, that's what's important. So yeah, I'm not using, and you shouldn't use the AVI converter. I'm going to show you what it looks like after I work on it. And I had this ready, but I guess I left it open, so it needs to charge. Well, basically, I want to translate this animation and make it look identical just in video format, okay? And that is something that you can't do with these AVI converters. You're gonna work basically with the GIF files, and as soon as this loads, you will be able to see how similar it is. So yeah, the things that you need to work is with in both the original and Flipnote Studio 3D with GIF files. Both programs will allow you to choose between animated GIF files and segmented animated GIFs and segmented GIFs. So yeah, it looks blurry here, but this is because of the quality. I suspect that is on 240. Sorry, trash internet. But the point is, after I render it by my own means, it looks much closer to the original. It looks basically the same. That's the point. So how do you do it? How, or at least how do I do it? So convert both things into animated GIFs. Both programs present you the option to do so now. And for the original, this Flipnote Studio files, I use a program called Virtual Dub. This basically is a video editing software, but exclusive for GIF files. So it's very niche, but it's perfect for this program. So let's open an animated GIF that I just did. But not that I just did, that I have prepared for you guys. So this animated GIF is one segment of the Rouge animation. Let me just expand just a little bit so you can see it. So this is the original dimensions of the DSI. This is just so you can illustrate it. So one thing that you have to have in mind is that this program does not recognize in which speed you work. So you have to manually input which speed you were working with. And for that, you simply go to the video options and change the frame rate. So I was working with speed 6, that correlates to 12 frames per second. So you simply put 12 frames per second, and that's about it. Afterwards, you simply go to File, and then you simply can save it as an AVI. And this converter is so much better. It converts the GIF file exactly as it looks on the original Flipnote Studio, which is what you want, right? You want one-to-one fidelity. But here's the thing: one thing to notice, even though now you have an AVI, which is a lot easier to edit and to work around, the dimensions of the AVI are going to be the animations of the original Flipnote Studio animation, which are 320 times x 240. So it's not going to be this screen, it's going to be this little tiny thing. But this essentially now, when it's on GIF format, is essentially just an animated piece of pixel art. And any pixel artist would know that you can basically increase a pixel art as much as you want, right? And if you obey the laws of scaling, you can basically make a picture as big as you want without causing the picture to get deformed. And the way to do it is simply by scaling things in multiples of 100 or multiples of 1. So if 320 times 240 is x1 or 100x, simply increase it by 2x, 3x, or 200x, 300x. If you do it by decimals, then the program will get confused, and the program will have to figure out where to put pixels where. And just like this, I just increased the picture by a random amount, which caused the picture to get deformed. And you don't want this. You want the picture to be big, but also properly scaled. So just working multiples of 100, that's the key. So yeah, now you may say, well, what are the difference between this and the files on Flipnote Studio 3D? Well, you can technically work the GIF files here. You can do exactly the same process as I did. Now let's grab this thing, and so yeah, maybe you cannot see it here clearly. Let's just go to the background so I can show you what I'm trying to say. So yeah, there is an inevitability of the Flipnote Studio 3D files. It's something that every Flipnote 3D has, and it's this hideous looking white border that every Flipnote Studio 3D has, and is something that you cannot delete or you can do anything about it on the original hardware is something that basically is there. And if you don't mind it, if you think that oh, it's a bit, it's a whiteboard, then there's nothing you have to do extra. You just upload this as it is, turn it into an AVI, and you can work like a regular video, right? But if you want to work with without it, if you want the picture to be a full screen and not have these hideous white borders, this program won't cut it. This program doesn't have the tools to deal with this. So I search high and low for answers on how to remove this thing. So a lot of options were presented to me. First one, you can just cover it in a video editing program after it's an AVI, right? You cover it. Or you can enhance the image, or you can zoom into the image until the white border is no longer visible. But if you do that, the picture is going to look blurry, and that's even worse. You don't want that. So I search for the Japanese. The Japanese are the people that have the answers, and that's because they had a much more presence on Flipnote Studio 3D. Americans and Europeans did not use Flipnote Studio 3D too much for several reasons. The first one is because it was a paid program. You need to invest points in the online store to get it. Unlike Flipnote Studio Original, which was a free program that you can download it on the DSiWare and everybody can get them. And that's why if you have a DSi, you probably are going to get Flipnote Studio. Now, here's the thing. If you want to animate Flipnote Studio, you don't have to pay a single dime. You can just pirate it. And I know I shouldn't advise against piracy, but come on, man, homebrew. You can put your homebrew, and also if you have a 3DS, you can also put the original Flipnote Studio there. So yeah, that's cool. So I asked to the Japanese community, and they gave me the answer. And the answer that they gave me to deal with the hideous white border is a program by the name of AB Alt. As you can see here, AB Alt is very similar to Virtual Lab. It's entirely in Japanese, so you have to get an English patch. But what AB Alt has is this incredible tool that is known as a clipping and resize tool that I almost think that it was specifically made to deal with this. So what the clipping and resize tool is that it has these little 4 nodules here, and that indicates directions, the top, bottom, left, and right parts of the animation, right? And depending on how much do you increase these knobs, the program will start to cut parts of the animation, right? In that side. But it's not everything that it does. It also increases the remainder picture by exactly the same amount. And thanks to the border having the same dimensions all throughout, it has the same thickness. When you clip it and you resize the picture upwards, it will evade the loss of scaling, and the picture will be full background, will be sharp and crisp, and just like it looks on Flipnote Studio 3D. And that's how you do it. That's how you deal with it. And yeah, now I had a lot more things prepared, but I'm getting short on time, so I'm just gonna move quickly into the presentation of the showcase, right? Because let's show a couple people that are actually decent in the program and really know their stuff. So the first one is all these users are active, right? So if you want to check them out, you can go ahead. So the first one is Psychotics, or PSX. She specializes in sonic animations. So let's see what she can do. So yeah, cool. High in frame count, nice color blending, nice transitions, everything sharp, crisp, baby. That's what I like. Now let's see another one really quickly because I only have like 10 minutes. So yeah, we're up, my shadow boys, my edgy boys. Yeah, I like this because it's a shadow flip note. I like Shadow the Hedgehog, whatever. But there's a noteworthy thing to mention about this animation, and it might take a couple seconds to reach. But yeah, just bear with me. It's noteworthy, and it's these character silhouettes. Like I said, this program is very rough on the edges. You're not using a pressure pen. You're not using a very responsive screen. So for this person to get this sharp and crisp of shapes, she probably not only had to do like the SpongeBob meme where he draws the entire face and then they delete it until they just get the most simplest of details, but also she had to do it under the constraint of this terrible screen. So that is really admirable, in my opinion. So let's go to another, which I think is just the master of simplicity on this program. Her name goes by Wishy, and basically she just distillates, she basically removes every detail from every character and just leaves in almost, it's almost like vector drawing, but it's extremely stylized and beautiful. And yeah, I wanted to show you a couple of her. So yeah, really stylized and super simple. It doesn't have a really complex shading, but it doesn't need it. It's her trademark style. I mean, just look at this. Just look how clean and sharp does that look. You have to remember this is done on a hardware that it doesn't borrow to something like this. So that's very impressive. Also, there are a couple of things that I'm going to show you an animation that she did, and there are a couple of things that she did that it almost seems like they're impossible to do in this animation. And I'm going to explain you why, but first, let's see it. So yeah, the animation is drop dead gorgeous, obviously, but that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is a couple things here. I don't know if you can see here, but these two characters are getting zoomed in and zoomed out. Now, remember, this program, the original from the studio, can only increase 2 times, right? So when you increase it by a lot, right? But these characters are getting increased by just a tiny little margin. So how do you do something this small when the program it doesn't have an option for you to do it? Well, she probably did what people call in the community nightmare Jenga, which is basically you just grab the selection tool and basically you cut the characters into cut my life into pieces. You cut the characters into pieces and you move the pieces outwards, right? And then you feel the missing spaces, and that's how you get things slightly bigger or slightly smaller here. It's a quirk that a lot of Flipnote artists have done. I'm not saying that it's necessarily what she did, but it's just a way to do it here. But there's another thing that she did that really, it seems that it doesn't have explanation. Do you see it? It's really hard to tell, but you can see that these two characters are rotating, right? And you can't, there's not an option to rotate in Flipnote Studio Original. So how did this person do it, right? You may say, oh, this person just redrew it. But no, this is too clean. You cannot redo that. You might take 100 years, you won't do it. Get around yourself, okay? So a lot of people ask, how do you manage to rotate these characters? And she much obliged and gave us an answer. So what she did was that she took this frame, she drew it, and after she was done with it, she grabbed her. Let me give me just a second. She grabbed her 3DS. She took a picture. Whoops, with a 3DS camera. She went to the options of transforming. She rotated the picture slightly. Then she grabbed the original DSI. She used the DSI camera to take a picture of this grainy stuff. And because it's so grainy, you have to really work around and clean it up. And that's how you got frames of rotation. And she did that for every single frame. that the character rotates. That's insane. That's so crazy. That proves that, if you work on Flipnote, you will become a better artist. And I mean, not just on Flipnote. If you work yourself under a constriction, on restraints, you are bound to get creative. You're bound to think outside of the box to help against the program's limitations. So yeah, that's really admirable, and I really enjoyed it. One more thing, one more person, and I'm leaving. Okay, so really fast. So yeah, let's not save that. We don't want to. So I already mentioned the program has a camera feature, and with that you can do stop motion animation. Stop motion animation artists on Flipnote are a rare breed. They're like the Coelacanth and Animal Crossing. There are not many few, but there's one that still to this day works, and it just consistently makes amazing stuff, and that is the one and only Mr. John. So yeah, I mean, come on. I had to show it to you. I had to. So this person also did kind of similar like Wishy did. She had to work with other programs outside to get what he wanted. If you see this character, and it might seem familiar, this shape is because he did the liquefying tool on the DSi camera application, and then he grabbed those deformed pictures and then forfeit them perfectly here. And this is just this is the most basic stuff he can do. He's so much better than this. Last animation, this is something that he did on Halloween. I mean, come on, man. You have to admit that's pretty impressive, don't you think? Um, this this person is insane. This it's so crazy because he most likely had to work with like 3D models or mannequins, and he had to form fit the mannequin with his face on this stupidly difficult program. Look at that transition; it's so fluid. It's insane. It almost reminds me to like the American Werewolf in London transformation. That's how good this is. So yeah, that's about it for me. I'm sorry that I run out of time. Thank you so much for watching. Sorry if I spoke way too fast and rambling. I just had a lot of stuff to share. One last thing before I go, I'm going to be doing an NSFW stream later today. So if you're a big boy, I repeat, if you're a consenting adult, you can come over to the Newgrounds summer podcast, and follow me, go and see what the adults can do on Flipnote Studio later tonight. But all R18 only adults. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you for so much for having me, and I'll be out right now.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Intro to Flash panel here at the Newgrounds Summerfest. I'm Stampai. Aside from coordinating the event, I'm also hosting some panels, and I hope you guys have been enjoying the con so far. Last night and tonight, everything I've experienced has been a blast. Gabo, that Flipnote panel was absolutely phenomenal, and I'm looking forward to your second one later. So first off, once again, hello. My name is Stampai, and I've been on Newgrounds since 2007. I'm a really big fan of working in Flash specifically because it's kind of where I grew up. And I'm not going to go ahead and claim to be any kind of expert in the program, definitely not. But I am somebody who knows how to use it and have been able to use it throughout my life in various creative projects. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick look at how to get stuff done in Flash with some examples from my existing work and also kind of going over some of the basics, which is what we're going to open up with. So first and foremost, we're going to switch on over to the Flash overlay here, and you can kind of just see this is what happens when you open up Flash. I've already got a project open in the background, but let me display my mouse. That's probably pretty helpful for this. There we go. Normally I hate the mouse display. So anyway, for when you are making stuff in Flash, of course you want to start with the same way you start in any project, which is, you know, create a new file. So we're going to go ahead and create a new document, just a full HD 1920 by 1080. Now there are a few things to keep an eye out for. You can set your dimensions over here. So if you want 1920 by 1080, that's fine. If you want something else, that's also fine. Just do whatever you want, whatever matches your project. Frame rate is important as well. You can expect the 24 for standard animation stuff, but you can really set it to whatever. And platform type. ActionScript 3.0 or HTML5 Canvas, that's going to be relevant depending on where you're planning on putting your project. But we're just going to talk about getting started in Flash, so those extra things aren't so important. We're not going to talk about the programming side. We're just going to talk about using Flash to make cartoons. So with that said, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to create a new, let's say 1280 by 720 here. And now here we are in our Flash canvas. So we've got plenty of tools, and of course I keep saying Flash, but this is actually Adobe Animate, as you can see in the top corner there. They're the same program, the difference being new features added over time and the name change, and also because Flash was being phased out of existence. That's of course one of the most important reasons they would need to change it to Adobe Animate. It's used for all sorts of things like that. Once again, I also want to mention that if you are going to ask any questions during the panel, you can ask in the YouTube chat or in the panel questions tab. So the first thing to know about Flash, at least from my point of view, that makes it really cool is that it does a little bit of everything. You can bring in audio, you can bring in your original art, you can bring in PNGs and stuff and put them in the background, or you can draw directly on your canvas, which, you know, no surprise. So you're going to use your brush tool for a lot of things. That's going to be, of course, up here, classic brush tool B, and you know, you can do simple things. You can write hello, whatever you may want. Now, something that I think is really cool about working in Flash and Animate is that these are vector drawings. So what that means is you're able to actually increase the size without it affecting anything related to the quality. You can basically increase it infinitely. So, you know, as long as it's vector stuff, you can kind of work and resize things without worrying about it damaging the quality of what you're drawing. So if I draw this little smiley face here, which is a really crude doodle, and a lot of this is, I'm using my mouse for much of this presentation. I may switch over to something else in a bit, but we're going to stick with the mouse just to demonstrate how this stuff works. So I just drew a little smiley face, real simple. Over here we have our colors like you see in any other program. We've got the fill color, which is what you're going to use with your paint bucket and your brush. So that's why it's yellow. And then we also have what's called the stroke color. Now, in most programs, when you see these two colors side by side, it's because you can flip between the two of them. But when you're working with Flash and Animate, these are actually totally different functions. So the fill color, which is, you know, being able to fill stuff in or paint in that color, that is, of course, where this yellow came in. But now let's take a look at, let's say, this, let's go with this red. All right, so we have, you know, I selected red, but I'm still painting in yellow. Why? That's because the red only applies to something called a stroke. Now, if you're using like Photoshop, strokes are the borders that you'll put around your, you know, around your asset. But in Flash, they function a little bit differently. So, I can use the pencil tool, which is activated with the Y button, and it will draw using the strokes instead of using the brush. This is a very genuinely important difference, because with the brush tool, again, it's going to determine which color you're using, but it's also going to determine the kind of stroke you're going to make. So over here on the right, we actually can adjust our stroke size to anything we'd like. So I'm going to make it thicker, and now it's a 19 for the stroke there. And you can barely tell the difference, right, between these two items, right? So here we have a brush stroke, and here we have like a pencil stroke. What is the difference functionally? What do they do differently? Well, you can use them in a lot of the same ways, but basically when you interact with things in Flash, whichever one you're using will have different ways it can be interacted with. So something I really like about what we just covered, we have this smiley face over here entirely drawn only using brush strokes. But now I'm going to draw a smiley face over here using the other tool, and as you can see, it's red because it matches the color. You can do a few different cool things with strokes. So over here on the right, we have style, which this is like not essentially the most important thing ever, but it lets you do a lot of interesting little doodads with it. So you can, for example, give it like a dotted line instead of, if you want to have like a dotted line, look at how I have it spaced out. So you can do it like that, or you can do it with a solid line. Well, I've switched it back over. There's a lot of room for experimentation. And again, this stuff isn't necessarily the most important thing ever for Flash, but I just wanted to give you an idea of the two main tools you'll be using to create in this program. They're going to be either brushes, like, with fills, or they're going to be strokes. That was a little bit intensive for a first couple seconds, but we're going to now actually look at how Flash is used to make cartoons, because again, it was pretty important just to understand that you can use either or, and each of them has specific strengths and weaknesses. With the fill tool, fill brush strokes like I just did, you can set the color, you can smooth it out, right? And then you can also modify it as so. But with the stuff that you do with like a pen tool, these strokes, you can also smooth them out, but they also have little things like hinting, which lets you put like a nice little end cap on it, or perhaps you want to modify the shape and things like that. Make another one. So now I'm going to draw. I actually have white selected. We're going to go ahead and select red. And you can just draw between the two. So now we've got ourselves what is separated by the actual stroke, right? So I'm clicking on this part, and it only selects everything that's not cut off at this vertice. So now if you go zoom in a little bit, you can actually use the fill tool, right? We were talking about fills, and you can fill in that space. So again, there's a lot of different things that you can do, and this is all very much like stuff you'll learn by playing around. But I'm going to go ahead and delete all of these, and we're going to talk about how to use the timeline, because this is really like, why would you do work in Flash? So reason number one is it's vector art, so you can, make it as big as you want or as small as you want, right? So this smiley face can be bigger or smaller with no consequences. But the other reason is because it's really good for animating. So we're going to go ahead and switch down here to the timeline. This is where everything takes place. And the most important word that you're going to learn today is probably keyframe. You can use keyframes in any conversation about animation you ever have, no matter what program that is. You will be making use of keyframes. So with keyframes, basically you have your drawing. So we're going to do the smiley face. Hello again. And this is down here, our first frame. Now you can jump over to frame number, I think this is frame number 5, right click, and you can insert keyframe. And what that does is that creates a new keyframe where something else can happen. So on your different keyframes, the goal is to try to make progression of your animation. So, this is where you put pose 1, and then the second keyframe is where you would put pose 2. Now, as you'll notice, I put 5 frames in between them. Why is that? Well, the idea is, pose 1 is here, and then pose 2, he's gonna be frowning instead. So down, sad boy. So now happy to sad. Now, obviously, we don't want it to just jump straight from happy to sad, so that's where these additional keyframes are going to come in. So we have this space in between that we're going to animate manually. So to create new keyframes, this is how you create, unique pictures of animation. You're going to go to frame 2 and you're going to click F6 or right-click create keyframe. F6 is a shortcut I use every single day when I work in Flash because, again, you need it. Now, here we have something pretty convenient. We've got our first frame on the very beginning, and we've got our last frame on the very end. But now we're making our second frame. Now, the only thing that's going to change between these two frames is the mouth, right? That's the only thing that's important. So we're going to delete the mouth, and we're going to turn on something called the onion skin tool. Now, when you turn on an onion skin, it shows you what was on the previous and upcoming frames. So now we can see a little silhouette of our previous smiley face. And I know that at the end, we're going to be a frown. So I'm going to just progressively make him frown. So his mouth is going to change a little bit there. Then we're going to go ahead again. We're going to create another keyframe. We're going to delete the mouth. And as you can see now, we can see like the entire process of him going from happy to sad. So now we're kind of in the middle there. And then finally, we're going to add one additional frame, delete the mouth, and it's going to transition to our frowny face. And when we play it back, after I turn off the onion skin, he suddenly frowns. Now, this is a very rudimentary animation, but if we scrub through it, we can see the progress. If you've ever used something like pivot stick figure animator, it's very similar in the way that you can move between your frames once you've created them. And as we scrub through them, we can see, happy to sad. Now, this is an extremely basic example, but you can use it in pretty much anything because this is consistent in all disciplines of animation, right? You're going to be using your frames to communicate movement from one shot to another. So, it's a little complicated at first, but the more you do it, the more you get used to it. And I suggest always practicing with just a simple smiley face, or the bouncy ball is always the traditional, make a ball bounce. That's like the standard for animation. That's always a good thing to test with as well. Now, a lot of the time when people will talk about, have you ever seen the cartoon on Newgrounds called Animate Me, where the guy, he's drawing the girl and he does like a rough animation and it takes him all day and then suddenly all night for 30 seconds of cartoon? That's not completely false. The reason is because you have to draw every frame, right? So that's kind of a pain in the butt. So that's kind of where things come down to. It takes a lot of patience when you're animating in any program. But now we're going to do something a little different. We're going to create a new layer down there. I'm going to hide my smiley face, and we're going to create, this time, another smiley face. And we're going to convert this to a symbol. Now, this is the most, I think, for Flash, one of the most unique things that makes it special and gives you a lot of potential to do cool things with it. So when we're going to convert this into a symbol, we press F8, or we can right-click it and select Convert to Symbol. Now, when you convert something to a symbol, it gives you the option to name it. So it's going to be Smiley, XD or whatever, :D. And then you get to choose between graphic, movie clip, and button. Which one of these you pick is important for what you're trying to do, but in most cases, you can just pick graphic, and there you go. So now here we have instance of Smiley, :D up here. It's a graphic. So what does it do? What do graphics do? Well, we're going to talk about tweening, because as we saw in the first example with the smiley face up here, over the progression of moving left to right, on the timeline, he goes from happy to sad. So what do you want to do with this colon face guy? Well, you want to move him across the screen, perhaps. So we're going to create a keyframe, and here we have our first frame, right, where we started. And now we're going to go to our current keyframe, which is on frame 5. And we want him to be over here now. Straightforward enough. We want him to go from here to here. Now, we could manually do it just like we did a few moments ago with the smiley face going from happy to sad, or we could do something called tweening. Now, tweening is a really convenient tool that allows the program to fill in the blanks for you. So we're going to create a classic tween, And you can see now down here on my timeline, there's a little arrow that indicates that it's going to progressively go from there to there. So now if we play it back, it moves it automatically for me. So, tweening is something that a lot of people will use, and it can kind of make or break the quality of your production, because, you see a tween animation, you think, oh, wow, that's so lazy. Like, you made the program do all the work. And I forget exactly which person taught me this years ago on Newgrounds. I think it might have been -1. The key difference between frame by frame, which is what we did with the smiley face on top, versus tweening, which is what we're doing with the smiley face on bottom, is that tweening is for locomotion, where you're moving something from point A to point B, and frame by frame is for actual animation. And what's really cool about Flash and Animate is that you can have something do an animation and then have that total animation tween. What does that mean? I'm going to go ahead and give you a live example. So we're going to copy all of our frames from the smiley face that we made earlier, and we're going to open up the other guy, right? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go inside by double clicking on it. That's how you go inside of a symbol. You double click on the symbol. And this opens up another set of layers. Now, this is called nesting. Basically, it's when you have layers inside of an object that has layers inside of an object that has layers. It's like a nesting doll. So here we are inside of that smiley face that we used to tween across the room. Now we're going to replace his frames with the ones from the other guy. So we're going to, remember, I went out here and I copied these 5 frames. I'm going to copy them, go inside of the other guy, and then paste them. And now what happened is, inside of the cartoon, the little smiley guy that I had tweening across the screen, he is now going to do this on the main timeline inside of his symbol. I know this is a little bit confusing because, like, what the hell is he talking about? But we'll see in a moment. So I just converted him to a smiley guy, right? And here we have the graphic. We're going to go ahead and use our frame picker. And, God, I'm using such terminology. So the frame picker lets you go inside of a nested object and actually, like, manually pick what frame it starts on. So first we're just going to demonstrate what it does. Look how over time he's moving, but he's also got his mouth changing. That's because we were able to do the thing. We were able to actually take the frame-by-frame animation from layer 1 and paste it inside of the symbol from layer 2, which is our smiley face guy. And so now he has this ability to, open and close his mouth when the frames play back. And now all we're doing is taking that object. If you want to think of a common example, it'd be like a GIF or a GIF, right? How it's got an animation inside of a picture. And then what if you just move that animated picture? That's what we're doing, essentially. So those are like the really, really basics, and I apologize for the rudimentary example with such ugly doodles. Now we're going to go ahead and switch over to a recent project that I released on Newgrounds. This is a Crypto Fantasy 7, because this is a lot more, I guess, hands-on example of what we're doing. Thank you, Queen Boo, for the fan art. So this is one of the cartoons I recently put out on Newgrounds. The question is, how much does Adobe cost? The answer changes by the month. But as an interesting note, Adobe can be pretty expensive. Software in general can be pretty expensive. On an unrelated note, in the colonial America, did you know that the colonialists used to do commerce with pirates in order to save money on the high costs of British goods? I just thought that was interesting. Anyway, so here we are inside of Crypto Fantasy 7. Now, I'm going to play this cartoon back for you guys, and the audio is going to be of varying quality, because when you import audio into Flash or Animate, it tends to be a little bit scuffed. But we're going to kind of go with it anyway, so...
All right, here we are. The Shinra's got all their crypto stored in this here vault. Jesse, get this door open.
Barrett, is this really going to stop the Shinra?
You don't understand. Everyone thinks crypto just comes from nowhere.
All right, so that was just a few seconds of that cartoon, and as you can see, there are a lot of different moving pieces. Now, in our timeline down here, this is like where things get really scary. You can see I've only got 3 frames worth of material, but then when we move further on and we look at all the pieces that are on screen, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces at once. Now, if we go inside of Barrett here, his mouth is one of those layers. If we go inside of his mouth, as you can see, I've got his entire like mouth flap thing nested inside of the symbol. So on the main timeline, all I've got is just the one symbol sitting there. No big deal. It's a graphic, right? It's just titled jaw flapping. And down here, where it says frame picker, we can click on that and it opens up this little window where you can select where you want to start. So if I was to click here, then the first frame would be his mouth closed. If I was to click here, his mouth would be open. Now, when it's set to loop, what's going to happen is it's going to loop the animation. So watch his mouth as I click play.
Shinra's got all their crypto stored in this here vault.
It's looping. So what it does is it goes from the first frame all the way to the last frame, and then it goes back to the first frame again. Now, I'm going to go ahead and change this to play once. Now, what's going to happen is it's only going to play his mouth flapping one time. Okay, so let's go ahead and watch.
Shinra's got all their crypto stored in this here.
See how it stopped? That's because we only did one single time through. So there are a lot of different pieces you're looking at right now, and I understand this can be rather cumbersome. Someone was talking recently about when you look at a Flash timeline, like it's kind of intimidating because there's just all these little dots and figures and stuff, and how does it work? So it's pretty intense. So now you'll notice with Barrett here, we're gonna take the different things we've talked about before and combine them together. So here's Barrett, and as you can see, this purple with the arrow means he's tweening, right? It's got the little arrow pointing from point A to point B, and that is exactly what's going to happen. So we're going to move from point A, which is a little bit to the right, to point B, which is a little bit on the left. And the object that we're looking at is Barrett here. Now, if we go inside of Barrett, here's the entire animation of him talking about crypto. So this is that entire little segment. You're not going to hear any audio, but basically, Shinra's got all their crypto. It comes from wherever. I've got dialogue happening as I go. Now, in a few seconds, I'm going to raise my arm angrily. I'm Barrett, Final Fantasy VII. So all of that stuff was happening inside of the graphic, but outside, all you see is just moving the graphic from here to the left. And that's all you're doing. So the idea is you want to animate stuff, and then if you want to move that entire animation, you turn it into a symbol, and you move that symbol by itself. That is the fastest way to animate without making you have to do everything frame by frame. So the secret to animating in Flash is breaking things into little pieces and doing kind of like puppetry. If you've ever seen how they made like the old South Park episodes, they would take like little pieces of cardboard and move them around on the screen. Well, that's not so different from how it works inside of Flash. So here we have Barrett and his arm, right? And he's got all the different pieces. So this is his bicep, this is his forearm, this is his head, this is his shoulder. All of those different pieces are separate and they're on their own layer. Now we're going to go ahead and click on Barrett's arm here, and you can see the anchor. The anchor is basically what determines where the center, you can call it like the center of gravity. It's where things turn around the object. So I put it here because if you looked at a human arm, when you move the arm, it should move like this, right? It makes perfect sense. If you have an action figure, where do the joints move? Now, I'm going to do something that breaks the animation a little bit. I'm going to move this anchor point, the fulcrum. Thank you, I'm into metal, for that terminology. So we're going to move that little white circle to the center, and now look how his arm moves. It changes where the orientation of where it actually rotates on. So that's kind of the most important thing when you're doing this kind of animation, is you want to make sure that you put the anchor point in the correct location. Otherwise, when you try to move it, it's going to move kind of awkwardly. So in this case, it's no problem. Now, another thing that's pretty common, but a lot of animators will not bother doing drawing more than they need to. So like everything that you see here, the only thing that you're going to actually see is what's in this little black box. So that's why I didn't draw below Barrett's waistline here. I didn't really need it. Now we're going to cut over to Wedge, or to Biggs rather. And I did the same thing. I've got him doing the mouth flap. right? So if we look at the audio on the top layer here, that should probably explain how that works. You want to bring audio in so that you know what to actually lip sync. You want to put it on its own layer by creating a new layer. Then you take in your library, which is up here, where all of your symbols and assets and things are going to get stored. And you, as you can see, I've got 134 different little pieces. It's like Mr. Potato Head, right? One of these pieces is the audio for this project. So you find your audio and you drag it onto the timeline, onto the audio layer. From there, you're able to a bit more effectively, get your audio on the screen. And when you select it, you go to the Properties tab, and you can see the sync is set to stream. This is very important. You want it to always be set to stream, or else you won't be able to do proper lip syncing. So go ahead and set your sync to stream. And, oh yeah, I guess it is kind of small. It's on the right side of the screen here. If you're watching on mobile, especially difficult. Make sure that your Properties tool is clicked on. You click on that first keyframe where you drag the audio to, and then you make sure it's set to stream, and when it plays back, you can hear the audio
Here we are.
in Flash.
The Shinra's got all their crypto stored in this.
Now you can see the waveforms there, this little section here, and again, this is all my own voiceover. So, I could see like where I'm talking,
Got all their crypto stored.
and then I could see a little moment of silence here because the line is flat. So I knew to turn off the lip flap. Then I start talking again.
Jesse!
So I knew to make him start talking again. Silence. Talking again. So you can see like the kind of the thought process here with these keyframes. On this frame, I've got his mouth set to not say anything. Then on this frame, because he's talking, I set it to play once because it's a short clip. Mouth opens and closes. I get to here. We want to set it again to only play the very first frame. We're going to keep it still. And this is just for lip syncing, which is a very tedious and not fun process. But the more you do it, the more you get used to it. I highly recommend, if we go back to our smiley face example from earlier, that you just kind of lean on that. Practice putting stuff into objects or as a symbol. And then that's kind of how you go from there. Now, I do want to say, if you guys have any specific questions, because I'm just giving you a broad overview of how I use Flash, please feel free to ask. Because I would like to kind of focus in on what is it that you need to know. I have been using Flash since the mid-2000s, or I should say, no, I'd say like 2009, 2008 or 2009. So for me, a lot of this stuff I don't even realize is like, maybe you don't know what I'm talking about. But if you're a totally new animator, it is a tool that you can use. How to work with scenes. So I do things a little bit differently with scenes. For me, scenes in Flash, for those who are wondering what a scene is, there's a little option here above the timeline, or next to it rather, where you click scene. And it shows you all the different scenes for your cartoon. Now, I use scenes rather uniquely. I treat them like a new document. So for me, when I'm using like entirely new scenes, I'll actually just have them like in the same timeline. So here we got a scene where for Crypto Fantasy 7, everything was a single scene, right? So we go from here to here to here, and then we're gonna jump further and further. And the entire cartoon, which is again available on Newgrounds, you can this Marlene thing always causes my computer to lag. You can kind of move and put things however you want to. You have a lot of freedom. But I guess for a better example of how scenes are used elsewhere, I'm going to grab something from the Newgrounds Summerfest opening animation, which I think is a pretty good option. So here we go. The Newgrounds Summerfest Daikon. So this is actually where I did my storyboarding for the project. And this is also a great example of where Flash is very useful. So I had the audio for the Newgrounds Summerfest. Right, so we're going to play it back. And you're going to hear the music. And if we can look at the keyframing here, you can see every time a keyframe shows up, it changes on screen. This is how I storyboarded the entire Newgrounds Summerfest opening animatic before we actually did this thing. And so you guys are going to see like what it looked like behind the scenes. This is the original concept for everything. That epic cartoon that opened up the festival. But again, look at how these keyframes are indicating like major differences between shots. So that was like the entire storyboard for the Newgrounds Summer Festival, and I drafted it in Flash. So you can see like what I was talking about earlier, how when we were doing the smiley face example, you know, I used it for storyboarding. And so if we're gonna get more kind of in depth with how I did the zone tan part, since Kibby, you specifically asked for that, you guys will notice I have 14 scenes here, because I gave each unique part that I worked on or an example their own scene. So here's the salad fingers. Here's Zone and Gooseman. There are a lot of little pieces to this scene here. So first off, here's the entire scene together. So that's the entire shot of him talking to Zone. Inside of Gooseman and Zone, they are their own symbol. So here we've gone inside of the drawing, right, inside of the symbol, and here we have the Gooseman talking to Zone on its own layer. So here's Gooseman, and here's Zone on her layer, Zone Tan. And once again, we're going to play it back, the same thing. So this time, what's missing is the moving from like left to right across the screen. It's just the two of them talking to each other. Now, if we go even closer inside of Gooseman, we can see all of his little pieces. There are a lot of components to Gooseman here. And again, tweening, did a lot of tweening. So first up, we have his mouth. He has his own mouth layer. So this is all the different mouth positions that I wanted to give Gooseman. So when you're doing like actual lip syncing, what you want to do is you want to go, you know, shot by shot. Let's pretend he was actually saying something to Zone Tan here. I kind of improvised some phonemes, which are the mouth shapes, because I didn't have an actual script for him. So basically, he's saying, "Hey, I like you fapping, yeah." so when you go, here's keyframe 1. His mouth is his teeth are closed. Then here's keyframe number 2 on frame 3. We click on the mouth and we go to the frame picker and we choose which of these mouths we want to use. So in this case, I chose mouth 8. So I click on number 8, it gets set to number 8. Then I go to the next one and I want to change his shape again. I click on the mouth, I select which mouth I want from my different mouth examples, and I choose it. Now, why do I have so many mouths? Well, this is what his mouth looks like. These are all the different mouth shapes that Gooseman has. If you create different mouth shapes, this allows you to quickly cycle through them when you need to use them again later, rather than having to draw them over and over. So with Gooseman, we went through a bunch of different mouth shapes to give the impression of talking, and this is kind of subtle that I don't think people actually noticed, but he goes, "Zo," which was a little reference to the sexual lobster. Zo. So yeah, all these little pieces of the mouth are the intricacies of lip flap mouth movement animation. So once again, you want to select the one that corresponds with whatever sound is on screen. So if at this point, I would imagine the audio says Z, the Z sound. So we go inside of our frame picker here and we pick the mouth shape. There's number 7. Z. Then I just squished it a little bit, so it's the same shape, but I made it a little bit more narrow, so it could look like it's transitioning. Then we go to Zo. Here's the O sound. Then we go to him continuing the O sound. I made the mouth shape a little bit smaller to make it like he's saying Zo. And then he reopens his mouth. So that's how lip syncing is just one component, but there are just so many different pieces. But in any case, that's how you use lip syncing in Flash. You basically just do just as I did. You create a symbol that has all the different mouthpieces in it. And then you use that symbol in another scene, which is placing it here with Gooseman. So I put the mouth right there, and as you can see, I can move the mouth wherever I want. It's its own independent piece, which is also why it's important when you are finished to bundle them all together in one single symbol, so that when I move all of Gooseman, everything moves together. If I don't do that, then everything's going to move separately, and you can see how his face came off. So you want to basically nest things as often as possible so you can more easily move them around. So that's how we did Gooseman's mouth, right? So Zo, or whatever. Now here's his arm. His arm is on its own layer, a separate layer. So here's the arm layer. It doesn't move, but then At this point, I wanted him to point at zone tan. So this is where the first frame, and this is the last frame. I use a tween. He goes, point, right? And so if we were just seeing that one piece, it's just the arm here, it's just moving. So behind the scenes, that's what it looks like when his arm is moving. But when you put it in tandem with all the other pieces, it gives a sense of wholeness. All the pieces are moving in tandem. So the goal is to really try to make all of your pieces move together. And when you layer them creatively like this, you can make it look like it's all one big object, when in fact, all of those are separate pieces that you can move everywhere. Like a crash test dummy. Now, notice that at a certain point, he points his finger on the cup. How did I do that? Same thing as I did with the mouth movement. So here's his hand. Let's find his hand in the timeline. It's here. So on this frame, normally I just would go from point A to point B, but I wanted to change the shape of his hand. So first I did the tween animation, which we're just gonna clear this frame, or sorry, clear this keyframe. So if we just clear the keyframe, he goes from here to here instantly. But if you want to put something in between, now that we've got it animated for us, we can create a keyframe here. And then I can change it to something else. So here, I change it to frame number 2. And that allows me a little bit more control on what's going on there. Now, I do recognize a good deal of this is very, very confusing. But again, this is one of those things where the more you play around with the program, the more you can learn. So that's kind of behind the scenes of how I did Zone and Gooseman as far as the tweening goes. Now, if we look at Zone, hers is a bit different. I did not tween with Zone. Not much. Some of it's tweening, some of it's frame by frame. So Zone, I had her move her arm up to her mouth. So you'll notice the details of her body shape change. This is actually frame by frame animation. So here's her hand, and you can see it's a different shape a little bit between the different frames. When it moves in full speed, you don't really notice it as pronounced. And when we do it the way I did it, notice how I actually add a little bit of extra movement to her. I made her body wiggle a little bit to the right and then back to the left. So it gives a more vibrant sense of animation. So once again, it's about combining frame by frame with then tweens and then nesting everything together and using them as separate pieces into one greater overall piece. Now I'm going to jump over to another section of the Newgrounds Summerfest animation. Also, let me quickly just check on time because let's see. All right, intro to Flash. All right, so I've got another 30 minutes. Cool. Or another 20 minutes. Either way. Timekeeper, please let me know how I'm doing on time so I don't run over. So we're going to jump over to the Piconjo scene with Strawberry Clock now, because that has a very different kind of animation for it. So for this one, notice that there's only 4 frames. That's it. No, actually only 3 frames. There's only 3 frames. And that's all it does. It just wiggles a little bit. Well, if we play it over and over, it looks like it's shaking, right? And that's because the Piconjo symbol, where he's smashing Strawberry Clock into the sky, was created with just 3 frames of me moving it from position 1, position 2, and then position 3. And again, I nested it. So now here on the main timeline, it automatically plays them for me. So if I wanted to extend this, press F5 to add more frames. Now this is 40 frames. Same thing still happens because it's just playing the content of this symbol on loop. Again, how do we do that? We click on it, we go to Frame Picker, and we select Loop. So now we'll jump over to the Strawberry Clock jumping scene. If I can even find it. I've got so many scenes here. Oh, here's the Madness dancing one. Here we go. For Strawberry Clock. So we have our background, which was done by Mr. Joey Prosser. Very nice. Then we have Strawberry Clock here. Now with Strawberry Clock, there's a little bit of frame by frame and a little bit of tweening. You'll notice that the only tweens that appear have to do with the shadow. That's because I only really wanted to tween the shadow. I actually frame by framed the way he bounces, but you could do tweening if you wanted to. Basically, tweens are there to make your job easier, but if I wanted to tween the entire thing, I could add a classic tween there, and now it's a little bit more smooth. It added an extra frame of animation, and we could really do that with the whole thing. So we're going to set, here's without any tweens. Hop, hop, hop. Then we're going to do it with tweens. We're going to increase, it's going to have more frames in between. Hop, hop, hop. It's a little bit more smooth. You know, and maybe I should have done that in the actual video. I don't know. Maybe I should have done that. I didn't even think to do that. But anyway, that's how it works. So he's hopping in with the tweens. It makes it a little bit more smooth. Without the tweens, it's frame by frame, and it's got that little bit more of a jaggedness to it. And then of course Picanjo's sword, also a frame by frame deal. It was only going to be on screen for a couple seconds. Look at how Strawberry Clock changes. That's frame by frame. So there are lots of different ways that you can translate the same information using tweens or frame by frame. Any questions so far? Someone was asking about how to smooth lines and brushstrokes. So we're going to go back to our other. We're gonna go to a new document here. We're going to create for ourselves an object. So look at. Actually, I'll just do a little squiggly line here. This is the most simple process. You just click on your object that you want to smooth, right? So in this case, it's a brush stroke, our fill stroke. We click on it, and then we go over to the Properties tab. And then you have shape options, smoothen or straighten. Just click on smoothen. And bam, it does that. Now, obviously, that's not so pretty. That's a little bit too smooth. So if we zoom in, it's already fairly smooth, but maybe we don't like this little jagged part here. So we're going to highlight it, but you dragging across, it highlights a specific part of the fill. Then you can click smoothen, and it'll only do that section. So that lets you specifically smooth out the parts that you want to. Now there's another really cool thing you can do, which is because it's a vector, you can actually drag it and reshape it. So when you move up to like this vertex here, you see how under my mouse there's a little symbol. If I hold down the left click button, it actually lets me change the shape by dragging it around. Very, very useful. You can use this in all sorts of ways. It allows you to slightly change the shape of an object. It allows you to do cool animation things. Like if you want to have, well, I'll just open up another animation example to show you exactly how I use this with one of my most recent uploads, my Final Fantasy Origins Chaos posting. So in this cartoon,
All I know is that I'm going to kill Chaos.
all he knows is that he's going to kill Chaos, right? So the question was just asked, how do you import audio? You just take your MP3 file, if you have it on your machine, and you just drag it onto the stage, and it'll import it. Or you can go to File, Import, and then you can import to Stage or import to Library. If you choose Import to Library, it'll put it in your library, which is, again, up here next to the Properties tab, and it has a list of every little different symbol that you've made and then some. So, yeah, as I said, Chaos! Chaos! I'm here to kill Chaos. So here's just the one frame. If we go inside of him, I actually have two different keyframes for him because I wanted to do something called boiling animation. It gives it that wiggle appearance where when it moves, like Ed and Eddie does it, a lot of other cartoons do it. So it looks like it's kind of wiggling as he just stands there, even though he's not moving. His lines are moving, so it gives the illusion of some kind of movement or vibrance. So that's how that functions. And what I did was I then turned that into a symbol. So first I drew his face. Then I turned his face into a symbol. Then inside of that symbol, head 1, I created two frames. Then I created a new keyframe on frame 3 and 3 and 4. So 3 and 4, all I did was, here's his head. On frame 3, I highlighted everything. Then I went into Properties and I pressed the V key to switch to the selection tool, and that shows me my shape options. At which point, I can change the shape of his entire face. Now that's how I did that. And by clicking on the smooth tool, I went from this to this. It's a very subtle difference, but it gives the appearance of movement, and that's what I wanted for this cartoon. So that's a great way to get your smoother lines. Let's see, is there a way to get your lines to have, connect the brush tool lines? So strokes that are made of like little circles. So I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that, but I'll just go back to our chaos guy again. So as I pointed out before, his head is one shape. His mouth, just like I did with Gooseman, is a separate shape. His torso is a third shape, right? So all three of them are separate symbols together. On this frame, the dialogue starts. As we can see, the audio form starts up here. So I opened up his mouth starting from here. And on frame 1, in the frame picker, I left it as single frame. And I just left it on the closed mouth. On frame number, I think this is frame 8, now that he's going to start talking, I clicked on his mouth again, and in the frame picker, I select loop. And that means every time the frame moves forward, it continues. So his mouth is going to open and close.
All I know.
As soon as I get to this point, I want him to stop doing that. So I create a new keyframe again. Then I go to the frame picker and select single frame. And that's all I do. That's how I do lip syncing. I alternate back and forth between them. So it allows me to really do this. You know, it allows me to have this freedom to leave all of these objects right here. It's 3 separate pieces. They play together.
All I
know
know is that I'm going to kill
chaos, right? So that's the whole scene. Now, if let's say if I wanted to have his head and everything move across the screen, the best way to do that, as I mentioned before, I'm going to copy these frames. I'm going to make a new symbol. Uh-oh, I think it's crashing on me. Stay strong, my friends. All right. I'm going to create a new symbol by just doing a little doodle over here. I'm going to click on it, click F8. Symbol is going to be moving chaos. I'm going to double click on it to open that symbol. Then I'm going to paste those frames that I copied inside of the symbol. So now you can see all those frames from out here on the main timeline from his body are also in here. So if I wanted to, I could get rid of all these other ones and give this version of him its own separate layer to animate on, which is always the right choice. So you want to right click and hit distribute to layers. Now the moving chaos symbol has its very own layer to move on. Nothing else but that one. Nothing else is on this layer. It's exclusively for it. Now I'm going to hide the other layers that feature the rest of his body. And then I'm going to, having him start here, kill chaos. He's going to, I'm going to have him tween across the screen. So he's going to go from there to here by creating a new keyframe down there, moving him, and then going back to the original keyframe. Right click, create classic tween. It's going to move him across the screen. So now we're going to hear.
All I know is that I'm going to kill chaos.
And no, all I did was basically just move it around, right? That's all I had to do was move the object. But inside of that object, inside of that symbol, we have all of the animation data. So by using this tool, you'll be able to very easily, actually like do things that are much more complex. Now, Animate does have another function. It has a virtual camera. If you press the C button, it actually lets you move the camera around. And this is useful, but I don't use it because Swivel, the video exporter, does not work with the virtual camera. So you can use the virtual camera if you want. I don't personally do so. So, any specific questions? You were asking about the specifically connecting shapes or connect the brush tool lines. So, oh, wait a minute. Maybe this is a solution. So I don't know if this is going to directly apply to what you're asking, but let's say you have, the strokes, right? We were talking about making strokes earlier. So I'm drawing these strokes here. They're on their own little layer with the audio. Now, if I want to, let's say I wanted to fill in the space between them, you obviously have to close that space. So I'm going to use the line tool, which is N, and this is often what I'll do for coloring. I'll create a line, and then I will create another line on the other end. This closes the shape. And then if I want to fill it, I fill it, and then I delete the 2 lines that I created. So now, here we have the symbol, or the shape rather, with the strokes on the border, And that's how you do that. Flamey Fox, I do need a little bit more clarification because I'm still not quite sure, but I am going to show you guys some cool little things you can do with the brush and eraser tool that are kind of unique. So first and foremost, if you click on this golden part here, you'll see that it gets selected, right? So I'm going to go ahead and press the B button to open up my brush. Now let's say I want to change a part of this to be green, but you know, I don't want to change the whole thing. So while it's highlighted, you know, I'm going to change color. It's going to change the whole thing to green. I'm going to press Control Z, but now I still have my my green. So paint normal lets me paint on top of that. And now when I click on the green part, it's going to only highlight the green part. If I click on the yellow part, it's going to only highlight the yellow part. Now let's say I want to draw something that will only affect the green part. Well, if you press the B key again to open up brush mode, down here, there's a little option that lets you select how you want to paint. So maybe you only want to paint the stuff that you've selected. So you select paint selection. And now even if I do let me change colors. Even if I do all of this, it only affects the part that was actually selected. So that's a very useful way to, you know, limit what your strokes will actually influence. Now we have these weird looking colors. That's a little wacky. Maybe I just want to erase the fill, right? The color part that we've just drawn in and not the lines. The same thing can be done with the eraser tool. Up here, eraser mode. You can erase normally, which erases everything. You can erase fills, which only erase the fills but leave the strokes. You can erase the lines, which are the, you know, those strokes, and now only they got erased, but the actual fill remains the same. Or you can erase inside, which is pretty cool. As you just saw, it erases inside of the object, so it doesn't go outside of whatever you're clicking on. Pretty useful. All right, how do you morph something? So that's a shape tween. I don't use them very often, but you can do shape tweens in various different ways. We're going to make another layer here and give us an original shape tween. So shape tweening is where you have a shape, right? So let's go ahead and create, I don't know, let's just create a circle. I got to switch my brush mode, right? So remember to change your brush mode down here to normal. I'm going to create a circle. So this is my little circle. Now, I want to have it over here turn into a different shape. So I'm going to create a new keyframe. What layer did I put that on? Put it on the wrong layer. We're putting on layer 11. So here we go. On layer 11 is our circle. And then on frame number 51, we're going to do basically the onion skin tool so we can see like what was there. And we're just going to change it to like a square. And now, if I create the shape tween, right click, create shape tween, over time, it's going to transform from the circle into the square. Okay, so that's how that works. That's a shape tween. Shape tweens are kind of hit or miss. I don't use them very often because they're not consistent. But if it's a singular color object like this, it's not going to really matter, right? This is just a nifty little trick that you can use. But again, it's not do or die. So, you know, you make of it what you will. All right, so it looks like I've got about 5 more minutes left for this panel. We have a question about making... All right, can you have a line or something have an effect like multiply or glow? So your brush options that I've found in the past that are kind of neat, I mean, you're not going to get the same amazing things you can get in some of your other software, but something that is kind of cool is you can you can press F8 to convert it to a symbol. So now our little symbol has its own little shape. And then we're going to go to the Properties tab. You can do color effects. These are very rudimentary. So you can change like how transparent it is. So if you want to have something fade in or fade out, that's where you would use the alpha color effect. If you want to have something be brighter or darker, you can modify the color that way. And you can also adjust the tint if you wanted to. Again, these are really not commonly used in my experience. What I will often do is I will make my animation pieces in Flash, and then I will export them into another software like Adobe Premiere and edit the video there. But Flash is where I go to make my animations. So with that said, I think that pretty much summarizes a lot of the various things you can do in Flash. I know it was a lot of information at once, a hell of a lot of information at once, but that's also because Flash is so robust. You can do a lot of different things with it. One of my favorite things to keep in mind is we were just playing around with some different things, but we talked about how you can actually move the object, or the symbol rather, across the screen regardless of what's inside of it. So if he wasn't playing all of those frames, I would just do single frame and it would just be him with his mouth closed, nothing happens. But if I do it with the loop, that's where it plays all of the things inside of it. And if it reaches the end, it'll start over again. I'm going to open up one more cartoon to wrap things up. This was something that we made for Picanjo Day. And it's a little plug for the next panel coming up by Slimy Goo, who is doing a panel about making appealing characters. So what a perfect way to start than by showing you a little sample of what Slimy Goo can do with his drawing of Picanjo in our own original Picanjo confession. So this is the entire scene of the Picanjo confession, right? As you can see, it's only one layer. Everything is on a single layer. Like, what's the deal with that? And as you can see, there are 4,600. So we're going to go inside by double clicking on it. And inside is where the audio was hidden. So here we actually only have a handful of layers. We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers, plus the audio layer, which is where the music and everything are. Now we're going to jump ahead to the part where we look at Picanjo's hair. So Slimy actually made a couple of different assets for this project that we made use of. So here's Picanjo's hair inside of his actual hair symbol. As you can see, his hair is beautifully flowing in the wind. That's because I took all the different PNGs that Slimy sent me and put them into one symbol. Then I took that symbol, and if we look up here, we can see the hierarchy of your symbol. So here's scene 1. Then inside of that is the scene. Then inside of that is Picanjo. Then inside of Picanjo is the hair. And this is all the way up to the top. So here's our beautiful Picanjo. I'm going to now exit by either double clicking outside of the object or by clicking on Picanjo up here, which brings me back to all of the 3 pieces. So that was Picanjo's hair. Now let's look inside at Picanjo's eyes. Picanjo's eyes are set up to blink in regular intervals. So as you can see here, blink, blink, blink. And this is going to loop. So once again, blink, give it some time, blink, blink. And then when we get to the end of this, it loops back to the beginning so that he blinks again in the same interval. Blink, blink, blink. Finally, we have Picanjo's body. Picanjo's body does not move at all. So there's no actual symbol that I made for it, but there is a bulge. Anyway, so the behind the scenes of this sequence, right? So we've got all of Picanjo talking here.
I'm sorry it took so long for me to make another confession video. I know you've been waiting a very long time.
So as you can see, this is the entire scene outside of what you can see on the camera. But I'm going to jump ahead a little bit because I'm going to explain the last piece is how we actually made this work the way it does in the final video. So there's a point in time where Picanjo gets a heavenly light. Oh yeah, there's also the mouth. I forgot Picanjo's mouth. I actually animated the mouth. This is it. It's just it's like the original Picanjo videos. It's just open and close, very basic. That's another nested symbol. And then here we get to the light part. So, so here we go. We're gonna.
I'm unable to show it to you at this time. You'll have to use your imagination.
So the way this worked is this is the entire spotlight, and I created an object that had a symbol that has the the black background with God, I love making this. We made this in one night. So here's our background. As you can see, I selected it. It has the color black. So now it's totally solid, right? You can't see behind it. If you want to, you click on the object, then you open up your color selector, and up here it says alpha. You change that number. So I'm going to turn it down to 55, and now you can see transparency. So if you ever want to draw transparent brush strokes or slightly transparent brush strokes, you just change that there. If you want to do something like the white light, once again, same deal. It's a 55% opacity white light. That's why you can see Picanjo. But if we were to remove that opacity, it's just solid color. So in any case, that's how we did the Picanjo confession. The last piece you need to see is how we did the actual scene. So as you guys notice, this is our frame, right? This is all you have. So how did I make it so that it zooms out? I made a final nest, which is all the stuff you just saw inside of one symbol. Then I took that symbol and I did a simple classic tween where it starts here and it ends way back here. And so gradually, the tween does all the work. It slowly pans out so we can see Picanjo in all of his glory inside of Jerry Seinfeld's apartment. And right now in the preview, you can't actually see the movement, because when you have stuff nested, I'm glad I mentioned this because you guys probably would have been confused when you tried to do it. When you nest stuff like layer on top of layer of nesting, it won't display it when you preview it here. But if you press Control Enter, it'll export it as an SWF, which is what you need. The SWF is the key. That is where you're going to get your video. So it's exporting the movie right now. It'll take a second.
Hello, my friends. It is I, Picanjo. I'm sorry it took so long for me to make another confession video. I know you've been waiting a very long time. But finally, I'm here. You see, it's time for the resurrection of Picanjo. And I've been very busy with my internship at Pixar Animation Studios.
So as you guys can see here, this is all of those different things I just showed you in a single SWF. And admittedly, now that we're done, I realized maybe I should have used this Picanjo video from the start because it's the most simple of all of them.
I know how much everyone's looking forward to.
So sorry about going with the complicated then to the easy, but I guess, you know, that's why Picanjo loves you. Anyway, the most important thing to remember is you need to download Swivel. Swivel is a video SWF converter, which will let you turn SWFs into MP4s and other formats. You absolutely need that if you want to put your videos from animations in Flash to YouTube or something. Swivel, S-W-I-V-E-L. It was created by Mike here on Newgrounds. We talked a little bit about yesterday during the community panel. Look up Swivel. Without Swivel, I wouldn't be able to do most of the stuff that I do. Let me see if I can open it up.
To capture the ray tracing, you will instead have to settle for my flowing hair in the wind. Also,
SWF to video.
if I can confess another thing,
This
I don't really
is the
remember
key to
exactly
the
how
kingdom.
big my Pinot is,
Swivel
but I assure you,
is the way.
it's massive. Almost as
You
massive
need it. You'll love it.
love I have
It has
for
been
each and every
my
one.
godsend. Anyway, thank you so much for your attention and patience as we go a little bit over time. Stay tuned for Slimy Goo coming up after me. This has been Standpie with the intro to Flash panel. I hope you've enjoyed it. And I hope you continue to enjoy the Newgrounds Summerfest. That was a lot of material to take in, but hopefully, if you have any direct questions, feel free to ask me on Newgrounds or check in. Oh, even the tiers. I forgot to show you guys the tiers, but we don't have time for that. Let's go ahead and switch things over
We will rule the court.
and get things ready for my good man Slimy Goo. Love you long time. Catch you later. Also, I'm sorry it took so long to make this video. After finishing up my Pixar internship, I then had to work on
Did you know that in the colonial Americas, different colonialists used to trade with pirates in order to avoid the high prices of British goods? I just thought that was interesting.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Oh, hey there, boys, girls, amoebas, whatever you got going on in the crowd there. Welcome to Creating Appealing Characters with Slimy. It's me right there in the corner. You can see him. Yeah. So we're gonna learn all about, creating appealing characters, as the title would suggest. And we're gonna get into some dank art tips. We're gonna show you how to improve, how to get good, how to make some sexy anime bitches, whatever floats your boat, whatever sails your winds, or yeah, that's a term. Anyway, now then, let's move on here. First of all, who the hell am I? Well, I'm an artist on Newgrounds. I've been posting elsewhere as well for at least 6 years as well. But yeah, I'm an artist around here. Here's some of my stuff. You might have seen some of it, you might not have. This is just basically so you know who I am, whatever credentials I have or what you attribute to me at this point. But let's dive on in. So, I want you to take a look at these two drawings here. This is this is my drawing. They're both my drawings. This one is from 3 or 4 years ago, and this one is from a week ago. Now then, this is sort of going to be our framing device for our little adventure here. Our goal is going to be we're going to look at the aspects of art that relate most to character creation and how to apply them to achieve appeal, because appeal is extremely important. See, the reason that a lot of beginner art looks jank, like the one on the left, is because of said lack of appeal, which usually springs from prioritizing stylistic looks over important fundamentals. I know at least that's why my art over here looks like this. I still am, a giant Hirohiko Araki stan, and not to be confused with Stan, the Araki stan, who is also an Araki stan. But yes, I loved Araki. I still love Araki. I did not do a good job. I did not do a good job. Now, the reason that focusing on appeal is important is because it's like it's one of the first things that endears an audience. In fact, it's the main thing that endears an audience to your work. And you see, in most art, it is important, but in character art, it is extremely fucking important to have appealing artwork. So, and also, the goal of this panel is not, strictly speaking, to be a comprehensive guide to creating appeal. It's more of like a springboard for your own study. I want you to be able to leave this panel and continue with your own studies so that you can improve how your characters look. And hopefully you can improve without me so that I don't need to be in your DMs 24/7 being like, hey, how you doing? That boobah looks a little lopsided, you know what I mean? Yeah. So, let's take a look at some of the examples here. These are some of the examples that I have accrued of what I might feel to be appealing art, specifically through across various different kinds of art styles. So to give a dictionary definition for you for appeal, appeal is the aspect that endears the viewer to a given work. You know, it is what makes it's kind of what makes your audience go like, "Aw," it's like when you look at a puppy. People naturally find puppies appealing, just the same way people might find a drawing of a puppy appealing. It's kind of like that. And I've got a few examples. Here, if you could see my cursor here. And I wanted to make sure I had various different styles. Like, you got a Rocky at the top here, as I said before. He has a very interesting kind of appeal where he like goes for like the fashion magazine look, and he captures it really well. Like, they all look like supermodels in a way. Meanwhile, you have Brian Lee O'Malley's Scott Pilgrim down here, which sort of has like, the cutesy chibi style, but it's also still very spunky, very shonen, that type of deal. In the lower left, we have Norman Rockwell. Norman Rockwell might be the best artist in history when it comes to appeal. His storytelling and ability to capture a face is unparalleled. Like, just look at this broad down here. She is so done with everything, and you can just feel it. It is very visceral. You can, even though this is like taking place in like the 30s, you can still totally see this chick working retail, and you're like, goodness, now I feel tired. Now, I also want to make a specific delineation that appeal does not mean beauty or sexual attractiveness. That is a common misconception. And the best, or even like lack of ugliness. And the perfect example for this argument is Quasimodo over here. Quasimodo is probably, as far as conventional attractiveness goes, the least attractive human being in animation. He's got a hunch, his face is all mangled, but he's still very appealing. You still are endeared to him because of how he is designed. So that's kind of the idea I want you to have going forward. It's not about sexing it, it's about endearing and making the viewer, kind of go, yeah. Like the same way they would look at a dog, as I've said before. So what we're going to do is we're going to touch on some of the fundamentals of art that are most important for achieving this. And the first one we're going to go over is proportion, which is, how big everything is in relation to each other. And if you're based, you will recognize this image. Good old Andrew Loomis. Good old Andrew Loomis. Now, the reason I'm mentioning proportion specifically is how they're exaggerated, because doing it incorrectly can cost a lot of appeal. And I'm showing you these proportions first because the realistic proportions are the best baseline to go with. Usually the 8-head structure is the best for studying and learning how everything works. In this structure, because in this structure, there's like everything is well distributed, evenly actually, because the top of the head here, and the distance from the top of the head to the pubic bone is the same distance as the distance from the pubic bone to the leg. So you have an exact middle of the body that you can work from to size everything out. And as well as the width of the man here is about one head length to each side. It says 2 1/3 heads, but I've gotten pretty fine. I've gotten pretty far with just 2 heads, and it's easier to remember that way. And of course, females will have slimmer shoulders than that, maybe like 2/3 to half a head on females. That was one of the struggles I definitely had earlier on. I was always told that my females look like dudes because their shoulders were huge. And now we're going to talk about how proportion relates to exaggerated cartoon characters, because I know that's what everybody likes to draw the most here on Newgrounds, at least from what I've seen. And you really need to have goals and a proper idea in mind when you're exaggerating proportions. The one on the left is mine from a few years back, I'd say. It's bad. Like beyond the fact that the colors are muddy and the rendering is terrible. All of the all the proportions are exaggerated in very unappealing ways. Everything is kind of evenly made bigger, or not made big or small enough. And you compare that to on the right. This is one of Ken Sugimori's drawings, who is like the big artist behind Pokemon and whatnot. And if you look, there's a rhyme and a reason to how he exaggerates the characters. Like the head is bigger, therefore the body is a little smaller. The eyes are huge, therefore the nose and mouth are microscopic. Hair is big as well. That kind of comes in with the head. The hands are a little bigger too, so the arms are a little thin. He had a goal in mind when he exaggerated this drawing of Chris here, because and he knew that this way he'd be able to achieve appeal, because when you exaggerate properly, it can still look appealing, but if everything looks a little off, it looks less like a cartoon character and it looks more like a monstrosity. It looks like someone spent too much time at the elephant foot in Chernobyl, you know what I mean? So let's take a look at how this is applied to the drawing. Now, my proportion goal, as I'll call it, when I originally made this drawing on the left, coffee, was I wanted realistic proportions, because again, I was studying Iraqi, and Iraqi does realistic proportions most of the time. His head is way too big. His eyes are only kind of bigger, and his nose is ridiculous looking. His feet are really tiny for some reason. It's not even like there's perspective on it. It's like 1 point perspective, and he's coming forward at us. There is no reason for him to look like this. So what I did over here was I reworked the proportions. I made it more in line with what the realistic proportions would be for a young teenage man, boy, whatever the hell. And obviously it'll be different for you if you're using more stylized proportions. Mine were more realistic, so it's a little easier to find reference for it, but that's how I was able to correct that aspect of the drawing and make it more appealing as a result. All right, gesture. This one is simple. It is so important, though. So ridiculously important. It is, gesture. It's the thing that we move with. And it is what informs us as to how stuff is moving, what it's doing, how it's interacting with the world. It is incredibly important. And one of the biggest ways to kill it is in the early stages. Because when beginners are constructing their figures, I've noticed they tend to use like straight stick figures, like the one on the right. Now the problem with that, organic and living things are not structured that way. If you look at a human skeleton, the bones are not straight. They are curvy and they are lumpy. They are not straight like a servo on a robot or something. And this applies to plants. If you ever look at a tree, it is white you know, and it's got curves to it. It looks stiff, and it is more rigid is a better term. But there are curves and nooks to the branches. And obviously, like, the biggest reason for a lot of this is people were reading a lot of those, like, how to draw manga books. That's actually where the example on the right is from, like those books from the 2000s. And they just look terrible, just absolutely god-awful. Just look at how stiff she looks. And meanwhile, look on the left. This is from a gesture drawing book from Michael DiMattesi's Force series. And it is all curves. All of those are curves, and it communicates fluidity, it communicates force, it communicates movement, it communicates a lot of things. And professionals know this. Professionals know that stiffness, like the straight lines lead to stiffness. Just look at Henry Stickmin, a literal stick figure. Not a single straight line on this man. You will notice, if you look at Fancy Pants, he's drawn in a similar fashion. And going back to the drawing, it's a little harder to see at the moment, but you can see there is a lot of curves being put into the construction of this figure on the right. I definitely had not outgrown my stick figure tendencies by the time I had drawn this one on the left. This one on the right, there is not a single straight line. It is very fluid, very forceful, but also very well structured. Now then, we're going to talk about shape next. Shape is very important. It is essentially the Legos with which we build a drawing, because almost every little section of a drawing can be considered a shape. And there are appealing ways to make shapes, and there are unappealing ways to make shapes. If you take a look at the examples here, the appealing shapes tend to be very simple. They don't have too much going on in terms of sides or angles or anything like that. And also, most of the angles are obtuse. I can't really explain that one. It's just kind of one of those things that humans like. They like obtuse angles. Meanwhile, the ones on the left are very complicated and have a lot of acute angles, which is, it just kind of makes me uncomfortable to look at it. And of course, these appealing shapes can be translated into 3D forms, as you can see at the bottom. These things sort of go hand in hand with each other. Now, I bet you're wondering, well, what's a good way to get appealing shapes? Well, I'll tell you. See, humans like familiarity. So what you want to do is you want to look at real things, like with plants and whatnot. If you look at the shapes that you see in nature, those will more than likely be appealing because we've seen them before and we see them every day and we like looking at them. And to characters, this particularly relates to their anatomy. Yes. Studying anatomy is extremely important regardless of what art style you're using, as you can see. And this is the primary resource from where we can get not only the structure of our characters, but the shapes that make them up. Like, see on the right, we have Michael Kaluta here, a very realistic drawing. On the far left here, we have a drawing of Aquaman by Penn Ward, and in the middle we have the Nightmare Cops here. It's Johnny Utah's sort of blocky, cartoony style, all of which have their shapes based off of real human anatomy to some degree. Now, I don't want to leave you with just nothing in terms of that. This is probably the densest part of our talk here. So what I've done is I've taken the different parts of the human body and I've sort of lumped them into easy to digest and place shapes and forms for you. Now, this is not meant to be comprehensive. This is not meant to be your sole reference. This is something to get you started. And this is something to sort of help, make anatomy a little less frightening. Because it does look a little scary. There's a lot going on. So we're going to go over them really quick. We're going to start with the arm. Now, at the top, you sort of have the deltoid with its shoulder pad shape, and it sort of drapes over the shoulder and then connects right in here between these two. This is the bicep and this is the tricep, and I got the back view here. Notice how the tricep connects right into where the elbow is. And also notice the harmony between these two shapes, where the triceps apex is higher and the biceps apex is lower. Now the forearm here connects right on in, like that. It's a very complicated part of the body, and I doubt I've done it justice. But at the end of the day, you can sort of use like this I don't want to say conical. It's a very odd shape. It looks like it's a chicken leg, basically. It's a chicken leg on your arm. And sort of connect it like that, put a divot in where like the bicep connects in between the major masses. And you see up here where you have the parallels of how it connects to the torso. It's pretty much the same on either the front or the back, where in the front it connects to the chest and you got the trapezius, the shoulder muscle up here. And on the back you have the same thing, except it connects into the shoulder blade instead, which is a little smaller. And the hand is a damn hand. I don't know what else to tell you there. It's a whole fucking can of worms, bud. Now moving on over to the legs here. You can kind of see parallels between the legs and the arms. They're structured in very similar ways, where you have like sort of the main mass with like the largest mass on the top. Like for the shoulders, for the arms, it's the deltoid. And for the legs, it's the ass, the buttocks, to be clinical and professional. And then you have that main mass, and then it goes down to sort of like the upper mass, which has one bone in it. And then you go down to the second mass, which is like the chicken leg shape again, with the two bones in there, because I believe there's two bones down there, just like in the forearm. I might be mistaken. Study skeleton too, kids. But yeah, to break it further down into shapes. Now, unless you're making a really muscular character, this upper part will probably all just be one big shape. But for the sake of it, let's go over them. You have the sartorius here. This sort of like drapes over the thigh like a seat belt, and it separates the thigh into two sections here. This is what I've dubbed the abductor in Friends, because there are so many muscles in here, but they basically all go in the same direction. It's basically just the part of the thigh that connects up to the crotch and the perineum, the taint, as you will. And then down here you have like the big boy muscles of the thigh. You have the quads. And of course, connecting between the quads and these muscles right here, you have the tensor. The big old tensor that like runs up the side of your leg and connects right into the hip bone. Well, not the hip bone, like the ball of the femur, which is like right up by the hip bone. You have these on the back, which are like the triceps of the thigh. They're called one of them is called the bicep femoris, and the other is called the semitendinosus. You'll be forgiven for forgetting that. And you can see how the abductors come down in here on the other side, and you see a bit of the sartorius coming in at the knee. And then, of course, you have the glutes up here. And it changed my life. It really is amazing how Bern Hogarth visualized the glutes. It's basically like a butterfly on your ass. That is the best way to draw butts. Just make it a butterfly like that. Like it's kind of got like the top wing and the bottom wing. And then, of course, you have the back, which is you got the divot where the knee is, and you have the chicken leg shape, and then that goes down to the ankle and then the foot. Yeah. But there's the leg. Looks scary at first, not that bad. Torso. Torso's not that bad either. So, and I got a female one over here too, because there are differences in the female torso. Who would have guessed? So let's start at the neck muscles here. You got like this middle part which is like where all your pipes are. That like goes right. It's got the hyoid bone in there and goes right into this sort of divot that's created by probably two of the most important landmarks on the torso, which is the collarbone or the clavicle, these sort of bike handles that are on your torso. This place helps you place a lot of stuff. Like how the mastoid muscles connect down from the back of the jaw down to the beginning of the clavicle. And on the sides here you have the trapezius, which are like your main like a big mass of the shoulders. And they're sort of just like triangles on the front. And on the back, they like it's much bigger than it looks. It goes further down the spine, about right here, and it meets up with the shoulder blades, which has these muscles on them, the infraspinatus and friends here, which is sort of like the back version of the pectorals. And speaking of the pectorals, we have the pectorals. If you're familiar with if you're familiar with Jeff's bitching on Twitter about man titties, you've seen these before. They're just big old pads on the front. They end just about where the cavity in the rib cage begins. Somewhat about there. It's a pretty good landmark to go through. Now on women, the pectorals are kind of pulled up like this, and coming out from underneath them are like the fat sacs that are the boobs, the booba. They sort of come out like teardrops like that. And the pectoral connects up to the deltoid, which connects to the arms. Yeah, you see? And it connects to the infraspinatus back here as well. Moving down, we have our abdomen. The abdomen is pretty easy. You have this main six-pack, which runs from the sternum, from the sternum-ish, down to where the belly button is. That's where your six-pack is. And then you have this last strip, which goes all the way down to the pubic bone. It's the same on chicks, too. And making up the rest of the mass, you have this. This is the obliques. These are the obliques. And on males, they kind of droop on top of the top of the iliac crest, which is like the big part of the hip bone. They kind of drape over on dudes, especially if they're defined and they work out a lot. On women, it's less. On women that don't bodybuild, at least, it's pretty hard to tell. And on women with more body fat, it's almost impossible to tell where they end and the hips begin. Up here, you have the serratus muscles. They're like the Bruce Lee wings. I didn't illustrate them very well on the woman here, but it's in the same spot. And it connects back in here to this big muscle in the back. This is the big old back muscle. This is how easy it is to draw backs. It's just one big muscle called the latissimus dorsi, or the lats. They're big, and they're there, and you can see the sort of the top of the hip bone here, where the glutes connect. That's where the obliques will sit on top towards the back. And that's kind of how a torso is built. Now we're going to take a look at the skull. Now, obviously, this is going to be less stylized on certain or more stylized on certain characters, as you can see. But they're mostly, the major points to keep in mind are this part here. This is called the glabella, or the keystone shape. This is going to help you place a lot of features if you can nail down its position, because the brow connects to it, the eye sockets connect to it, and the bridge of the nose connects to it. And up here you have the forehead and the temple. The cheekbones go into the nose, the bridge of the nose, which connects to the glabella again. And then from there you can work your way down to the upper teeth and then the jaw. And of course you got the cranium back here. The cranium is very important. I even kind of messed it up here. It should be more back here, really. But this is a face that I drew on top of the skull. Remember, use reference whenever you can, of course. Some of the most important landmarks to keep in mind are the cheekbones and the brow and the chin. like even you can see on our good old pal boyfriend here, you can see that cheekbone is very prominent. And the chin is kind of pointed out as well too, as well as the sort of the hook of the jaw, or like sort of the back of the jaw, which always hooks into that earlobe, as you can see on the more realistic depiction here. So here's what we have so far. I got a little time lapse here. And you can see the gesture here that we've worked in, lots of curves. And you can see I am sort of combining a couple steps here, and I'm laying on my forms here. And you can see I am informing them with the human anatomy. You can see I am referencing sort of how the shape of the rib cage in the torso, the flow of the arm. I ended up moving some stuff there. You know, our chicken bone shapes for the forearms and calves. Everything, all of my shapes are informed by the anatomy we just went over. You can see me throwing in backgrounds. And you can see in the face there, I made sure to locate where the brow is, the cheekbones, and the chin, because that'll help me place everything else. Now we're going to touch briefly on some other principles, such as line work. As you can see, the line work on the one on the left is way too complicated. It is very bumpy. It's very unconfident. And it tends to, when your line art is too complicated, it tends to age your character. And when it doesn't do that, it just kind of looks bad. So what you want to do is keep your line art simple. And this coincides with keeping your shape simple. It says it right there, stick to straight S and C curves for your lines. And it'll make everything look amazing. Now, granted, you can see I cheated with the foliage there, but, you know, it's foliage. There's a lot of different shapes going on. I even painted over it eventually. And also staying consistent with how you use them. There are many ways to use lines to denote form and tone. The most important way is consistency. Like if you're going to put thicker lines in the shadows, you got to do that for everything. And maybe make the lines thinner in the light. Or vice versa. The most important thing is that it's consistent. And I also want to touch on color. Color is hard because it is extremely subjective. And there's a lot you can, in fact, get away with. The biggest part that contributes to unappealing color is muddiness. A lot of it comes from just shading with pure black. As you can see, I laid that out pretty plainly. I used to do this. A lot of beginners tend to do this. You can see on the left, I kind of did it. I did not saturate my shadows nearly enough. Working with traditional media definitely helps with learning how color works, because you have to physically mix everything. But essentially, there is that. Also, working off of the environment your character's in and keeping in mind light sources. Like the one on the right, the finished one, is a very simple light scheme where they're just outside during the day. It's a very common light scheme for illustrators, and it's pretty easy to memorize. It's a warm light, warm yellow light, with sort of like dark blue shadows, because the sky is blue, but the light source is sort of a yellowy, orangish, white thing. But that's more of informing your color choices. A lot, like I said, a lot of color stuff is subjective. It really is more about just making sure nothing looks too muddy and gross. Now then, that covers basically all in terms of like the things you need to improve and make your drawings more appealing. Let me actually start the time lapse, goodness. This time lapse on the right has everything going, so you can see sort of everything come together into one drawing. And of course, I said I wanted this to be a springboard for you to study and improve. So I've got a list of resources over here. I'm going to go over each of them really fast. First, we have Figure Drawing for All It's Worth by Andrew Loomis. I know it's a meme, It's a big meme to just tell somebody to study Loomis in the art community. But I'll tell you what, it's good. It's not necessarily for everything, mind you. His resources are best for proportions, and he does know a few neat tricks with perspective. But for anything else, you're gonna need some other stuff. The Force series by Michael D. Matesi, absolutely god tier books for gesture drawing. If you read those books and your characters still come out stiff, you probably didn't pay attention. He has two books, one about gesture drawing and one about anatomy specifically, and he approaches all of it through the concept of forces propelling living things, and he always approaches it from that standpoint. He approaches it with the life that is flowing through the figure, which is very important if you're drawing living beings. Now, Dynamic Anatomy by Bern Hogarth. I am a bit of a Bern Hogarth stan. There's usually a war between the people who like Hogarth and the people who like Bridgman. I'm recommending both because I feel like they're both important. Bern Hogarth's anatomy it approaches things from a more gestural and fluid standpoint. He was a cartoonist back in the day. He did a lot of the old Tarzan comics. And his gesture, and as such, he has a lot of experience with sequential art and doing different gestures. So from a gestural standpoint, his anatomy reference is great. Constructive Anatomy by George Bridgman. Bridgman is really good for figuring out how everything fits together. He approaches anatomy in a way that's almost like building blocks. All of his forms are very angular, and it is very clear how they all fit into each other, and it's very pleasing to look at and pleasing to study. A very good reference for anatomy, but again, I recommend both him and Hogarth. For your line art, Pen and Ink Drawing, A Simple Guide by Alfonso Dunn is great. He teaches all kinds of different ways to use lines and line art, not just to convey contour, but also tone. And this can be translated into useful knowledge no matter what kind of line art you're doing. Another good resource for lines is Mastering Drawing the Human Figure from Life, Memory, and Imagination by Jack Ferragasso. Has a great section in that book about lines and how to use them, and consistency, which I said is important. And finally, I have Marco Bucci's YouTube channel. It's just so good, guys. His 10 Minutes to Better Painting stuff is absolutely brilliant. You can learn so many things, especially about color theory, composite, so much stuff. Just go there. I believe his Discord server was like one of the first online communities I've actually ever interacted with. And I had a great time there. This is actually our last slide, so now I can actually open it up to questions. And we got about 25 minutes, so we can cover a lot of stuff. We can do a lot of stuff. So I'm looking at the panel questions chat now, and whoever wants to throw me some questions about anything, we got lots of time. I actually managed to get through this PowerPoint at a decent clip. Several people are typing. Jesus Christ. Probably the most annoying question, but what brush do you use? Damn it, Nelly. I use brushes I found on the CSP resource place. They're just watercolor brushes. I only got them because I like watercolor in real life. I like how it looks. I like emulating traditional stuff. Brushes are the most subjective and like bell and whistly part of drawing, especially digitally. Just find what you like using. Hard round brush is a bit of a meme, but it's useful. Am I going to post the muscles ref? I'll put it in a Newgrounds news post after this is done. How am I today? I'm fine. What motivates me? I don't know. I think that's one of a lot of things, really. I think just all the people that make cool shit. Like, I like being able to go on Newgrounds, see, like, that's what I think Newgrounds is really good for. You go on, you go to the front page, you see everyone doing all this really cool stuff, and you're like, I want to do that, and then you get to work. Based on your beliefs, which Newgrounds characters would you say are designed the best or designed the worst? I don't know. It's hard to say because not everyone, like, a lot of people are better than other things. I guess OG Pico, like Pico School Pico looks pretty bad. Just because the arms are so stiff. And he just has not great expressions. Mind Chamber did a great job with him. And so did Ninja Muffin and Evil Skater too. Not to diss Tom, but it is what it is. The software I use is Clip Studio Paint. It's not expensive. It's one-time buy. Just get it, guys. It's good shit. What part of the body do I find the most challenging? The forearm sucks. And of course, hands. Hands are a bitch because they're like the complexity of the human body in terms of gesture, just compressed all into one little place. You're gonna have to forgive me if I miss some of these. There's a lot of these. But yeah, that also the forearm, just because there's so many muscles and they all go to the same place and they're like the same size and it's ridiculous and I just groped them. Oh, hold on here. All right. Where the hell was I? I lost my place. What do you paint, fill to draw in different colors before putting in the good ones? You don't have to do that, but that's something I do. It's a process called flatting. A lot of comic book artists do that. Basically, it's just a way to separate different sections of the drawing, and then you can fill it in with. It's a good way to. Yeah, you can fill it in with whatever color you want, but it's also a good way to separate everything, so you can like not affect certain sections. And the reason people use like disgusting clown colors to do it is so that they don't have to think about their color scheme while they do it. I like that especially because I like being able to leave that to a different step. Oh, part of the body is favorite program. Clothes. Look at pictures of clothes. Look at reference. Just remember that clothes are mostly straight. They only really fold at places that they pinch at. So like where the shoulder, like if someone's bending their shoulder, they're bending over their clothes, or at the joint of the knee, there are really only folds in those places. How do you go about finding good poses and pose ideas? Just I don't know, stock reference, pictures, go outside, look at people, that type of deal. Do you use like the shape theory when drawing? Like circle is for friendly OCs, the square is for the strong. I don't think it's so much a matter of shapes as it is a matter of angles. Like it's really is a matter of angles. Like if you want your characters to look more intense, maybe more masculine, use a lot of, hard edges and angles. If you want them to look softer and cuter, just use more rounded shapes and whatnot. It really is more of a matter of angles, I feel. How would you know that you have exaggerated too much on a character? It can be hard to tell because when you're an artist, you kind of get lost in your drawing. That's why flipping the canvas is pretty important. Other than that, hit up some of your artist pals and ask them, hey, does this look fucked up? That's a pretty good way to do it too. It's tricky because a lot of this stuff, when it relates to art, is very esoteric and hard to pin down. Asking for help is almost always a good idea. Any animations or movies that inspire your style? Like I said, I love Hirohiko Araki and JoJo. I like Scott Pilgrim too, Brian Lee O'Malley's art. It's very simple, but it's also very expressive and appealing. It's very cute and stylish, but it's also very pragmatic because it's so easy to draw. Also, yeah, stuff like that. I also like a lot of the Golden Age illustrators like J.C. Leyendecker and Norman Rockwell. J.C. Leyendecker especially. If you want to learn good shape design, just study Rockwell drawing. No, not Rockwell. Leyendecker drawings. Like, I will say Rockwell's storytelling is better, but Leyendecker has the best shapes on the planet. And Rockwell knew this. He was a apprentice of Leyendecker. And I believe he actually stopped doing Saturday Evening Post covers because he didn't want to do more of them than Leyendecker had done, out of respect for his teacher. Pretty based. When I design characters, I usually design them with a mentality of being able to animate them or for a child to draw them easily. Do you think that's a good way to approach characters? Absolutely. Having the use of a character and what medium it's going to be represented in and what you want to do with it is incredibly important for character design. The important part is that you make it look appealing, which is where all the other aspects fall in. This isn't a question, but if CSP is still on sale, you grab that shit. Do I name my layers? Not really. I just don't care that much. Will I animate more? I have no idea. I don't know that frickin' that Picanjo cartoon was quite a bit of excitement though. But that was like 3 frames. The heavy lifting was done by Stan for that one. What is the biggest challenge for you about capturing the clusterfuck known as the human body in 3D form? Just that a lot of the forms are complicated, which is why I advocate for simplifying them a lot. The Vilpoo, Vilpoo, who is also a bit of a meme, did a really good job at this. Where he would just take a gesture line and he would like cross it with curves in the direction of the form. And it looked very, very good. So my advice would just be to make it as simple as you can. Alright, and then let's see, Phasmagore has given me a character design to critique here. I think the gesture is a bit stiff. Like maybe strike a bit of sort of an imbalance between the shoulders and the hips. Give it that contrapposto a bit. Give yourself a bit more. I would study anatomy a bit more as well. There's not enough hard edges as well. I feel like the colors look a little muddy. I didn't bring this up explicitly in the PowerPoint, but hard edges are important, especially if you're using a direct sun, like sort of a direct light. Other than that, it seems to be looking pretty good so far. I say keep at it, keep plucking away, keep working at it, and you can arrive at something pretty special. When do you decide to not take someone's criticism? I don't know. You just kind of size up people and decide whether or not they know what they're talking about. This is why studying is important, because you can't always trust every Joe Schmo. Like, I'm surrounded by a lot of talented people on Newgrounds, so I'm lucky to have that. But just if you're taking gesture advice from Christian Weston Chandler, then I don't know. I believe I already touched on Kibby's question about shape language, but again, I feel like it's more about angles. Opinions on how to draw manga books, they were a fucking plague. They look hilariously terrible. I always come back to that video of Chris O'Neill and a ding dong in a Michael's Crafts store just shitting on it. It's hilarious. Neurosi uses circles a lot and triangles as a secondary. Again, angles. Like, my advice would be not to pigeonhole yourself with just circles and triangles. Get a little amorphous. Just as long as the shape is simple, it doesn't have to be an isosceles a squared plus b squared equals c squared triangle. Right, Maya Cookie's character as well. I like this quite a bit. It's definitely not stiff. I do think his right thigh is a little thin. Maybe bring that in a little. Other than that, the proportions are pretty good. Maybe I would study hands a bit. It's looking pretty nice. Again, if you want me to look at your characters, you can put them in. We still have like 10 minutes or so. So I can like run through these. Nikolai looks pretty good. You seem to have a pretty good knowledge of anatomy and proportion, obviously going for a semi-realistic anime look. Again, I would put more hard edges in terms of the lighting. The everything is way too soft and it just looks a little muddy, especially on the skin. Maybe push the colors a bit more too. It's Myro. The design on the coat is way too busy and complicated. There are too many shapes, too many lines. Also, it does look a little flat. Gesture could use some work as well. You're welcome, Neko. But I do think you have a good concept here. Just do some studying, pluck away at it some more. I just want you all to keep in mind this stuff takes time, by the way. Like, if you really want to, you can hunt down my I've been posting art online for like 6 years. It doesn't look like it. I only started posting my artwork on Newgrounds recently. I've been consuming the content for a long time, of course, but I never really posted here. If you want, you can hunt down my old DeviantArt and you can see all my old shitty stuff. How do you develop and feel good in your style? Style is a byproduct of improving and getting your fundamentals down. Don't worry about it, it'll come. And do you have principles or rules you always stick to by designing and drawing? I mean, it's not really, it's not rules, it's just tools, like, oh, rule of thirds. I say rule again. Composition, big, medium, small for designing, color theory, stuff like that. Oh, we got 10 minutes, so I'm done with the OCs. Thank you, Spook. Do you have any tips on finishing pieces faster? If you improve, you just get faster naturally. That's just kind of how it is. Do timed gesture drawing sessions, and you will just get faster. That is it just happens. Oh, and I've lost my place again. All right. Yeah, just thank you for posting that, Anime MILF. Make fun of the straight lines. I am a masochist. Haha, you have straight lines. Make them less straight. Make them gay. Haha. Are you happy? Your record boy is pretty good. The feet's a little tiny. Yeah, it's just stuff that could be solved from studying anatomy more. And, well, yeah, just that. I like the slime bear. I like this a lot. The shapes are pretty on point too. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'll look at your penis drawings later. I'm sorry. Oh my god, there are so many. I didn't scroll this far down. Ah! Yeah, Pikachu. Your characters could use a little bit more three-dimensionality. If that's not what you're going for, maybe add a few more like light shapes. If you're going for like sort of a flat South Parkish look. What art supplies do I use for traditional art? Watercolors, pencils. Those are my favorites. Okay, I can't look over the OCs anymore. We don't have too much more time. There's so many messages. We got like 5, like 8 or so minutes left. Baldo, your shit's good. I've talked. Micro Behan, that's a good. I like it. Bingo waiters could use more hard edges. Trying to graduate from drawing stump legs. You'll get there. Oh, I've caught up now. I guess I can go back up and I skipped Bonum. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're getting on a good path. I like how I like your proportions a bit. You have in making the nose and in making the eyes and mouth big, you have subtracted the nose entirely. The best I can tell you is just study anatomy more and get your forms. Grind. This is all stuff you're gonna have to grind and whatnot, because art is like a muscle. You gotta train it. Does Newgrounds Oruru? Hi. Watashi wa Newgrounds ga daisuki desu. Orc, that is lovely. Nice ass. Everyone look at Orcs. Orcs is good. Was your question skipped, Q? I'm sorry. Let me see if I can find it. Do you occasionally do pieces that are outside your comfort zone? I don't as much as I should. You should do it all the time. Because that's how you evolve and get good. You sound like my friend when he tries to speak Japanese. Are you talking to Stan or me? Okay. A question. What do you do when you have art block? I don't know. Just open up a blank canvas and scribble until something happens. That's something that helps. Yes, anatomy does give a lot of power to drawing, Baldo. Do line tangents annoy you? It depends on where they're used. I think they're great. I think they can be used pretty well. They're a very appealing thing to look at. Sort of places like where like the limbs exit the sleeve is always a very appealing spot. All right, we got 5 minutes left. Yeah, I think I got it. I scroll back up. How tired am I? Very. God damn it. I graduated from art school, yes, but it wasn't a great art school. You can learn a lot from being self-taught. Heavy metal magazine. Yeah, what Orc did. Yeah, it is very heavy metal. Heavy metal's based. How old am I? 24. Favorite colors to shade with? I like purple. I also like a lot of blues, like ultramarine and cerulean blue. And also burnt umber if I want warm shadows. Right, I think I'm caught up. What is your favorite thing about NGSF Newgrounds Summerfest so far? It's just a lot of good people, a lot of talented, passionate people all in one place doing their thing. And I'll be excited to meet more of them. It is Newgrounds doing what Newgrounds does. Art school sucked for you. Hey, me too. New art school is best for making friends, and Newgrounds is better at that. Favorite pizza toppings? I'm allergic to dairy. I don't eat pizza. Speaking of lines, one of the hardest things about transitioning into digital art is being able to draw straight lines. It feels harder to draw lines on a tablet than a piece of paper. Just cheat. Use line tool. Use line stabilizers. Just cheat. Nobody cares. Favorite thing to draw or that you draw without noticing when bored? Characters, human characters, and Pokemon. Remember, tools not rules. you know, if you're making a commission for somebody, nobody cares that you use the fucking line tool. Especially in CSP, because you can set the kind of brush style that you get. Drew this after saying to keep straight lines out of the drawing. I didn't mean to eliminate straight lines entirely. I meant straight lines during the gesture process. You're getting the idea, but in the final contours, you can have straight lines. If anything, they're important. Like you'll notice even in this, I have sort of a straight line on this pant here. Fuck straight lines, gay lines only, yes. How many commissions do you get? I don't have them open. I don't even know. Hardest animal to draw. Um. Uh. Pangolin. I don't know, dude. Alright. Drawing tablet, screen, or no screen. It doesn't matter. I use one without a screen. Alright. I think that's all of them in terms of questions. If anyone has any, like, burning questions, you can, like, DM me, I guess. Anyway, thanks for coming, everybody. I can't wait to see you all improve, and I'll see you on the portal. This has been a good time. Thanks for coming, and enjoy the rest of Newgrounds Summerfest. We're going to throw it on over to Cubestone and Oolong Earl Grey. Thank y'all for coming.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Coming up next is the Character Design Wars panel. If you'd like to participate, there will be many opportunities to do so. Be sure to get your drawing tablets, papers, pens, whatever you need, and be on standby as we work through these character design wars. Coming up next at the Newgrounds Summerfest.
everybody.
Hey, we're starting.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Newgrounds Summer Festival. I am CubeSona.
And I'm Oolong Earl Grey.
And we have our MC, our part 3 of this ensemble, Zinzanix.
Hello, hi. I'm just here to be a commentator. I'm gonna be the referee. I'm gonna make sure no dirty punches, no sneaks, no tricks. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm here to keep things calm.
Yeah, keeping everything above the belt. Yeah, honestly, Zin, you're the most important part of this. This show would not go on without you. We need you.
What's that mean? No, you guys.
It means we fucking love you, dude. You are cool. You're buff. You're handsome. We love everything about you, man.
Yes, I'll give you $20. Jeez, Cube, you can borrow my money, man.
I need to go get lunch. Anyway, we are going to be doing character design wars. That is what our panel is going to be called, and we've done this before on the Newgrounds podcast. Yeah, what we did the last time we did this on the Newgrounds podcast was me and Oolong each designed a quote-unquote leader of a faction, of a hypothetical like faction or a group or a team. And what we're going to do is we are going to show you guys, our leaders that we designed, talk a little bit about the process, talk a little bit about the character, and you guys will be able to design characters for one of our teams. You can choose to design a character for either my team or Oolong's team. And at the end of this and at the end of this stream, which is going to be in about 2 hours, I really gave us a big time slot, but in about 2 hours, at the end of the stream, whichever team has more character designs, has more finished characters, that's going to be the winner. There's no prizes. It's all just for fun, but it's cool to see, which team wins. And the theme that we decided on this time, is gonna be pretty fun. It's gonna be I think it's gonna be interesting. But before we show our characters, and also while you guys are drawing character designs, we are also going to be drawing character designs. I ran this idea by Oolong, and I suggested that maybe, while you guys are drawing your team members, me and Oolong, maybe we should draw like normal team members for the opposite person's team, because we'd all be doing the same prompt and it might be fun.
Yeah.
So I think, I don't know how fast we're going to be. We might be pretty fast. I've got some stuff to show you guys. It's going to be great. I've been very busy. I've learned that I can draw pretty fast. But yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing. Zin is going to be keeping an eye on the chat. So if there are any questions, please put them in panel questions in the Newgrounds server. And, Zin will run it by us. Make sure to ping him so that he's notified. He knows that you're asking a question that you want me or Oolong or Zin to answer. I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions for Zin because, after all, Zin is the Adonis. I've heard many people call him that. It's quite honestly, it's a bit of a moniker. The Adonis of Newgrounds, yeah.
Yeah, and the Juggalo of Newgrounds as well.
Juggalo of Newgrounds, yes.
He's the clown prince of Newgrounds.
Prince of Newgrounds, yeah.
Yeah, there's all sorts of names that we call Zin behind his back, but we don't need to get into all of them.
Yeah, it's a long list.
They all make me blush either way. I like it.
Yeah, either way, whether or not they're flattering or offensive. But let's get right into it. How about we start with Oolong?
Oh,
and Oolong, you can present, what our team themes are. You can talk about everything.
All right. So I guess to start off, our themes are leaders of factions from I think it was ancient civilizations, right? And one is based on the sea, the sea, water, funny things. Others based on the sky. And
Sea Kingdom versus Sky Kingdom. That was our official prompt. And you know what? I probably should have made like a text banner like I did here, but I didn't think of that. So oh well. I'll remember that for next time. But yeah, we are Sky Kingdom versus Sea Kingdom. And Oolong, why don't you reveal which kingdom you are a part of?
all right, are you guys ready to see the king of the Sky Tribe? You guys ready? Prepared? Because
I think they're eating pizza and drinking orange juice.
all right, here he is. Here's the king. Oh, look at this guy. Now, I think off the bat,
not what you showed me.
Oh, it's not. Yeah, something's a little different here. Now, I want you to remember the shapes and the colors here, because you know, the king of the Sky Tribe, he looks a little different. It's a little different because I have not only drawn one design, but I've drawn two. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Oh my
3,
god.
2, 1, bam!
Now that's what I was shown.
The king of a Sky Tribe. Yeah. Yeah.
This is awesome. Wait, did he upgrade into that? Is that what happens? Or they're two different things?
Now this is part of what I wanted to bring up, because
God.
a lot of the times in character designs, somebody brought up Pokemon. That's exactly what I was gonna segue into. Because one of the common practices when they go into designing Pokemon is they create the final evolution first, and then they use everything they've created there to make the pre-evolution.
Yeah. Is that really what they do?
Yeah, they did that with the original starters, I remember.
You know what? That's probably the way to do it, because it's probably easier to shrink something down than to beef it up.
Precisely. So, this design is primarily based off of something from mythology, because when you're making a design based on mythology, you have a lot of interpretations and things to study from. So I based it off of the mythical creature, the sky and sun god is it Quetzalcoatl? Yeah. We're going with that.
Just say whatever the fuck you want, dude. I don't think anybody knows how to
No.
pronounce that.
Someone said it before Oolong said it. Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, something like that.
Quetzalcoatl.
Look at the chat. I'll repost it.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, and Quetzalcoatl is a very powerful, violent sort of fella. And you're noticing the colors, the main colors here, the green, the yellow, and the red, and I put that in there in quite a bit. But I also added the brown. The brown is to give things a bit more, I guess, in a way, sort of give it more grounding, because just making it straight red, yellow, and green, that can be a little overpowering for the senses.
Nicely done. Oh my god, what a upgrade.
But there's more. There's quite a bit more.
What?
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. You didn't show me this. Wait a minute.
No,
what do you mean there's more?
So, no, I'm going in with the things I went to for the inspiration for this design.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, like, what the hell, Oolong? I thought we were bros. I thought we were homies. You kept so much away from me.
Now, there's a specific reason why I made this creature primarily brown to start, like for the body, and that's because because of a rattlesnake. Yeah. You're seeing the rattlesnake in there, but what's on the end of the tail? What is that? That's some sort of strange thing, ain't it?
That's a little fella.
Yeah, yeah, it's a little fella, and that is something else also because like I wanted that end of the tail to be very striking because it is something made to strike with great efficiency.
Yes, it's a murder weapon.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate anti-horny machine right here. It's a this is like a war club they used back in those days, and the stones on the ends are supposed to be obsidian, sharpened obsidian, which in some cases is sharper than metal.
Yeah, obsidian is not something you want to mess with.
It was made to cut off limbs, decapitate, just destroy. So that's just just to increase the just the ferocity of this sort of look.
My God, that's brilliant. Are you sure they didn't just paddle people with that thing? Come on, man.
I'm pretty sure somebody's been slapped just with that. But definitely when I went about creating this design, I started with one idea and then others sort of combined into this. Just a lot of things went. I just want to see, how can I bring this, how can I keep this going? How can I keep this, inspiration momentum going? That's sort of my mantra when I'm making designs. And actually, at the very end, the hardest part was actually picking the colors, and our boy Cube Soda here, he helped me out in the end. Thought of the brown, and that was a very good choice.
I was the one that told him about the brown and the colors and all that. Speaking of colors, I want you to bring this up because it is important to the culture that the Quetzalcoatl comes from. Is your choice to include like turquoise in the color scheme?
Oh yes, because in a lot of turquoise is a very, just in general, it's a good combination that goes with the red and the yellow. It sort of has a contrast thing going on here. Actually, let's open this up a little bit. Let's do something here.
Well, not only that, but turquoise is considered like a sacred magical stone in old South American culture. And that's why in that paddle that you showed, that's why the skulls, the pattern on the club, yeah, it had turquoise for the eyes because turquoise is considered an extremely important material.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I'm not a historian. I'm not a walking encyclopedia, so I can't give you all the Mexican lore on turquoise. But just know it's important. And
Yeah.
That's why he used it.
Yeah, because a very important part of character design in general is study, seeing what looking up your things you can use for reference. Maybe you'll find something interesting that gives you an idea you want to continue on with. You want to bring up in the design.
Because knowledge is inspiration, and the more you know, the more you can pull from your imagination and use it in a character design.
Yeah. So, I think we've hit the biggest beats on this design. Now then, are you ready to turn it over? Are you ready?
Oh boy! All right. Everybody, look at my stream because I have a lot to show you. Because I'm gonna be completely transparent. I actually I don't know. I think actually a big problem with me and my character designs is I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm getting older, but I don't really have as much I don't know, creative inspiration. I don't really have a well of imagination like I used to. But here's the thing, there is a few things you can do to counteract that, and here is one of the things that you can do. You can just fill a whole page full of crap.
Yeah.
This is we'll go into more detail because there's a lot. You can this is a 5,000 by 5,000 canvas. There's a
Whoa!
lot to go over.
Whoa!
Yeah, it's a huge canvas, but I will show you guys before I go into that huge sea of nothing. Because I did the Ocean Kingdom. And so if that's the king of the sky, I did the queen of the sea.
Oh, man.
It is.
She would eat the hell out of anything, bro.
Yeah, so this is my queen of the sea. This is what I decided to do for the Ocean Kingdom, the Sea Kingdom, and I put a lot of thought into this design. It might not, it might be not. I'm just gonna go ahead and say I think Oolong did a fantastic job. I definitely struggled with this design, but I put some thought into it, and I'll go a little bit into what I was thinking. And basically, I knew that Oolong was gonna do something like majestic. Like he told me that he was going to do, like a sky dragon. He told me he was gonna do Quetzalcoatl, the flying, the flying snake. And I'm like, ooh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So what I tried to do is to sort of counter that majestic approach. I wanted to go with a bit more of like an abomination. Like I wanted to go with just a horrific, just look at this thing. And by the way, in my head, I picture her to be just massive. Like she's huge. She's like the size of a building, just this towering monster looking down at you.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I wanted to do is I wanted to think, okay, how can I make her look like royal without going too far into like a crown motif? Because when you think of like a queen or a king, the first thing that comes to your mind is a crown. You're thinking about like, oh yeah, they got a big crown, and sure, she's got a crown here, she's got a crown here, and I'll go into the crown because there's actually a lot of thought that went into this crown's design. I keep almost saying clown because I keep thinking about Zim
Somebody
being a
point
juggalo.
some out. Somebody point some out. The
What they
tentacles
point
are
out?
like her throne.
Somebody already called it.
Oh man,
That's good. That's some extra points right there.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
if we were giving out points, I'd give it to you because that's definitely what I wanted to do with this design. Is I wanted to focus less on the motif of a crown or a scepter or a long cape, and I wanted her to look like a throne. I wanted her to look like she's just sitting on herself, that she's just a huge massive just creature, that she can't sit on just a chair, so she's just sitting on herself. So I gave her that big like shell on her back that sort of creates the frame of a throne. Her big tentacles are like armrests. I gave her fins that look like, like the sleeves of a king or a queen just draping over, you know and that's what I wanted to do. I thought that would be maybe a unique approach to go about getting across that this is a royal character. Instead of focusing on, the more traditional stuff, I'm like, no, you know what? I want her to look like a throne. I want her to look like a big chair. And like, look at her. She's fucking huge. She's huge and scary and beautiful and attractive and everything. Anyway, let's go on. Let's go on to this to the crown though, because this crown definitely I put a lot of thought into it. So what I always try to do with character designs is I try to think of three broad ideas, three broad concepts that I can choose to communicate visually into a character. And my three concepts were fish monster, and that's pretty clear. She's got a big fish face, she's got fins, she's got tentacles, she looks like an ocean monster. A check. I think I succeeded at that. And second is, queen or royalty. And so I did that by making her look like a big throne. And also I gave her this crown. And this crown's design is a little specific. because the third idea is control. And
Oh.
I didn't want her necessarily to be the controlling one. Because the backstory that I sort of, and that's something that helps me with character design, is like, even if it's just a little bit, like a couple sentences, I want to come up with just a brief backstory so that I can try to communicate that even just a little bit in the design. The backstory that I came up with is that she's this big, massive, like deep sea creature, but she wasn't always this way. You know, she used to be smaller and she used to be, dare I say, beautiful, as if she's not already, but you know, she used to be, you know, smaller, more gentle, but then she found her way into the deep abyss of the ocean. And what she saw there was something that she could only describe as a god, as some sort of deity. But it wasn't bright and shining like the sun god of the sky. No, it was dark and mysterious and obscuring, and the darkness was so powerful in that abyss that her eyes atrophied just from how powerful of a shadow it was. So now she's blind and she sees it as a curse, but also a blessing because she's the only one who has seen such a divine, wonderful creature. And now she's basically being controlled by that abyss, you know, by that thing that was in the abyss. And now she's sort of doing its bidding. And one of the ways that I tried to show that is by having her, you know, be big and blubbery. You know, she can't really move. She's just being used. She's not very active. She doesn't have a lot of muscles, so she's just being used. And her lack of movement just makes her this big blubbery whale mess. And also the helmet. You'll see in my scrapped drafts that I kind of leaned into this direction a bit more, but the helmet, I wanted it to look like a handle because
Ah.
tools have handles. So I tried to make this crown look like you could sort of grab it here, like there's the grooves for fingers here, and almost like she's a tool. She's being used by this creature that she saw. And not only did I make the crown look like that, but also and I wish I could remember the specific crustacean, but funny enough, my girlfriend was showing me pictures of like brine shrimp and sea monkeys because I told her, I was like, I don't actually know what sea monkeys look like. I just, you know, I watch cartoons, that's all I know. And she was showing me pictures of sea monkeys and crustaceans and stuff. And I saw you know, this one crustacean that had a really interesting body shape. And I incorporated that crustacean, that really really small, you know, little crustacean's body shape into this crown. So, you know, if you like turn it around, if you rotate it, you know, you can see it almost looks like a little shrimp, a little brine shrimp, you know, like a little character. So you can thank my girlfriend for giving me the inspiration there. It was actually really helpful because I think it is cool because there's one third thing that goes into this crown design. And it's a bit simpler, but I wanted to go with a vaguely Indian or Hindu look with this design because I have no idea how true this is. I just read this somewhere on like some mythology blog, but I read a while ago that the Kraken didn't actually originate from Greek mythology. I read, and let me just say, I don't know if this is real. This is just something I read, and I decided to roll with it. So if this turns out to be wrong, I'm sorry, you know. But I thought it was a cool direction because I read that the Kraken originated from Hindu mythology and not Greek mythology, and I was like, oh, that's a cool idea. I can do something with that. So I kind of tried to give her like a Shiva like crown or something, you know, Vishnu or something, you know, something vaguely Indian, vaguely Hindu.
I can see it now. I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also to go along with the idea of her being a queen, I wanted to emphasize some of the, you know, some of the feminine features, you know, some of the motherly, fertile, feminine features of, you know, a queen. So I gave her the big, you know, gave her big pink like lipstick, you know, lipstick lips, you know, huge dominating part of the design, you know, curves, all sorts of stuff. And I gave her these eggs that are just latched onto her big like abdomen, you know, these eggs, these creepy like slimy eggs to show that she's like a mother, she's a queen, she's the brood mother of the ocean. And
I'm taking notes.
I was gonna say everyone better be taking notes. This is genius. Every aspect has so much thought put into it.
I mean that's what I think is really important about character design. Like, sure, you can sometimes struck gold by just drawing what comes to mind. You can sometimes accidentally come up with something amazing looking, but most of the time when you're trying to do character design, you want to put this kind of thought into it. You want to think about because the thing is, this is a big secret about character design. The more thought you put into like the themes and the symbolism and the ideas that you want to communicate, the easier your job will actually become, because you have things to work off. Like, you're not just going to be told, okay, go design an ocean monster, bye, and you're just like, okay, cool, do I have anything okay, just ocean monster. All right, well, I guess I'll try. But with something like this, it's like, okay, royalty, fish monster, just from that alone, I got ideas. And that's what I think is important about character design. If you want to make your life easier and make something that, you can get people, like, if people look at your character design and they notice this stuff on their own, they're going to feel good. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, I see what he did there. Like that guy in the comments who immediately was like, oh, she looks like a big throne. Boom. That guy's smart. That guy's smart.
Wait. Are they smart or are you smart? Because you were able to convey that in such a straightforward manner.
Oh, you know what?
Yes.
We're both smart.
Yeah.
We're both smart. We're both cool. We both work out together. We go to the gym. We drink protein shakes. We're both, the ladies love us. We are freaking cool, dude. And as far as my final design goes, I think that's about all I have to say. Without going into things like color and shape design, because I care a lot about shapes in my character designs. So actually, you know what? I'll get into a little bit about the shapes, and then that'll be it with this design. But basically, with this design, I chose circles as the dominating shape of this design. Like, most of the shapes that you see in this queen here are circular. Even like the tips of her tentacles, they're very circular. And all the points that you see, like on her fins and such, and like around the crown, they're points because it's like the circle is the edge of the silhouette.
Oh, you sly dog.
So I'm not really using I'm using triangles here and there. Like, these are just spikes, these are just triangles. But for most of the points that you see here, they were made by, using a circle as I guess a contour. So I'm sticking to my shape design. And you can see that also around the lips. Like, a lot of them are still very circular over here. Like here, here, here. And so most of my designs, what I try to do when I pick shapes to sort of construct the whole design around, I pick at most 2 shapes. Because I mean, if you're just using your basic 3 shapes, squares, triangles, circles, and you're not going to use anything other than that, not going into the advanced shapes, those are just baby shapes. Or the advanced shapes are like teardrops, hourglasses, beans. The bean is the most advanced of all shapes, let me tell you. That's a high level. That is a high level bean right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're just thinking about triangles, squares, and circles, I try to use 2 shapes in a single character design, because if you use all 3, it's too easy to like lose focus. I feel like if you choose 2 and maybe maybe a third one, if like there's no other shape that'll work here, sure, whatever. But overall, you want 2 main shapes, because that'll give you a direction, it'll give you a feeling, it'll give you a focus. And focus, like I said before, makes your job as a character designer way easier, because when you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. When you're thinking, okay, I'm going to use circles because in my head, a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, circles are friendly. They're cute. Circles are supportive." To me, I'm like, I think that's a little restrictive because I think circles can also be creepy or just weird. You know, they
Yeah.
can be uncomfortable, you know? Like all the circles, look at how big and blubbery and round and these creepy, uncomfortable like eggs here, the big, you know, the blank white eyes, which by the way, with the colors, I made the skin around her head darker so that her lips and her eyes would poke out more. So like if you're in the darkness, if you're swimming underwater and you don't see a thing, the first thing you see is those bright lips and the blank atrophied eyes, and you're just like, oh no, you know? Because I definitely think that, you know, the concepts behind shapes should be broadened a little bit because there's a lot of potential that you're missing. You know, so I that's why I chose circles because I wanted her to look uncomfortable. I wanted her to look weird, you know. I wanted her to look just strange, you know. And there we go. Now I think that's all I have to say about this design. Unfortunately, I don't have a name for this character. I think I had a few ideas, but I can't remember what any of them were.
Yeah, but the fact that we have a king of the sky and a queen of the sea, that's
Yeah.
that's all you need.
You know what? In fact, we should post these in one of the chats so that, you know, the other viewers can begin designing their characters and have references to work off.
Yeah, so there's something you can study off of both of our attempts here.
Yeah, Violator is a great example of that because Violator is this big, round, blubbery weirdo, and it just looking at him makes you feel uncomfortable. That's a really good example.
Oh God, like where I could go, I could go on about Spawn right now, but we're in this design mode here.
Yeah,
So
we don't want to get too sidetracked. But yeah, in panel general chat, I'm going to link the final design for my Sea Queen and Oolong if you want to follow suit.
Yeah, here you go. Here you go.
So there you go, everybody. Choose between, do you want to follow the Queen of the Sea or the King of the Sky? At the end of this stream, whichever kingdom has more subjects, that will be the winner.
Yep, and well, each side is going to have one because we have some work to do, don't we?
Yeah, I'm gonna design a member of the Sky Kingdom, and Oolong is going to design a member of the Sea Kingdom. I have no ideas.
Oh,
so this is gonna be fun.
I've been doing a little preparation while you were talking. So.
Oh, you cheater! You cheater!
No, my brain was just going, man, and I had to look up references. I just had to go.
Okay.
Oolong with the head start. Wait, I got a good question though. If people want to draw for both teams, can they do that?
Yeah.
You know what? No, I'm gonna say that. Listen. Not that I want to take away any fun, but I think that sort of defeats the spirit of this little game. You know, like if you're playing for both sides, then you know whichever one wins, you're not really gonna feel any achievement there. You know, you're not gonna be like, oh, my kingdom won. You're just gonna be like, oh, well, I was on both sides, so I guess I'd be good either way.
Oh,
so
that is a good point.
Is fair. That is fair.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna stop you if you want to design for both sides. Go, you know. If that's what you want to have fun with, go for it. You know, I'm not going to stop you, but I would recommend that, you know, you pick a side because I think at the end of the day it'll be more fun. You know, that's kind of what the game is supposed to be all about.
That and we only have 2 hours and
we only have 2 hours.
2 hours can either be 2 hours is in the grand scope of things not too much time at all.
True, actually. What did we do? Like 2.5 hours last time you did this character design challenge?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are designing for one side. I think you can make. What about if someone draws like 3 characters for one side? Will only one count?
3 characters for that's actually I don't know. That's actually a good question. I'm not sure about that one. Because what would you know what? Off the top of my head, I want to allow that because first of all, that's not easy.
Yeah, that's pretty hard.
Like if you're gonna draw 3 things in 2 hours, that's pretty damn good. You know, so you know, it's not like you're having an unfair advantage. Like drawings are still being made, so off the top of my head, I want to allow that. Because I don't think that would be too unfair, but I don't know.
Like
What do you guys
one's
think?
really fast, and they make a drawing every 20 minutes, and then by the end of it, one side gets 6 characters from one person. Like, is that still fair?
I mean, the dude still put in the work.
So, all right, then we're allowing it. Then.
If you are insane enough to draw 6 pictures in 2 hours, you know,
if you're insane enough to do that, then I want what you're smoking because I want to be able to do that. Holy crap!
All right, now.
Good luck, everybody.
Now, I've got the basics going, so I'll explain what I'm doing when I've got more done. But I've already got something interesting going that you know, going by the lore you've put in for the Queen of the Sea, there's something I want to do in particular with this design. It's gonna be a crustacean. That's all I'm starting with.
I like that. I like I think when it comes to ocean designs, I think crustaceans are kind of underused because whenever I've done designs for Poseidon, Greek god of the sea before, and every time I do, I try to give him armor that looks like crustacean carapace because I think that's just a cool way to sort of set him apart. It's got this big crab shell or something. It's got a big crab claw, and it's this bright orange that contrasts with you know the blue of the ocean. That's something I like to do with ocean designs, which I mean I didn't do that here, but what I like to do with ocean designs is have orange be the dominant color because it just pops out, you know, it's just this big contrast.
Gotta figure out what the hell I'm doing for the legs.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting a bit of a silly idea here. We're gonna roll with it, see where it gets us.
I'm drawing. Yeah, everyone go ahead and start. Choose your
Yeah,
side.
we're all
Draw your
starting.
character. We have about 2 hours. Well, no, we got about an hour and a half, don't we? What time does this end?
Yeah, this is going
7.
to end in an hour and a half. We spent about a half hour just talking about our designs, which I mean that's part of the show.
Yeah,
You
oh,
know?
absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of presentation in that. Definitely inspiring. You should see the comments. People are going nuts over it. Like even on
Really?
YouTube. Yeah. On YouTube they're like, "This is so sweet. Oh my god, look at this character design."
Oh, don't make me cry. Oh, you're gonna make me tear up.
Yeah, we're having fun. We're having fun. That's all we can ask for.
But yeah, later on, you know, you know what? I've already got a bit of a sketch. I've already got a draft for this guy, because I kind of have a cool idea. I think I have an idea that I kind of want to roll with. But for now, I think I want to take a bit of a departure from this sketch and just show you guys a little bit of what else I did, because I did like 3 other like lined and colored designs that I scrapped. Like I did so much work for this because I wasn't happy with any of my results. And the one that like this design I actually did like 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 an hour before this show. So this was a last minute design because I was like, okay, I don't like any of the stuff that I did. I got to do something that's kind of interesting. And you know what? I like this one. I like this one enough. You know, I think it's pretty good. But over here, I did so much more. Oh, I did 4 other lined and colored things. Like this was another attempt at the same direction. I tried to lean a bit more into the Hindu direction, but at the end of the day, I didn't really like it. I wasn't really feeling it. This was another attempt at it. I tried to like take another go at that same base sketch, and I was like, this one's even worse. I'm really not feeling this one. But you can see that I had the crown be more handle-like. I had it be longer. I tried to lean a bit more into that handle uh direction. But unfortunately, I feel like just like around here, there was just too much negative space, you know. It was just an awkward silhouette, and I was like, I'll try again. And then I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe I should just take the easy way out and draw a babe. So I drew and this one's like shaded. This one's fully colored, it's shaded, and I don't think this is bad, but it's kind of generic, you know? It's there's nothing really special about it. Just you look at it and it's like, oh yeah, there's a deep sea fish queen. That's about it, you know? It doesn't really stand out too much.
It's a good point.
And
Your bigger one feels powerful. Like you feel the power behind the Sea Queen, the bigger version. The smaller one, you don't get any sense of like this person's in charge, you know?
yeah, and that's definitely something I wanted. I wanted like here's an example of like a little person. Like I want her to be
Oh
huge,
my
dude. I want
god.
her to be fucking huge. Just like, what are you doing in my council? You know, this huge, scary fish woman. And I do not think this is a horrible design. In fact, you know what? This could potentially be used for a couple projects, but I just wasn't happy with it. I wanted to do something a little more unique. I wanted to do something that was a little more special. And and this was my first go actually. Like this one that was fully like shaded and colored and everything. This was not my first go at this direction. At first I tried to do this, and honestly, like I don't know. She looks more like an alien, you know? She looks more like she's from
Yeah.
outer space.
We
Uh,
got we got a few questions real quick though. Just so they can clarify, so they can start drawing.
oh yeah,
Queen
go
Boo,
ahead. Go ahead.
Queen Boo asks, so we're creating characters based off the characters sent here, right? Like little minions of what's shown.
Basically, you like we showed you guys, you know, the leaders of this kingdom, you know, just draw a member, create a character that would serve this character or be in their kingdom, be their right hand man, be their scribe, be the court mage or whatever. Honestly, it's loose. Like do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Honestly, as long as we can tell that they're from an ancient kingdom, that they're either associated with the sky or the sea, that's good. As long as we can tell that they're from an ancient kingdom and they're from either the sky or the sea, that's it. Those are the two main ideas. That's it. Communicate those ideas in your character design, and you're good. You played the game.
Yeah. Okay. So, I think I got the pose now because I got the basics for the design out of the way. Now it's time to it's time to kick it up.
I'm just gonna zoom in a little more on these ideas because I had a few ideas. Like this was when I got the idea for the lips the lips, and I just I love that. I love those lips too much. I love those big like I don't know, it's like an aunt, you know? It's like an aunt at a Christmas dinner. She shows up and she's caked up in makeup. She's trying to impress somebody. And she's just like, "Oh, hello, it's been so long." And she's just got these big lipsticks. She's just creepy looking, and it's like, ugh, go away. I want some pot pie. Ugh.
Yeah, definitely gotta go for the pot pie.
Oh yeah, here I almost went with the idea of making her look like a manta ray, like she like a bit like a manta ray with like tentacles on top, and gave her a bit of a head that looks like that. Here's another. It might be a bit harder to tell, but this was supposed to be another manta ray look, because I entertained the idea at one point of like she's got this big manta ray stingray body that just looks like a cloak, you know, just swimming over the sea. You look up and it's just this giant sheet of just evil, you know, this sheet of darkness. And it's a cool idea, but at the end of the day, I decided against it.
Okay, where do we put the finished works? I guess.
I think just the panel chat. I think that would be good.
Yeah.
Maybe we should post them all at once. That way, like none
At
of them get left
once.
behind, and then just like tag either CubeZone or Oolong for
Yeah.
whose team you did, so they
Ooh,
can
that's a good
count
idea.
it.
So that
That's
it's-
it.
hey guys, this is why we wanted Zin. This is why I asked for Zin to be here, because he is beautiful and wonderful and shining and precious. Look at him.
Oh my God.
So yeah, everybody do that. Post your designs at the end. We'll all do it at once. And when you post your designs, ping either me or Oolong, like depending on whose team you're following, so that me and Oolong can count points. And it's not just Zin being like, oh man, you know, like I'm gonna make it as easy as possible. That's a really good idea. But I actually showed Zin this whole sheet before I did any final designs, because I kind of wanted Zin's opinion on what he thought looked cool. And Zin, this was his favorite. He wanted the one with the big tits.
I said sex appeal, and then like a secondary monster to them. So like something, and what you came up with was this really powerful sea queen, right? And what I thought you were gonna lead into was that the elegant thinner framed one would be controlling the bigger one. You know what I mean? You get that sense of power and that sense of like
That's a good
controlling
idea.
a kingdom. That's what I thought
Oh.
you were gonna do. Also, I want to say with that design with the throne one, the crown does look like a scepter, like you said, like being controlled. So I figured that's exactly what you were going for. But still, I mean, your design turned out phenomenal. Look at all these rough drafts, man.
Yeah, dude, there's a lot. I should probably post them at the end of the stream so that everyone can just look at this huge sheet that I made, because it's a 5,000 by 5,000 canvas. Like, look at how huge this is. I did a lot of work for this. This is how much I love Newgrounds. Okay, I didn't want to just spit something out and call it a day. You know, I could have just drawn this and been like, all right, I'm done, good enough. But no, man. I was like, nah, dude. Newgrounds, I gotta put some work into it. So I spent like 12 hours doing this. But all right, let's go back to the bird, because I've got a bit of an idea. Oolong, you want to talk out loud about our ideas, or do you want to surprise each other?
I kind of want to surprise you, because there is a theme I'm going with now that I think you'll appreciate.
All right, well, I'm gonna be real. I don't think I'm gonna be doing anything that big brained, so I think I'm just gonna talk about my design, because like I'm not doing anything genius like Oolong.
Okay, I'll describe mine after you.
There's a question for Cube too that's kind of like leads into this. Early question from KB Supreme says, "Hey Cube, love your stuff. The way you stylize and design your characters is absolutely incredible and very inspirational. What were major inspirations for you then and now in how you draw?"
Oh man, that is you know what? That is a good question, because I definitely do have inspirations. I think I want to say my favorite artist of all time is an artist called Baptiste Gobert, and he goes on Twitter. He goes by Gobi, so Gobi Baptiste Gobert, and he is a French artist. And warning, if you're gonna look him up, you know, I guess we're all 18, so it's okay. But if you're gonna look him up, he's French and he's not afraid to draw nudity. So you're gonna be seeing a lot of tits and wieners and butts and organs. You're gonna see, you know, you're gonna see all that tantalizing stuff. So just be prepared. But his creativity, his very, I don't know, just European approach to character design, and just having all these characters, like they have this specific attitude. It's really inspiring to me, and I have more than a few characters that are directly inspired by the works of Gobi Baptiste Gobert. I really like his work a lot. He is one of my biggest inspirations, and another big inspiration that I'm sure a lot of people maybe could have already gleamed from my work is Gendy Tartakovsky, the creator of Dexter's Laboratory, Samurai Jack, Symbionic Titan, more recently Primal, which is a really, really cool show. And I believe he's doing something else. I believe he's working on a Netflix series now that looks interesting. I'm looking forward to that. But he, when I was a kid, like the shows that he worked on, Samurai Jack, Powerpuff Girls. He did some of the art in Powerpuff Girls for some episodes. Uh, Dexter's Lab. I loved his strong use of shapes. Even as a kid, I recognized that he knew how to use a limited amount of shapes to push an action or communicate emotion or just have a character feel a certain way. And even when I was a kid, I used to draw pictures and I would think like, okay, I want this character to look like he could be in Dexter. Even when I was a little kid, when I was in elementary school, his work still inspired me so much.
Hell yeah.
And there are a lot of other like non-big artists, like Twitter artists and DeviantArt and stuff that I could bring up, but I think I'll just end this with one artist that I do recommend because she is not only a huge inspiration but also a friend. I've been speaking with her for a few months, and she's a very fun, very nice, very friendly individual. So her name is Kelpie, and she goes by That's Kidding on Twitter. I know I'm gonna have to spell that, so I'll do that in a bit. But she is she has a very, very lively art style, and recently she's been a big inspiration to me because like the way that she stylizes anatomy is how I wish I could do it. Like I'm honestly getting a little scared with my art that maybe my art is like too flat. And the thing is like it's weird because like I was going for that for a while. Like I was going for that. I wanted my art to look flat because I wanted to look like graphics. I wasn't trying to make paintings or anything. So I wanted to go for a flat style, but now it's like I don't know. I see Kelpie. I see that skidding, and her art is she's got such heavy shape design and it's like it's not flat at all. It all feels so lively, and it's like, oh, it's making me rethink. Like it made me think like what I thought I wanted to do with my art was I wanted to have my art be kind of flat looking so that I could put more emphasis on the shapes. But here she is, putting a whole lot of emphasis on her shape designs, and her art does not feel flat at all. It's really inspiring. It's making me rethink my whole approach to art. I really, really love her art a lot. So let me actually go on Twitter right quick and just find her.
Q. Remember
Hey, man.
remember the block party?
I remember the block party,
I
yeah.
remember when I asked you, I was like, when you think about your drawings, do you think in a 3D at all? I remember your response like very clearly. You're like, no, I think it's flat as possible. And it's weird to see you
Yeah, I
trying
mean,
to change and grow like your art.
That's
Well,
that's what we're here for.
I think I think that's important. I don't think you should ever try to be rigid. And if you see something that moves you and it makes you question your art, embrace it. It might take you in a direction. It's because Kelsey is making me think that oh, maybe I want to try something else. And by the way, think about this. Trying a different direction. That doesn't mean it has to be. Oh, that's just how my art is now. You can just have multiple styles. You can just
Yeah,
that's just another tool in your repertoire. So I can still do the flat shit, but now I'm trying to be a little bit more energetic. You can actually see that in the Sea Queen. I tried to use less straight lines and I tried to have her be like more curvy and round. Like you can see like here I tried to have it be like round and more lively than just flat. Like, you know what? like over here, that's kind of why I didn't like this design, because I felt her anatomy like was too flat. Like I felt like it was too stick-like almost, and that made her feel like an alien to me. So that's why I scrapped that design.
I mean, comparatively, you can see it very, like, almost profoundly, easily in the two different feelings you get from it. Like the big old round shapes, you feel more 3D with it, whereas like that really pointy kind of shapes on that more thinner version, she does feel flatter, and it's weird how that's like noticeable now.
You know what? It's actually that's actually a good point, because you know, not everything works for every situation, because I think the more 3D effect worked on this design because it made her feel more massive, you know, the bigger close-ups and the smaller far aways, you know, it makes her feel like she's just you know, like you're just this little ant looking at this big just monstrosity just you know, gurgling and spitting out bubbles.
Oolong, someone says your bug thing looks freaking epic.
Ah, thank you. So, I guess I'll go into a little detail about what I'm going for here. This is going to be a crab, right? And this crab is also going to be a knight. And
I swear for a second I thought you were gonna say he was gonna be Jamaican.
And he's just gonna be Jamaican.
Listen,
Under the sea.
Listen, me and Oolong, we hang out too much. I know his sense of humor. I know the jokes he makes. That's just what I thought he was gonna do.
But what is one of the most important things about knights? They have an oath, right?
Oh.
And this crab, his oath is that of sacrifice.
Oh no.
So, do you want to know why this crab has this oath of sacrifice?
Of
course. Don't sacrifice yourself for this queen. Look at her. Is she worth it?
This creature, this crab, was a fiddler crab.
Oh, a
But
fiddler on the roof.
He ripped off his own claws, like the tips of his own, and turned them into a double-bladed saber, and using the stump of the claw as a shield.
Oolong, you're a mad scientist. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Awesome. Oh man, can I take a look at that?
All right, you can take a look.
Oh man, I need to see the. Oh, and you're giving him like these long fucking like Mr. Crab eyes.
Yeah.
You know what he looks like? He looks like he could be like if there was Hollow Knight 3 and
That's
it was
what
gonna
I
be
was
like
thinking.
I fucking love that, dude.
It looks exactly like it's Hollow Knight inspired, bro. It looks so good. Like the shape.
You should send this to Team Cherry. You should send them and be like, hey, you might wanna take a look at this. Might be a good idea, you know. I'll accept my check, you know, in the mail.
I mean, if they ever have like a character design contest, because I feel like
Oh my god, I would jump at that.
Yeah, we haven't really jumped into like any like design contests as guests, like as participants ourselves.
Yeah.
But so yeah, I'd be on the lookout for something.
I mean, I guess we're kind of participating here.
Well, I guess
we're drawing members of the other person's team.
Yeah, that is true. I suppose that's true.
So Oolong, you're gonna make me look like a fool. You're gonna make me look like a complete dork because my guy does not nearly have as much thought put into it as yours. But I was just trying to think like what would be an interesting weapon for this guy to use. You know, what would be an interesting weapon that would be kind of neat paired with a bird-like character? Because I was like, I don't know. I like birds. I think I'm suddenly like. I'm into like anthropomorphic birds. I think they look cool, you know, like Cyber Peacock and that one guy from Mischief Makers. I forget his name. I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, the knight-looking guy.
And Alien Soldier, Epsilon.
Epsilon. He goes so. Oh god, ladies.
Yeah, I really like those bird-like characters. Oh, Falco.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make a bird character, and I was like, all right, how what would be an interesting weapon for this bird character to have? And like, what do you never see a bird character like use? Because usually they're using like, I don't know, spears or something, because I guess people think it makes sense for a flying character, and sure, maybe it does. But I was like, you know what? Katars. Wing katars.
Oh, that's nice. That's
So
good.
like, so I'm giving him like sickle-like katars at the end of his wings, and I'm just imagining this guy like swinging around like a vortex, and it's just a swirling tornado of blades.
Okay, yeah, these guys are gonna have to fight. I hope you know that. They're
And,
going in the streets. They're gonna throw hands.
Ooh, you know what? That's a good theme for the next character design war we do. Bloods versus Crips.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Did this come up in the first one?
It sure did, but dude, it's a good idea. It's
Guys,
gotta stay. It's a good
we gotta
idea.
design a Crip or Blood. Get ready. No.
Okay, let the record show this is a joke. Don't draw fan art for the Bloods or the Crips. Don't do that. Don't create Crip zonas. Don't create Blood zonas. Don't do that. If you not even just out of respect, but also like you could possibly die from that. Like like they might track you down and get some sort of retribution. They might track me down for just talking about them. I don't know. We might have a Blood or a Crip in this chat. I don't know. I might be in trouble.
See how was it in the end? Or only one team? Are we able to do one for the two lot of designs for the same team, or is it both? So in general, we're just sort of counting. We're gonna count out basically in this. If you want to work in the sort of the spirit of this, you work with one design and tag one person. But if you're just going crazy and you want to make two designs, I would just say post both and tag both.
Yeah.
Just for safety.
Like we're like this isn't like a corporate thing, we're not like Riot Games or anything doing art contests, we're just Cube Sona and Oolong Earl Grey, we're just having fun with the good people over at Newgrounds,
Yeah. Let's see.
But another thing that I kind of want to do with this guy is I want to give him like a big body. He's got massive wings. He's got this massive puffed up chest. So I'm gonna give him a tiny little like baby like budgie face.
Yes.
He's just a little man. Just oh hello. That's what he sounds like.
And then he spins around at like 300 miles per hour and cuts your head off.
And he makes a noise while he's spinning. He's like,
oh yes, yes. Oh, pigeons sort of do that when they like flap their wings real fast.
Oh, maybe this guy could be a pigeon.
Could be a pigeon, yeah.
You've got Quetzalcoatl. Meanwhile, I'm making a pigeon.
Listen, pigeons, they're resilient. I mean, I'm a New Yorker. I'm from the streets. So
yeah, you are legally required to have like respect for the pigeon. That is correct.
Yeah. When's the cutoff? When is the cutoff? Should it be like? I guess it should be.
You know what?
Oh, what a good question.
We've got about an hour left. How about 10 minutes before? So in about 47 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's enough time, but I think that'll give us enough time to like have some parting words and also just count everything up.
Should be right, as long as everyone like exports their picture, saves it, posts in chat, tags one of you guys, and just floods the entire chat.
Yeah.
But I answered this question already because the question was aimed towards me. But now I want to ask you, Oolong, what would you say is some of your biggest inspirations for character design and art in general?
So I would say, as a young lad, I played a lot of
Tony Hawk.
arcade. Tony, I wish I played Tony Hawk. I played a lot of arcade, beat 'em ups and whatnot, and that exposed me to early Capcom's design mantras.
Oh, I didn't even bring up Capcom. Oh, I'm an idiot.
90s Capcom, just that was what sparked so many ideas going into my head, and that sort of their the expressions, the use of shapes, and then and then as I sort of slowly started to develop as an artist, because my earliest days of drawing, I was drawing on paper, scanning it, drawing the line art digitally
Oh, we've all
in
been there,
MS
buddy.
Paint, and then posting it to DeviantArt.
Yeah.
That was a long process, but I was slowly. It took me a long time to sort of get to the point where, I was drawing with a tablet. I was using Psy, things like that, and
Well,
over the course,
for a long time, you weren't using a tablet. For a long time in your art career, you were using a mouse, which still blows my mind.
yeah, that was very difficult, very difficult. But
you did it. You did it, and you made it look good. You want to know why? Because you are a paragon. You are a titan. You are. Continue your story.
Yeah, when you think about it, we kind of have been here for a long ass time.
By the way, I did not get any sleep, so I am a little delirious. My brain functions are not at 100%, but I'm doing my best.
That's all right. There was a time where I was having wrist problems and whatnot, but I've sort of developed my my art style around my current art style is purely for both speed and reducing hand strain. So
that's interesting. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, because when you're drawing, when you're the way I'm drawing this is I'm sort of I'm giving myself a little more leeway with how I'm doing these lines. Like, I'm not making them 100% perfect and whatnot. So that's less time I'm drawing and less hand strain. But going back to the question, because I've sort of been bouncing around a lot, but I guess another thing that I've been inspired by a lot is tokusatsu, the thing that
I was gonna bring that up because I hope nobody judges me here, and if you do judge me, I guess I get it, I understand, but I use Pinterest as a way to gather ideas and find unique designs, and on Pinterest I've been seeing a lot of tokusatsu and sentai, masked hero monster designs, and I gotta say, if you want inspiration for character designs, you want to see how the pros go about incorporating themes into a monster design. Tokusatsu, Power Rangers, Sentai, all that shit, that's where it is, man. You get some of the most creative. We've already brought this up before, but I really can't stress enough how good of a source of inspiration it was, because I followed I think it was called Crazy Monster Designs on Tumblr for a while, and I mean, that blog is dead because Tumblr is dead, but I've always known that tokusatsu and those kinds of kaiju monster designs, those kinds of monster designs, I always knew they were good. But now that I'm an adult, I've got a bigger, more pulsating brain. I eat my spinach. I've got more neurons in my brain now. I can look at these designs and I'm appreciating them way more. It's Oh yeah, that is. Oh, it's supposed to look like a toaster because he's a toaster monster. Oh, you get all this stuff and all those moments where you get to look at them and you get to figure out like, oh, that's based off of a. Oh, he's a bird guy, and there's a bird in his chest. His chest armor is shaped like a bird. Oh, that's so cool. You get those moments a lot. If you want inspiration, if you feel like you don't have any good ideas, I definitely want to point towards like go on crazymonsterdesigns.tumblr.com. That is a good starting point to just see all these great costumes and ideas for monsters and character designs.
Yeah, it's all. I think there's also a Twitter equivalent. I forget the name of it, but I can. I'll take a look when we're counting things up. But like, oh man, how do I? Because the thing is, if I go into detail about this, I'm gonna be talking for a while.
Do it. It'll balance me out. I talk like a fucking yappy dog.
All right, so
my throat hurts.
For the all right, I'll give you a neat example. So, the current Common Rider is Common Rider Saber, right? There are these knights, and the big thing that there's a lot of theming going on because their main motif is based on books, like fairy tales and whatnot, and like the main character, his book is based off a dragon. There's a guy that's a lion. There's another guy whose book is actually based off of the genie from Aladdin. That was pretty fucking cool. But I would say the most one of the craziest designs is this guy called Kamen Rider Psycho, and he uses like this, he is the sword that he uses.
Oh.
He's like it's like got the power of light and all that, and he just straight up turns into a sword, and he has this transformation where his shadow picks himself up and starts swinging him around.
That's awesome.
And
that's the coolest thing I've ever heard.
And he's just sort of he's been asleep for like 1,000 years, right? Oh wait, no, another important thing, like when he's holding himself when his shadow is holding himself as a sword, the camera's always put in a way that like the sword is the one looking around.
Oh. Dude, I didn't even know about this new Kamen Rider series. That sounds amazing.
And this dude has been asleep for 1,000 years, so when he had to get his power back, like as a human swordsman, do you know what he used for inspiration?
What?
An American comic book. And he becomes ex-swordman.
I'm gonna look this guy up. Hold on. Ex-sword. I want to see how they do that.
Now I put it in general chat.
Oh, he's dope looking. He looks like the Black Knight. Oh wait, no, that's his shadow.
It's his shadow.
Wow. I'm seeing this one design where he has like a shin guard that looks like a helmet that looks like a face.
Oh, that's also the ex-swordman form, because the armor gets sort of moves onto like it turns into a blade, like a blade shield thing, and it also turns. Oh god, that's a big link.
Hold on. I'm having a panic attack. My heart is beating at like 50,000 miles an hour. You said he's based off of American comic books. I'm looking at ex-swordman right now, and my eyes are going bloodshot. I can't feel my bones anymore. the style, that dot style of American comic book shading is incorporated into the armor, and that is
Yeah.
that is so good. See, this is what I'm talking about. These guys who design these costumes and these monsters and these characters for tokusatsu and stuff, they get so creative like this. Like they pull the themes out and they try. That's why with Oolong, he's so obsessed with like themes and research and stuff, because you get stuff like this. The guy's like, oh, I need inspiration, American comic books, and they worked that into the design. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah. Oh god, it's so good. It's so fucking good.
Very well done. My God.
All right, I gotta do this crab arm thing because I'd say I'm almost done here.
Oolong, so MC Mouse in the House asks, what is a good way to reduce hand strain while using a stylus? I draw with fountain pens a lot, and I'm not used to drawing with something that needs more pressure. And I'll throw in my 2 cents about that. During our office hours, Foo Shark mentioned that if you learn to draw with your arm instead of your wrist, that it'll save your wrist muscles a lot better.
Yeah, you've gotta this is gonna sound kind of funny, but like think about it like you've got to give yourself space on the table you're drawing on to like move your hand around in a good position. And like right now I'm sort of my arms are like off the table, and like I'm sort of resting my hand on a literal pillow to to keep myself to keep myself from touching the table, and because that'll help keep my hand sort of loose, sort of moving around. Also, stabilizers. Some people see them as a crutch. They're not. It's a tool. Use it.
Also, I'm so sorry. There's like loud ass fire sirens outside. They've been going on for like a half hour. I don't know. Somebody's house is burning down, and there's a lot of people that are trying to put it out first. So I'm so sorry if you guys hear those sirens. There's a lot of them.
Oh, they're actually not getting picked up.
Oh, thank God, because I can hear them loud and clear.
Oh man.
Yeah, like
I mean, God, how dare somebody's house burn down? Ugh, the nerve.
I know, man. Don't they know
Don't they know?
you're drawing? Jesus.
Yeah, don't they know that Cube Sona and Oolong Earl Grey, the dynamic duo, the classic pair, don't they know that we are streaming on Newgrounds? Do they know Swag Money Tom Fulp? Come on.
Swag Money Tom Fulp. Oh God.
Speaking of silly things that happened during the Summerfest, I finally saw that the intro that was made, that big animated intro that was made for the Summerfest, and I gotta say, it actually like it almost like brought a tear to my eye. Like I was like, whoa.
Same. It brought a tear to my eye. It was so.
It was really like it was straight up beautiful. Like it really made me feel like this was like a community animation. Like this was made by the community, showing how great the community is. It made me go like, what? Wow, Newgrounds really is something special. Oh, it made me feel good. It made me want to go watch Tarboy again.
Oh God, yeah, we watched it. Like I think before the last event we were a part of, like CubeSo was like, "You've never seen Tarboy? We gotta watch Tarboy!" Oh God, that was so good.
I streamed Starboy to Oolong, and I opened his eyes on how good that animation is. It's old too. It's like what, 13 years, 12 years? It's an old animation and it still holds up. It's still good.
Yeah.
Oh,
you just get that feeling. I didn't know Flash could do this. That's
who's the? I'm so sorry. What's the name of the guy that made Tarboy? He does
James Lee.
Yeah, I like that guy. He's cool.
James Lee is funny. He does the public opinion court. Right now he's so heavily influenced by like mixed media. He does live action.
He did public opinion court.
Yeah, he does public
Holy-
opinion court, and
holy
then
shit.
also if you've seen his, I don't know if it's his latest one still, but it's like My Lola Bunny. He's just like really funny, and he's characteristically. He did a thing on coronavirus too. He's kind of a
Coronavirus
genius.
too.
No, like on corona, the second corona,
Oh,
the second
oh my god.
coronavirus.
Dude, don't say. Oh, it's good. It's a good thing I still have my mask. Oh no.
Man, I was talking to Slimy Goo too. I was like, dude, we can go to the DIA. We can go to like to festivals now and stuff. It'd be cool to like get out and do art with like art friends instead of just like always inside all the time.
Dude, I'm hoping next year we can have a Pico Day. I'd love to show up to Pico Day, even though I absolutely hate airplanes.
You have to work out before you go, man, because if you don't, I'm gonna specifically challenge you to a arm wrestling contest.
Well, funny you
Oh
say
God,
funny
that
you,
would actually
funny you
be.
say that.
And
'cause
if
I'm
you
doing,
lose, I get to become Cube Sona.
that, you know what? That's all right. You know what? If I lose, you become Cube Sona and I become Zin. I
No,
get
hold
that, dude.
on.
It's the better end of that deal. Let me tell you.
What?
I'd rather be Zin. I'd rather be the king of juggalos, Zinzanix, than
Wait,
Cube Sona.
no. If you lose, you gotta rebrand into random dude from Florida. How about
Oh,
that?
I was probably gonna do that anyway, so that's fine.
So that works.
There's no stakes. There's no stakes.
My God, I'm not even gonna work out. I'm not even gonna break a sweat.
No,
Oh, good.
I've been doing weightlifting and I've been
You still keeping up with it?
oh yeah, well I
Ooh.
now that the gyms have opened up, I've been going to the gym every day for about 2 months, a month and a half maybe, and already like I'm getting
Results.
getting pretty thick.
Get
Thick?
ready. He's ready for the competition.
Yeah, listen, Zin, you better be careful because I've been doing back stuff, all right? You don't want to see what kind of back definition I got, all right? I just you don't want to see my mojo, all right?
I'm starting to be scared. You're right. You're right.
Should
What
be.
have I done? What have I done to myself? No.
You've opened Pandora's box.
All right, so there we go. That is a big incentive to go to Pico Day if that's gonna happen next year. You get to see me and Zinzanix fight to the death.
Yeah.
Like it's not even an arm wrestle anymore. We're just gonna try and kill each other.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna pay money for that.
You don't need to. It's free. That's the point. You know what I'm saying?
No, he could. Well, here's the thing. What's our weapon? You know what? That's the next character design we should do. We should draw each other as gladiators. Huh? What's our signature weapon? How are we gonna fight? What are we gonna bring into the pit? Huh?
I bring a branch, a really sturdy branch.
Well, I was gonna say since you are like an iconic juggalo, like you do love the ICP. I was gonna say just a hatchet.
Just a hatchet or a bottle of Faygo. One or the other. I can't
tell.
That's easily as dangerous because the sugar content in Faygo.
Oh yeah. Honestly, that would scare me even more if you force Faygo down my throat. I'm like, no, and then instantly I lose all my muscles, and I'm like, no, the sugar.
Or just the intimidation factor of like, oh, this guy brought a bottle of
Okay.
Faygo, and I have a scimitar. Like, what's going on here?
Okay, wait, which one is he gonna? No, you bring a scimitar and a bottle of Faygo, and you throw the scimitar away. you toss it behind. And I'm just like, all right, I give up. Listen, I probably could have taken him. Like, I am like twice his size, but like, dude, I did not want to see what he was gonna do with that Faygo. Creativity is the scariest weapon. I'm not okay with that.
Pam asks, how much time do we have left? We have about, what is that, 27 minutes? Till 6:50. So
yeah,
27 minutes.
We've got a little bit of time left. I don't know. This design's okay, I guess.
Why am I adding shading to this?
Because you're fucking cool. I'm not doing that. Fuck you. I'm
Goddamn
not.
insane.
Because you're fucking cool. Hell yeah. I do for one of your guys' teams. Don't take it personally.
It's okay.
No, that's fine. That's fine. like this is not like a competition that we're trying to like, there's no stakes here. Like whatever, we're having fun. That's what we want.
This isn't a competition. I just want to win. No big deal, dude.
No big deal, guys. Listen, last time that me and Oolong did this kind of thing, all right, he wiped the floor with me.
You guys
All right?
tied. You guys tied.
We did tie actually.
Somehow that shit that was the highlight of the night.
Yeah, that was really cool that we count up all the points and it was just a tie across the board.
It's wild. Cause what Oolong won the first time with the votes. You won the second time with the votes, and then once people posted for either team, it was the same amount for both teams.
Yeah.
It's wild.
We had, and it was a lot. It wasn't like, oh, we got like 10 submissions each. No, like it was like what, like in the 40s or something, the 60s or something. It was a lot of submissions. So like, like what are the odds that our first thing ever was just a straight up oh my god, what if it's another tie? What are the odds of that?
What are the odds of that? Vote now.
Yeah, can somebody please get out a scientific calculator? I know there's got to be somebody in here that's taking AP statistics right now. It's got to be somebody who's going to school right now. Come on.
Come on, bud.
Give me the odds.
The odds.
Give me the odds, and I'll give you
God.
a gift copy of Faster Than Light on Humble Bundle because everybody has that game, and I can't get rid of this free copy.
Oh, that's right. I bought FTL the other day too.
Yeah.
Really, the other day? God.
Yeah.
I love that game though. That is like one of those games that just I always go back to. I love that game.
I played it too much, and I'm like, I should actually just start drawing again. Like, I can't just play FTL until like from sun up to sundown. It's not
Oh no,
healthy.
dude, I can play that game for hours. I can. Oh,
What's your
I
favorite
love that
ship?
game.
What's your favorite ship? Dude?
Honestly, I like the. Okay, actually, I have a bit of a story involving this ships, and it's really quick. I mean, it is just quick, but just I've had that game for years. Like I've had it since like 2013, 14. I can't remember the game come out, but I've had it for so long. And the entire time, there's only one ship I wanted. There was one ship that I wanted. It was the only ship that I couldn't get. It was the only one that was missing my library, and it was the slug ship. I couldn't get the slug ship. And then finally, the first time that I play it, like a month ago, I pick it up again, and I'm like, you know what? I want to pick up my old Flame FTL, and I pick it up instantly. I got the side quest, and I got the slug ship. So for all that time, my favorite ship was the Mantis ship because I like the idea of just a bunch of bug aliens invading someone's ship, and it's like, oh my god, they're eating my organs.
Bugs.
Oh my god, just these horrific like insectoid aliens just invading your ship, and it's like, well, what do you do at this point? I like that idea, and I like that, well, because also you get more scrap that way too. Like if you figure out a way to like win the combat without taking out, without damaging the ship too much, you get more scrap. So that's what I did. But I finally got the slug ship, so when I get back into FTL, I'm gonna play the slug ship more because that's the one that I've been working so hard to get for fucking almost a decade. I finally got it.
I like the idea that you're in space against other spaceships, and like the most unexpected thing is like a bunch of bug aliens just teleporting onto your ship and killing you. Like you have all these
arguably that's the
shiny
worst case
weapons.
scenario.
Is because it's hard to prevent unless you have like the mantis type shield.
Yeah, unless you have like the shields or just
Actually,
the cloning bay can help.
I played FTL for like 12 hours until I realized like teleporting is a fantastic concept. Like, and then once I discovered the teleporter, I was like, I just found like a new way to play the game. And it
Yeah,
got
I
me
love the
addicted
teleporter.
all over again. So other than that, I like the stealth ship because it's really tricky.
Oh yeah, the stealth ship is really fun.
Yeah, no shield.
Yeah, the NG ship is really cool if you just want to really just double down entirely on droids. If you really just all you want to do is droids, you can go nuts with that.
Yeah. True. That's true.
Actually, a while ago, years ago, I've always wanted to do this, but I never got around to it. Is I wanted to draw like, you know, I wanted to draw like different members of the FTL, like, alien species, and I wanted to draw them as different specialists for different things in the ship. Like an NG engineer, an NG pilot, an NG weapons technician, and I wanted to try and have them look the part and do that with all the aliens, but I've never gotten around to it because, there's a lot you can do with that.
I've seen you draw a lot of bugs too. I've seen you draw
I
a
like
lot
I
of
like
insects
bugs.
and
I like
robots.
bugs.
I think you could handle their character concepts really well. Now
It's
that's
just
what I was
still a lot of
talking about.
work. Is the only thing.
Oh, I bet. I bet.
That's a lot of design, but I mean, you see what I've done here, what I've done in a night, just a whole fucking page of things.
It was like
Alright.
3 in the morning. You come into the NGP server and you're like, they're jerking off over in the summer festival.
They were, they were. I was not lying. You guys didn't believe me. And you know what? They had a great time. They loved it.
They loved it. That's what's important.
They were watching Miru the Succubus. They were smiling at each other. They were holding hands. They were doing backflips in unison. Actually, they never mind. I don't want to talk about.
None of it was choreographed, which is wild.
Yeah, they were just that like. Well, they all had like crystals. They had these like amulets that had like crystals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would have to assume that had something to do with it.
What do you mean, Ulan? What do you mean? Oh yeah, what does that mean? What do you mean crystals and amulets?
I mean, me and Oolong do that all the time. I mean, we're like,
we're like brothers, only closer.
Oh, we're a lot closer than brothers.
Oh my God.
From
Listen.
YouTube, N Leo L Nader says, "Are y'all gonna post these on NG after?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably today even.
Probably today.
I usually, because I want, I have a Patreon, and one of the perks is just you get to see art early. But for certain things, particularly with Newgrounds, because I love Newgrounds and the idea behind Newgrounds so much. I kind of want to give Newgrounds a tiny bit of an edge over other websites. Is that a lot of the times I will post like on Newgrounds first, especially if it's Newgrounds related, like I did with that Friday Night Funkin' Boyfriend art. I posted that guy on Newgrounds before I posted it on a Patreon because it's a Newgrounds IP, and I was like, all right, Newgrounds is the one that I'll help out a little bit. I'll pay a little bit of respect to. So yeah, this is, since it's Newgrounds related and it's community related, and like I'm streaming right now, you guys already are seeing the designs. I'll probably post all these on Newgrounds once I'm done.
Yeah. Sounds like a good plan. I'll probably follow suit. Yeah.
I think I'm almost done.
Yeah, I am now just adding. This is now a fully shaded design.
Yeah, well, I'm doing one too. I'm doing a fully shaded design.
Dude, I can only do the line art. I'm sorry, mine won't be colored. Oh well.
It's okay, Zen.
I can't make it that far.
Okay, man.
It's okay. It's okay, man. It's like coming in last place in Mario Kart. It's okay, man. It's fine. Come on, man.
Listen, I suck at Mario Kart. I can't play Mario Kart to save my life.
Oh man.
Oh man, now
I can't play most video games to save my life.
But FTL is special.
What if
FTL's a single player game also?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Okay, what if it was speedrunners though?
I used to be really good at speedrunners. I used to be really, really good at it, but I haven't played it in so long because unfortunately the game is a little dead. I tried to play it again like recently, and it is I'm very rusty. I lost like all my skills with speedrunners, even though I still love that game. That game is still so much fun.
What is speedrunners? I don't think I've heard of it.
Really, that's funny because I believe Speedrunners was made by former Newgrounds people.
Oh shit.
Yeah, like I believe it was made by the same people that did like No Time to Explain and stuff like that. But Yeah,
So,
no, Speedrunners is a racing game, and it is side-scrolling. It's a side-scrolling like platforming racing game, and it is. I mean, the closest thing you could describe it to is like Mario Kart without the cart, because you're not, you're not driving anything. You're running. That's why it's called Speed Runners, because you're
Oh,
yeah, and it's
running
sort
as
of
fast as you can.
it's like got a bit of an old like an old superhero motif.
Oh yeah. Yeah, all the characters have like some sort of superhero theme or some sort of comic book theme. There's the speed runner, he looks like just he's the main character and he just looks like, you know, oh, that's another really cool thing, is that because the game just has this overarching like comic book theme, when you play the story mode and you beat like the chapters, you actually unlock comics about all the characters. Because I discovered that when I played the story mode for the first time, because usually I just play online, I just play either against my friends or I play ranked. But this time I was like, you know what, I'll do story mode, and I did story mode. And when you beat the story modes, when you beat the little chapters, you actually get, little comics about the characters. So not only are they based around comics, but they have comics. You get to read them, and it's pretty cool.
nah, that is
All
pretty
right,
cool.
now I'm adding the icing on the cake to this.
If anyone wants to post their drawing early for whatever reason, you can post it in panel questions so it doesn't get flooded by general chat.
Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, I think I'm about done with this guy. Like I said, mainly just what I wanted to do is kind of come up with an interesting weapon style. And I guess this guy's done. I only had about what, an hour and a half to do this. So this is this is my project, my
Them
product.
colors are really eye pleasing. Like the light browns and the light tan colors.
I wanted to play off of what Oolong did for his for the Sky King. He had a lot of warm colors and that turquoise, so I wanted to use a paler turquoise and have that sort of be the trim of his robe. Thought that'd
It's
be cool.
nice. It looks. It's like really pleasing on the eyes the way you did that. My God.
Actually, you know what? I need to give him broader shoulders. Cube Zona drawing broad shoulders? What?
Dude, that's never seen before.
Dude, Cube Zona never draws broad shoulders. He's never done that ever once in his
Or
life.
muscles.
Yeah, no, dude.
It's
You
weird.
know what Cube Zona loves to draw? He loves to draw cute waifu girls. That's what he likes to draw. That actually hurt to say.
When was the last? You did draw a cat girl at one point. I forgot when the last
But
time.
yeah,
you did
at
that.
one point, yeah, so some point, huh?
It's a while ago. It had to be a long time.
Listen. I'll be real. I have my preferences. I like drawing big buff warrior men, but we all have our vices. We all have our, we all have our vices. We all have that one thing.
Okay, that was false. Something just fell.
I can stop anytime I want. It doesn't. That's it.
I can stop listen. I don't need it, but we all gotta live a little, right?
Exactly.
Alright. Now I'm just adding steam to this guy because
Well, that probably just looks cool.
Oh, speaking of which, if anyone wants to like hang out and draw like muscly men, me and Cube, and even if Oolong's available, we'll probably end up streaming some like workout videos via my Twitch channel, and then we'll like we'll pause it on frame and just draw like the muscles for the guys.
And I know like given the humor that we've been saying, like that might sound like a joke, but like no, real talk, we are planning on doing that because that's just good practice. Like just pull up a video of like Jay Cutler or Ronnie Coleman or Arnold Schwarzenegger 70s body. Like honestly, like that's really good anatomy practice. Just pausing on a workout video and being like, all right, draw that frame.
And now we can do it together.
Now we can do it together as friends.
It'll make us closer.
Yeah, we can work out
known?
together as friends.
Oh,
we could You know what? Hold on. No, we're not gonna pull up like Arnold Schwarzenegger or Ronnie Coleman or anything or Dexter Jackson. It's just gonna be me. I'm just gonna turn on my phone and I'm just gonna work out and I'm like, all right, guys, here I am.
Draw me.
And then I gotta hold the pose and I'm just like, all right,
Yeah, that's gonna be the hard part.
ah! Oh, please tell me you guys are done. Oh God.
That would be entertainment.
If I drop the weight, if I fail before you guys can get a sketch out, before you guys can get a gesture out, I get hit in the face with a paintball gun.
Oh God.
And then I just have red all over my face, and I'm like, oh, I can't see. It's in my okay. Next pose. Okay. Squats. Oh God, I have bad knees. Not squat. Okay, squats. We're doing squats. All right. Okay, let's do it. I can do. And then I get hit in the groin with a paintball gun.
And that is Cube's biggest fear. Getting
Hit in the groin with a paintball gun. Yeah.
Nothing else is as scary.
Nothing scares me as much as that. That's like, dude, that's like a thing Germa would do. That's like a Twitch streamer thing. All right, chat. So I'm gonna work out. You guys are gonna draw me.
Too busy playing with gas. Gas. Oh, I know that one.
All right, so here we go. I don't really think there's much else I can do with this design. Maybe not.
Yeah, too. Yeah, we got it.
I gotta be real, and this is something I envy a lot from Oolong. Is Oolong? I don't know. He's just so creative and imaginative, and he knows how to like do something unique with just he knows how to do stuff that you wouldn't think of right away and just make it go. Like what he's doing right now with that crab. I love that. That's such a good idea. I don't think I would ever come up with that idea in a million years, and that's something I really, really admire about you, Oolong. Something I really love about your designs.
Well, thank you. It took a while.
Okay, you know what? Since I'm done, I'm actually going to show something, kind of fun.
Oh.
Just cause. I gotta look for it though.
Yeah, we got like 9 minutes. We got 9 minutes.
And I'm gonna show something kind of fun, cause I'm gonna show something, that Oolong, that is related to Oolong. In fact, it's closely tied to our history together.
Oh.
I'm gonna tell them about the dream.
The dream. Oh boy.
I gotta find the drawing though. There's a specific drawing that's associated with this dream, and I need to find it. I need to find it. If I don't find it, then I can't tell the story. I have a lot of like sketches that I've taken like screenshots of with ShareX that I should probably I could show off eventually. Well, I have a queue of art actually on Twitter right now, and I'm gonna be posting. Okay, here it is. Okay, so this story, basically just one time, just literally, I had a dream, and it was about Oolong because he's one of my best friends. I love him so much. You know what? He really is a beautiful, wonderful person in my life. And one day, I had a dream. I had a dream about my best friend, and in that dream, I flew to New York, and I was over at Oolong's house.
Fictional Oolong's house.
Yeah, because also this is important to the story. At the time of this dream, I had no idea what he looks like. I had no idea what his house looks like. I had no idea what his parents looked like. I since know what Oolong looks like now. I've seen a picture of him now, but back then I didn't. And in this dream, I was literally at his house, and we were playing Crash Bandicoot 2. Specifically it was Crash Bandicoot 2 on an original PlayStation, and his mom and his dad were hanging out there, and we were having a good time. You know, we were just yeah, I'm so happy to be here, huh? But then all of a sudden, like the house got disconnected from the foundation, and I just remember the house started just sliding down this tall like slope. It was like Sonic Adventure, where you're just like where Sonic is like running down this road, and there's like a car, a truck chasing him or whatever. That's what it felt like. except instead of a truck, it was a house, and I was inside the house. But Oolong and his parents, they were just like, no, that's normal. No, it's okay, just chill out. And I was like, what? I was freaking out. But here's the thing, okay? Here's the reason why I brought up this story. Because the funny part of it is my brain had to come up with what, like, I had no idea what Oolong looks like, so my brain had to come up with what he looked like. My brain came up with a design for Oolong, and this is what my subconscious told me Oolong looked like. My brain made him look like a cartoon. He had a really tall, flat top. He had and here's the thing, it was it was real people with cartoon proportions like this. So he had just giant cheeks. He had a huge fucking flat top. He had a big round belly, and I couldn't remember what shirt he had on, so I gave him a bright green shirt. And Duoling was just like, "Oh yeah, I actually wore a bright green shirt on my birthday one time, and my dad came to wake me up because we were gonna go do stuff. He was like, "Hey, little man, time to get up." Ooh, that's a bright ass shirt. I was like, all right. So I'm putting him in the green shirt, and we were in call when I drew this specific picture because I had this dream back in 2017 or something, and I drew it back then, but this is a recent rendition. This is me revisiting my subconscious. This is me revisiting my id, the deep animalistic recesses of my brain, and trying to recapture that design. And I gave him a power aura.
Because I usually draw myself a power aura.
Yeah,
just look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, Oolong usually has a power aura, when he goes out to get groceries, when he goes out to Subway to get some lunch, he usually, you won't catch him without that power aura,
The first drawing for Newgrounds I drew had a power aura. Buff Tank Man.
I forgot about that. You know what?
I think this is before the week where Tank Man was came out in Friday Night Funkin' even.
Oh no, it was it was the summer block party.
Yeah.
So it was way before week 7.
Yeah.
But speaking of Newgrounds and character designs and Take Man and stuff, first of all, I think I want to draw because there was that Newgrounds monthly challenge thing where
Summer Rumble hosted by Razor Draws.
that had a lot of really cool prompts on it, and I think I might do that late because I kind of just feel like drawing Newgrounds characters. I had a drawing of Pico that I was working on, but I just couldn't get the angle right. So I'm gonna try and revisit that Pico drawing one day. But I was working on an RPG Maker game, and right now it's on hold. Right now it's on hiatus, but my heart's still in it, so I want to work on it again eventually. But I was kind of thinking because the idea of that project was it was going to be a big collab project, and I was going to make this big house, this big house party, and the boss fights were going to be other artists and their OCs, and I was really excited about just giving a space for those characters to exist, and you could interact with them and do all this cool stuff with them. And I was thinking, what if Tom Fulp was a boss fight? What would I do for Tom Fulp? And I came up with this badass design where his lower body is a tank and his chest is just giant computer monitor, and he's got big robot arms, and then Tom Fulp's face is just on top haha, hello, I created Newgrounds. Yeah.
His second form, he turns into Swag Money Tom Fulp.
No, and his badass the badass thing that he would say is oh no, I didn't create Newgrounds, I am Newgrounds. And he just becomes this big badass character, and it's oh man, I want to make a Tom Fulp boss fight.
Just make a Tom Fulp boss fight. That's the RPG Maker game.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I should just do that. Just make one boss fight and that's it. But all right, it's something 48. I have a different time zone than
2
Phillies.
minutes. So if you guys are done, you should be saving it, posting it in panel questions, and then tagging whoever's team you're a part of.
Yeah, I think I should do that as well.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. I was just gonna keep it on stream, but I'm oh, you know what? I should probably post it.
I'll post
You know
mine.
what? I'll give it a white outline because I like doing that so that no matter what on any background you can see the character.
Yeah, just remember if you wanna have it counted, you gotta have the @ on it.
Yeah, you gotta add us because we're counting our own teams.
Yeah.
What's this guy's name gonna be? Clump. I don't know. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
call him Birdman.
that's the name of the the name of the thing.
Oh, I fucking love that fucking crab, dude. That is an incredible design. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
A lot of these designs are really good.
Yeah, everybody's fucking going wild, and that's what we're here for.
Are
And,
people already posting?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're already posting. We should start tallying it up. Hold on.
Yeah, so we got 10 minutes to tally and some final stuff. I guess we can do a little. We can do some more talkings and things. Oh, do you want to? Oh, wait, no. Let me. Yeah, let's do the tally.
If you should share screen where you're tallying it up, or
Wait, what? Oh my God, that guy! Oh shit! Somebody made a fucking pixel art.
Hell yeah!
Hold on. I'm gonna yeah, I guess I should stream it. So give me a minute. Oh, well, let me post my guys so that Oolong gets my tally.
Yeah, I'll just count yours out at the start here.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, I love Windows 10.
Oh,
All
just
right,
wait
and
for
we're posting it in panel questions or panel general chat. I forget.
Panel questions.
Okay.
That way it doesn't get flooded by general chat.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
1, 2, 3.
All right, so there we go. I just sent that to you, Oolong.
4.
Hold on, I gotta get my
Good
like,
luck,
Windows
everyone.
also
Good
chosen.
luck. Good luck.
Yeah, good
Alright.
luck. 7.
Feed the queen. Feed the abyss. That's the tagline for my team. Yours can be reach for the sky. Right.
I'll fucking kill you.
I'll kill you. Okay, 3, 4.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, you know what? With our remaining time, we should find the designs that like stand out to us and just put that up on stream and talk about them. You know, just say, oh, hey, this is cool. Okay.
Let me make sure.
We got a little fella over here.
A little feller.
Oh yeah, that's Oolong's. Oh, that's a clam man. Oh.
It's looking like it's really close, dude. Oh my god.
If it's another tie, I'm gonna fucking lose my brain. Oh, one of them made like an octopus person with a big like vagina mouth. That's cool. Not literally, but it's like this gross like you know, it looks looks neato. Oh my god, we've got so many. Oh, I think somebody pinged me by accident. This looks like a Sky character. I don't think this is for me. So Oolong, give yourself a ping. You know, give yourself a tally because I think random RoboSim pinged me by accident when they meant to ping you.
Yeah, I tallied that one.
Okay, cool. Oh, and I I think someone then pinged you when they meant to ping me. In fact, I'm noticing this is happening a lot, actually.
Hey, hold on. I have to just go through them individually.
Yeah, I'm keeping that in mind.
Here. Turns out very difficult to remember whose team we're on. Oh no.
But even our names. Alright.
Alright, I think I'm caught up. Alright, it's time to. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
nobody got
8,
sleep.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
CubeSona is
16,
Sky.
17,
Is
18,
the
19, 20.
Oolong or Gray Sky.
Okay. So you know what?
Wow.
I'm gonna double count.
Yeah, we got to.
I'm
know
gonna
what?
double count.
You know what? I'll just start off. You know what? I'll just do it. Here, we got this. You guys can follow along, right? So Mina Sagas did a drawing for Oolong. That's a point for Oolong. And then Micro Bihan did one for Cube Sona. It's a fish character. That's one for Cube. One for Oolong. That's like this bird looking dude from MC Mouse in the House. Grace and Glory made one for Cube Sona.
Dude, I love that name. I love MC Mouse in the House. I fucking
MC
love that.
Mouse in the House is awesome. Grace and Glory also does amazing Pink Knight illustrations on Newgrounds. Did a cool like sellsword type looking
Oh,
character.
Grace and Glory and I are gonna do an art trade.
Yes, you mentioned that
Yeah.
last night. That's right.
Yeah.
Chroma C did one for Cube Sona. It's like this necromancer looking type. Eel Mage, whom serves the Queen, Sea Queen. Mami G Matcha did one for Cube. That's like an omnipotent shrimp type deal. I probably can't do descriptions for all these, so we'll move a little bit faster. Pikachu did
I
one
mean,
for
that one's really
Cube
cool though. I
Sona.
like that one a lot.
Pikachu did one for Cube Sona. Lion's Notice did one for Cube Sona. Bonum did one for Cube. Orc did one for Cube. Did two for Cube.
What?
Oh man. Then we got Postmate did one for Oolong. Looks like a really cool dragon. Oh my gosh. King of Sorrow did one for Oolong. It's not tagged, but it's there. Cube Sona got another one from Q-Neck. Cube Sona did one for Oolong did one for Cube. Bingo Waiters did one for Cube. Kid did one for Oolong. I did one for Oolong.
Oh,
Okay, I had to.
Oh,
Queen Boo did one. Don't say it like that. Queen Boo did one for Cube Sona. It's a Blue Banana did one for Oolong. And Zamas did one for Oolong. That's a really cool GIF. Like a tiny
Oh, yeah, that
avian
was
guard. That one's
really
pretty
fun.
cool. Gloom Girl did one for Oolong. Oops, did one for Oolong. It's a moth mage. It's done traditionally. Really cool drawing. I like that. Phasmagore did one for Oolong. Seems like Oolong's catching back up.
Yeah.
Cube Sona did one for Oolong. Sachiko Fox did one for Cube. BBII did one for Cube. Devoid Gazer did one for Cube. Let's see. Random Robo Simp says it's for Cube, but it's for Oolong because it's got the same color palette as Oolong's, and it looks like it has wings. So we'll do that one. Gear Watt did one for crap. It says it's Oolong. It has Oolong's color palette, but it looks like it's a scorpion. It looks really cool. It's by Gear Watt.
Oh yeah.
Really clean style. We got Sangiez, which did a one for Cube. And then what do we got? Flamey Fox did one for Oolong, which is a flying one. We got another crustacean one from Pam going for Cube. We got one from Doom Jelly going for a lot of drawings. I'm proud of everyone. My gosh. Doom Jelly made a cute little one for Cube.
Yeah, Doom Jelly is my dog. He's been in my public server, my public Discord server for a really long time. He's cool.
Biased. Poodoo Toast did one for Oolong. It's a really cool serpent design. My gosh, says I needed more time. Ooh woo, and I feel that. Oolong Earl Grey got another one. It's a Peruvian inspired bookkeeper for the king. Take it. They took notes. Okay, they took notes.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Kakiro did one for Oolong. I don't know if you see that Oolong, but it's rendered magnificently. My gosh.
Oh, you guys are fucking going nuts.
Miro Art did one for Oolong. And then Kibby Supreme did one for Cube. Wonderful colors going from these last drawings.
Yeah, I'm trying to compile all my favorites.
Blazin the Kid did a Assassin Mantis Shrimp for Cube. And is that everything by everyone? Newgrounds tagline, wherever I can fit it in. This is the final results. Dun, 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 drum roll, please. Can I get a drum roll in chat, please? Can I get a drum roll? Drum Drum. Okay. There we go. Da-da-da-da, we got Oolong Earl Grey in the red corner with the Sky Avian team and his design. This cackalotl type creature with all these kind of like, I don't know, it upgrades into a Pokemon. It's got a lot of traditional sense to it. It's New Mexican almost. It's Aztec. It's ancient creature versus Cube Sona, the monster from the deep, where when you're diving a little too far, you get to see these white, piercing, glowing eyes out from the darkness, ready to swallow you up and eat you. Sitting on her throne, commanding the sea. Now, Oolong comes into this bout with 18 people on his side. 18 people in the Oolong's army. Oolong's army looking very strong. The winged creatures battling it out with the sea creatures. They want part of their domain. Sea creatures want to take to the skies. Cube Sona and his side has 21 people on his side. The winner is Cube Sona by three. Three people extra on Cube Sona's side. Back to the doorknob. Victory doorknob.
Oh, right on time. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well done, everybody. Well freaking done.
Bravo, everybody. Bravo.
If you think about it, that's 39 drawings. Like that's
yeah, that's a lot. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you guys, big round of applause for the audience. You just pulled out so much good art in so little time. You did it. We all did it.
We all did it.
I wish myself I wouldn't cry.
That's it for the
that's art war.
Yeah, that's it for the art war. Guys, if you enjoy it, be sure to tell Cube and Oolong you guys like it. Post your drawings on Twitter. You can tag them in it, post them on Newgrounds.
Absolutely post them on Newgrounds. You know what? Post them on Newgrounds and tag it with Character Design Wars or CD Wars. I think CD Space Wars could be a good tag for that, huh?
Yeah, that way it's not too complicated, and we can
not
find
too
each other.
complicated, easy to type, easy to keep track of. Because this is the second time that we've done this, and I would like to make this a more regular thing somehow, either with Newgrounds or just.
Oh, somebody made hashtags.
Somebody made hashtags.
We already did the final count, everybody. I already won. Come on.
Come on. Settle down. Settle down.
Oh, that was thank you.
I wanna keep gathering up all my favorite entries because I love a lot of these. Which, by the way, Stan, do we have any like is there like a free period here, or do we gotta go?
All right. Thanks, everybody. You did great. We all did great. I'm glad you came. And I look forward to it like this soon.
There's a lot of drum rolls on the YouTube chat too. They were going wild. They're all saying Pog right now.
Yeah, thank you all so much for participating. It always makes me so happy to see like all these people, all these artists working together, having fun, work and shop. I love doing this. I love Newgrounds. I love Zin. I love Oolong. I love Stan. I love everybody here. Thank you guys so much for having me and Oolong, and I really hope that the rest of the summer festival goes smoothly and goes great, and I hope we all have a good time.
All right.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Is it fine or is it good?
We've had a slight change of schedule. The podcasting panel coming up at 7:15 will now be hosted by Good L. Stay tuned for the Editing a Good Podcasting panel, hosted by Good L. Only at Newgrounds Summerfest.
It's gonna get loud in a second. Hang on.
If you enjoyed the opening ceremony's animation or would like to see it again, it's now available on Newgrounds.com. Be sure to visit, take a look, leave a review, and of course, enjoy the show throughout the weekend. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns about the Newgrounds Summer Festival, be sure to reach out to the event staff, Stampi, Lil Spook, or otherwise, either on Newgrounds or wherever else you can get a hold of them. Music for the Newgrounds Summer Festival comes directly from the Newgrounds Radio. Visit newgrounds.com/radio. If you're watching this stream and are not already a member of Newgrounds.com, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and visit Newgrounds and sign up today. Everything by everyone.
Danos tus últimas palabras.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Hey there, everybody. I am Goodell. In case you're not familiar with me, I'm one of the founding members of the Newgrounds podcast. I was in the panel yesterday, the NGP panel, and we had some really interesting discussions in that panel about we hadn't really intended to talk at such length about starting podcasts and sort of how to get into doing it and things of that nature. It was just we kept getting questions for it, so it came really organically, and it showed me that there is a lot of interest in starting up doing podcasts, which is really cool, because today we're doing an intro to podcast editing, some of the basics. This is essentially going to be a look at how we in the Newgrounds podcast edit, specifically Will and I. So I believe that it's been explained already, but Will Comer had to drop out of the festival. So he had asked me like a day or two ago if I could take over this podcast editing workshop. So I'm here. I'm doing that. It's going to be interesting because I've had absolutely no time to prepare. So this is entirely impromptu. Will gave me his roadmap that he had intended to use for this, and also gave me the audio clips from an interview that he did with Triple that I've never listened to before, which is also good because in most of the contexts in which I'm editing podcasts, I have not listened to them before. So that's another note about myself. Part of the way that I make money to pay rent and buy food is by editing podcasts. So I think that even if you have no intentions of starting a podcast for yourself, I think that this can be a really valuable skill to have, because editing podcasts can be pretty lucrative. Because the way that I charge podcast clients is based on the amount of edited content. So, I'll charge a certain amount for 30 minutes of edited content, an hour of edited content, what have you. But when all of that gets factored out, if you were to factor that out to like an hourly rate, my hourly rate when I'm editing podcasts is significantly higher than I've ever had at any job or anything like that. So even if you're only doing it for a few hours a week, it's a great way to get some extra cash, do beer money, what have you. And so I don't know. I think podcast editing is great, even if you don't want to start your own podcast. I feel like I rambled about that for way too long. Anyway, so that's what we're doing today. We're going to edit this podcast that I've never listened to. And essentially what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through the whole process as I would naturally do it. And my intention is to take questions along the way if we have them. I guess I should probably pull up the questions channel and see if anything's coming in. So if you've got questions, drop them in there, because the middle section of this, where we're going through and cutting out silences and breathing and stuff like that, that's all would otherwise be dead air time. So if you've got questions, do feel free to ask. I think that was all I wanted to say in introduction for this. So I see the question, what software do you use? Let's go ahead and start with that. I think that's a good starting point. So this software that I've got open right here on the stream now is called Reaper. And Reaper is personally my favorite editing software for audio. It is a DAW, it is a digital audio workstation, and it can do a lot of various things too. So if you want to make music, it's very well equipped for handling music in some really cool and interesting ways. I don't use it for music personally, but I do. So I use like FL Studio for music, but I would never want to use FL Studio to edit a podcast. That would be a nightmare, I think. And Reaper's got a lot of really cool stuff about it, including the fact that Reaper is it uses the same licensing model that something like WinRAR does, right? Where it's not actually a free software, but you can use it forever. You have this like limited trial period that is actually unlimited and just never ends. So for anybody who wants to get into audio editing, I definitely very strongly recommend Reaper because it does a lot of really cool things too that are made much easier in this software than in others. So that's what we're going to be using today. Yeah, nobody's going to actually buy it. I mean, Will Comer did. I have every intention to. I really should have at this point. I've just been kicking the can down the road. So this is an example of the Reaper evaluation license, which is the same as the full program. It just tells you every time you open it that you should buy it, and that is literally the only roadblock. So some examples of why you would want to use Reaper over something like Audacity, for example. And I do actually use Audacity as part of my workflow, and we can talk about that later when we get into mixing and mastering and stuff like that. But what I like about Reaper is, for one thing, every time that you make a cut, it adds automatic crossfades, and you can set your preferences for how those crossfades, like how long they'll be, things like that, which makes all of your cuts sound really natural, which is great. And I don't know, among other things. We'll talk about all the benefits of Reaper as we're going through it, but that is what I would recommend for anybody who wants to get into doing this stuff. And I guess at that point, it's time to actually get started on it. I do have one or maybe a few little extra notes before going into it. Is that for one thing, I'm going to have the audio basically turned way down the whole time so that I can talk over it, because otherwise it's a nightmare to listen to talking and then talking over it. So I'm going to keep the audio down basically the whole time unless it becomes relevant. So when we're doing like noise cancellation, we'll do that. I did want to make a note about what you would need to do this, because there were a lot of people asking yesterday, like, I'm interested in starting a podcast, but I don't really know what I would need to do it. So when it comes to the editing side, at least, obviously you'll need a computer of some kind. I typically use my laptop, which is going to mean some things are probably going to be a little bit clunky today, because I'm not even sure that I have all of my keyboard shortcuts set up on my desktop. I just didn't want to run the stream from my laptop. And I don't know. Anyway, so you'll need a computer to do your editing here. And you'll need, I would recommend doing this with headphones, and then once you've done all of your EQing and stuff like that, do a listen over some speakers too, so that you can make sure that it sounds good in both. But I definitely prefer doing my editing with headphones on. And you'll probably need a beer. No, actually you don't, but I am going to have one. And then one last thing before we get started on this, I kind of want to try out the same thing that the last panel did. So basically, as I'm doing this, I want everybody who's listening to edit a podcast along, and then we're going to make the podcast fight at the end. We're going to listen to all of them. It's going to be an extended 12-hour listening party for podcasts, so get on it. Okay, so first thing is obviously, and there is an additional question there. How long does editing a podcast usually take you? I would say typically, I said this yesterday too, typically it's like 2 to 3 times as long as the podcast itself is. It can be faster or slower depending on how good you are with your keyboard shortcuts, and I can be pretty good about them. But I am going to try to be at least a little bit quiet, because I've got a mechanical keyboard right next to my mouse, and it's probably going to be loud and gross, and I apologize for that. Again, there was no preparation for this. So first step is file intake and syncing. So in the panel yesterday, we were talking about how we use a Discord bot called Craig. Actually, I think they use Alistair now, which is the same thing as Craig, but with more features and made by the same person and everything too. So when you do Craig recordings, and if you're doing a podcast with people over the internet, my personal favorite way is to do it through Discord with a recording bot like that. But when you do that, you'll have all of your Craig files that are already going to be synced up anyway, and they're all really nice. But the problem with those is you run into this issue where if anybody cuts out a little bit or something like that, that's all going to be in the Discord recording. So we also have everybody record with their own microphones, and I think that's really important. Some of my podcast clients, people who make their own podcasts and pay me to edit them, don't do that. So sometimes it's just there'll be something totally broken, somebody completely disconnected or lost their internet connection or what have you, and there's just really no way that I can fix that. So I definitely recommend also having everybody record themselves. In this interview here that Will did, that is what we've got. So I have 4 tracks here set up. Also, I'm really only paying attention to the panel questions channel because I'm not going to be running around between the different channels. So if anything does go wrong and somebody needs to tell me that, please put it in panel questions. I'd appreciate it. Anyway, so I've got my 4 files in here. So what happened is Will sent me a Dropbox with the Craig recordings and the original recordings. And I've brought them all into Reaper. It's real simple, just click and drag right in there. And I have already done the arrangement for them because this can sometimes be a little bit confusing, especially because nobody likes to do the clap. So Little Box and I, back when we were doing a couple of crickets, would start every episode by clapping at the same time so that we could get those syncs. And for some reason, nobody likes to do the clap. I love the clap so much. It's my favorite thing. Just love the clap. But we don't get that in this case. So like I said, I've already kind of aligned it a little bit. But typically, this file, when you get everything in here, is going to look something like this. And you'll see that none of them are quite properly aligned. And so if you were to play it, it would sound like this.
Maybe you should.
Is that the question of the hour?
Maybe you should call me triple. Well, you can. It's your.
Which is not good. That's not what podcasts are supposed to sound like. So basically what I did before this to get prepared is I just take a look at this and I see these sections where it's particularly obvious that they are the same thing. So I've got this big block at the middle here, this one right here, and then we've got here, and these dots. Anyway, so this is visually very similar to me, so I can see that that just needs to be aligned like this, and then typically I'll solo those 2 channels, play it.
Well,
that's pretty close, not quite there.
Well, maybe you should call me.
Anyway, that's essentially how that works. Just line them up, and so, like I said, I already did that, and this is what we ended up with.
Yes.
Yep, just making sure it's also there. Cool. And then we have stuff that's not quite aligned. So the first thing that I always do when I get into Reaper and I've got everything in here is I start by, this is a really cool feature that Reaper has too, in that you can toggle your ripple editing. And there are 3 settings. You can have it off. You can have it for single channels, which means if I made a cut here and here, it would only move this channel back. But obviously for multi-channel podcast editing, there's also this feature which ripples every track when you do that, and it's great. It's one of the best things I think I've ever heard of. So we've got these aligned. They're all ready to go. Now I've already did this before we started too, but you can obviously rename your tracks. So I've got these set to, this is Craig's Will track, this is Will's original track, this is Triple's Craig track, and this is Triple's original track. And then I like to separate them so that I've got the Craig's on top or on bottom, it doesn't really matter, and the originals on the bottom or the top, again, doesn't matter. That way I can mute the 2 Craig channels because we're not going to use them unless we have to. Because sometimes there are other reasons why the original microphone input's going to be bad and you'll want the Craig recordings instead. So we've got all our files in here. They're all properly arranged and they're all good to go. The next thing that we would want to do is noise reduction, because basically any microphone in the world is going to pick up some amount of noise. Typically this sounds like a static. Sometimes there will be, I don't know, a fan in the room, or there's traffic outside. That sort of ambient noise is all very easy to remove for the most part, unless things get particularly complex with the background noise, which happens from time to time. But this is a pretty straightforward thing to do, and Reaper makes it really easy and visually appealing. I'm quite happy with it. So if you go to whatever track you want to work with, so in this case, we're going to say Triple's track. We'll start like right here because we've got this big section of silence, which is perfect for us. Down here at the bottom, and you can expand and close this with Control M or Command M on a Mac, we've got our effect channels. So I'm looking here, I've got the original triple track, and I've got this effects button. And in Reaper, you have your Reaper. I don't entirely know what that means, to be honest with you, but it always makes me laugh that it's Reaper. Pull that up, and then this is how this looks in Reaper. For the most part, these are all fairly similar. Audacity makes this really easy too, where in Audacity you would select the range of time that you want to get your noise sample from, and then you select the whole clip and remove that noise. But what you can do in Reaper is you just go in here, set your Reaper to subtract, and then tell it to automatically build a noise profile. And then we'll just take the silent section, hit play, and you'll see that it's starting to build up that noise profile. So anything in this dynamic range is going to get cut out from the rest of the recording. And that's probably fine for now. We can always redo this later. And sometimes I have multiple layers too. So if I've had it before where a client will send me a file where there's like a little bit of noise at the beginning and I can cancel that out and it's not a problem until like halfway through I start hearing noise again, and that's because their background noise had changed. And so sometimes that happens, and that's the kind of thing that we would want to address with just another one of these. You can do this as many times as you want until you can't hear anything. But that's good for now. We'll work with that. Then we're going to do the same thing for Will's track. So we will pull up our Reefers, put this on subtract, automatically build a noise profile. And here's some silence. Will probably already did this on his own. You can see there's not really anything going on there. And obviously some microphones are worse than others, and so you'll get different noise profiles for all of them. That's another thing too, is you do want to do this on individual tracks rather than on, say, the master track, or if you were to just apply the same noise reduction to all of them if you're using Audacity or any other editing software. You want to do it on those individual tracks, obviously, because they're going to have different noise profiles. The Craig recordings, you can do the same thing. I'm not going to do it now because, again, we're probably not actually going to use them, only if we have to. But they took the sound from Discord, and Discord obviously has its own noise reduction settings and things like that. So you can end up with pretty good sounding Craig recordings, with the exception of any sort of audio issues you might run into. Anyway, so we've got our noise reduction for now. That'll work for us. The next thing would be to figure out where this podcast starts, because again, I've never listened to this before, so I really have no idea. I'm going to entirely arbitrarily say that it starts right here. So I've got all my key bindings set up in a way that I like. I think, actually, maybe not on this computer, I don't, but we'll see. Basically, a lot of podcast editing comes down to this. I do Control or Command A to select everything, split it with my split key, and then I make my cuts. So in this case, I'm actually just going to get rid of all of these and put this back at the beginning, and I think we're good. Let's see.
Well, maybe
that is definitely not the beginning, but it's going to be the beginning. And also, I don't know if Will actually wanted me to fully edit this, but if he did, that's too bad. I'm already doing him a big favor by being here, Anyway, so that's set up. Let's see. The next thing I believe, is just he had set this up for cutting dialogue efficiently. And actually, I'm looking at his roadmap, and I'm basically right on time that he had planned. So that's good. Except that also it means that I'm not getting enough questions or audience interaction. So if anybody wants to ask more questions while I do this next step, do please feel free to. If you have any questions about starting podcasts or getting into doing editing professionally, please shoot them at me, because I am happy to answer all that stuff. The next thing is cutting dialogue efficiently. So personally, I really do not like having spaces. I don't like pauses. I don't like breaths. I think they sound very abrasive and bad, and I don't know why people would ever leave them in. So I always edit those out, and usually you can see them pretty clearly, right? Like, so this right here, I'm not going to try to figure it out right now because I'd want to listen a little closer, but this right here is probably a breath. So if we use that same thing I was talking about before, did not mean to do that. We just make a cut, go forward a little bit to the end of the breath, like there-ish, and it looks like these got desynced, but that's okay. Make another cut. Oh gosh, if I can stop hitting the wrong keys. Select the inverse and delete it. And then basically that is how we do this. So we're really just going to do that a whole bunch of times. Cut out all these spaces. And honestly, this part is generally the most time consuming, but the better you can get about seeing where you need to make these cuts is going to speed things up a lot. So I'm going to continue doing this for a little bit while I answer some questions. How long have I been editing? I didn't start, I was kind of late to the podcast game in that I had never listened to a podcast before and had never been involved with any. I'd never really done any podcast editing. I'd done a lot of like audio work before because I've been a musician for basically my whole life. But yeah, so I didn't actually start editing until I had started my first podcast, which was A Couple of Crickets with Little Box. But he really did all of the editing, and he was very lazy about it. Don't tell him I said that because he already knows it. But then I started doing it professionally in 2020. Mid 2020 is when I started getting paid by random clients to edit their podcast. All right, so Zen asks, my favorite podcast to edit? It's NGP, obviously, Zen. I don't know why you never let me edit anymore, because I love to do it, and you don't, so just let me do it. And also, do you choose a podcast to edit based on personal preference? Not really. Typically, I mean, I certainly could, right? Like, as a freelancer, I have my full, you know, ability to choose which clients I work on or work with and choose which projects I undertake and things like that. But no, typically if a client comes to me and their podcast isn't like some Nazi shit or whatever, like, yeah, I'll edit it. I don't know. I do a lot of like slice of life type podcasts. I do one that is like a mental health podcast. So I don't know, cool stuff, but also not stuff that I would actually ever listen to on my own. And so no, there's not a lot of personal preference that goes into choosing my clients that I work with. And do they come to you or do you ask them? Well, that's I think a different topic entirely. And if people want me to talk more about freelancing, I am happy to do that because it is kind of weird, especially if you haven't done stuff like that before, to sort of navigate the client marketplace. So if there's interest in that, I am totally happy to talk more about that. Let's see. Somebody says I bought a podcast microphone from Amazon and it was shit. This isn't a question, but a gripe. I mean, I guess I will commiserate with you. I have owned many bad microphones that should not have been nearly as bad as they were. So I feel that. I'll do a pensive react. There you go. What would you say is a good mic to start with that won't break my bank account? Well, I think most people would probably say like the Blue Yeti or the Blue Snowball. And I think those are fine. I mean, they're USB microphones, and I mean, you're never going to get a USB microphone that would be better than an XLR microphone. But XLR microphones certainly can. I don't know what your bank account looks like, but they certainly can break it under certain contexts. Because then you also need a USB audio interface and a whole bunch of things. And for people who are really like just looking to start, it's the same sort of thing that we were saying in the panel yesterday, where like even just try recording on your phone, for example, and just see how it feels to you, and see if you think this is the kind of thing that you would want to do for any sort of extended period of time, because putting money into something with the belief that having done that will mean that you will do it is often untrue. So I would say if you can, start by just not spending any money on it and see where it goes. Anyway, I don't know. So the original question was a microphone that will break your bank account. I don't know if you know this, but this festival is actually sponsored by Blue, the makers of the Blue Yeti microphone. So I'm contractually obligated to say that one. I do also have one, and it's fine. It's okay. It's an okay microphone. Let's see what else we got. If you use Discord for podcasts, do you need Nitro for quality? Absolutely not. I do not now, nor have I ever had Discord Nitro, and never once in my life has anybody said to me, hey, you should probably have Nitro, because that would make this way better. I don't believe that to be true. So no, you don't need Nitro, although if I don't know, there are certainly great benefits to it too, as far as quality goes. Obviously, I'm of the opinion that quality is second to content. So you can have perfect quality and still make a shit podcast. How much do you charge to edit a podcast? That's a good question. So my typical rate, I actually am not afraid to admit it, I am significantly underpaid when it comes to my podcast editing. And that's because I have so I also do video editing, and video editing is substantially more lucrative. So that's like the main thing that I started back in April of this year. I had quit the job that I had and started doing just freelance full time. Gosh, I keep doing this. I'm sorry. And video was how I made enough money to continue to exist, and the podcast paid for the beer that I drank while I did them. To answer the actual question, my rates typically I do 25 for half an hour of edited content, and I round it 15s. So if you give me a 32-minute, or if you give me the stuff and I cut it down into a 32-minute episode, then I charge 25. And if that's US dollars to be fair. And if you give me a 47-minute episode, then I'm going to charge you 50 for the 2.5 hours, which is way low. You can charge so much more than that, especially if you're good at what you do. You can charge significantly more than that. You can charge even over 100. So yeah, I'm underpaid, but I'm underpaid by my own device, and it's okay. Did a Nazi want me to edit their podcast? No, I've had the fortune of not having to interact with any Nazi podcasters. That was just a weird. I don't know. My brain just went to Nazis. You know how it is. It happens to everybody sometimes. What was the weirdest podcast I had to edit? I don't feel like I should answer that question because I do still edit for them, and I don't really want to get into the specifics, but I guess the best way that I think I can answer that question is I have edited a number of podcasts that hold very different religious beliefs to those of my own. And it's not like it's not like an intolerance thing or anything. I edit them, right? Like I have absolutely like nothing in common with the frequent religious talk that comes up in some of these podcasts that I edit. But I don't know, it's not like not I don't know, I get paid to do it. So sure, microphone's worth it. They can be. I don't know. I really don't think it matters too much if you're sticking within the world of USB microphones. I mean, there obviously is a range, but if you want like really high fidelity, I mean, if you want to be like really serious about podcasting or voice acting or what have you, you're going to want an XLR microphone at some point. Where do you find podcasting? So the thing that actually got me into doing freelance podcast editing, funny enough, is I was working at a local news station as a video editor, and our old anchor had retired, And so we've gotten a new anchor in. And one day I was there editing an episode of the Newgrounds podcast between shows, like during what was effectively my lunch break. And through my headphones, I heard somebody say the word podcast. And I was like, are they talking about me? What's going on? So I took my headphones off and just sat there like a fucking creep for an extended period of time while I just listened in on this conversation that I was not a part of, because I was very interested to find out that this new anchor at our station was had a multimedia management company that she did on the side. And anyway, at some point I did interject into the conversation. I was like, "Oh, that's really cool." And see, it's funny to me. The reason I took off my headphones to listen to y'all is because I'm actually editing a podcast right now. And she was like, "You want a job?" So that's how I started. That's how I got my first podcast clients. And then from there, I've actually gotten a lot of clients just from word of mouth. Um, People who do podcasts are often friends or in similar social circles to other people who do podcasts. And so I've had a number of my clients recommend me to other clients, and I picked up a number of clients that way. I used to have a website. That's probably like the best thing to do. I would recommend that you have a website if you're doing any kind of freelance work. I don't currently because I got sick of maintaining it and paying for it. But you probably should have a podcast and do some amount of like some amount of self promotion, on Twitter or what have you. You can do it on Newgrounds too. I don't know that there's necessarily a lot of people looking to pay for their podcasts to be edited on Newgrounds, but it could be in that way. I mean, that could be a cool business partnership formed through NG. Let's see. Next question. The N in NGP stands for Nazi. That's actually not true. The N in NGP stands for nut. Do you get grossed out editing mouth and lip smacking? Thank you for asking that question. That's a good one. I'm not sure. Yes and no. Sometimes, but I think more than like being grossed out by things, sometimes I just find them so funny. Like I have this whole collection back from the like early days of NGP of just like weird sounds that people sort of like made in the background, because sometimes somebody will start to say something and so you just end up with these like weird things because like somebody else started talking or somebody like forgot what they were going to say or whatever. So there's this great, for example, there's a great clip that I have somewhere. Maybe I'll find it and play it later. That is Ninja Muffin 99 from one of the episodes he was on, and he's just in the background. Other people are talking, and he like tries to get something in, and it's great because I was able to isolate it and just hear what Cam was saying, right? And it's just he's just like, and oh, that's one of my favorite audio clips ever. I don't know if anybody in here has ever played the old Lionhead Studios game, The Movies. But in that game, all the NPCs have this like weird gibberish that they use, and that audio clip of Ninja Muffin sounds exactly like that. And I find it very funny. Like I said, if I can find it later, I will play it. But I guess I didn't really answer the question. Do I get grossed out by mouth and lip smacking? Not necessarily, but I think that I don't know, like I do in person, but not necessarily when I'm editing. And I don't know why that's the case. Maybe it's because I don't have to look at people's gross mouths. Are you into contact with other podcast editors to discuss about this topic? Not really. I think the only person that I regularly interact with that is sort of as into it as I am is Will Comer. So no, not particularly. What else we got? Nothing else at the moment. That's cool. I'm getting pretty sick of. I've only done so. What time should we be at now? I guess we should start doing some of the mastering stuff at this point, mixing and mastering stuff, because obviously, so this is how long this would take me, right? So this is the entirety of what this podcast episode will be. I've gotten to this point in the amount of time that I've been doing this. So that's approximately how long this would normally take me. I think that's a good point of reference. So let's go ahead and get into some more of the finalization things. Let's pretend that I just did this whole episode. This is it. It actually ends right there. That's our whole 6.5-minute podcast episode. Wow. Excuse me, hold on. So I'm going to do a lot of this probably just visually because I don't think that this really needs to be perfectly exact. Like I said, I'm not actually giving this file back to Will. He can edit his own damn podcast. I can see by looking at this a couple of things. So first of all, I guess I probably could have made all of these bigger too. I typically do this at the beginning. I just didn't think about it. I'll even close this for now. So I can see a number of things just looking at my audio levels here about things that I'm going to need to change. The first and probably most obvious to me, and maybe others I don't know necessarily who's paying attention even, but if you look at these, we've got 2 tracks on each of these. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. But this one only has 1, and that's because all of these are stereo tracks except for Will's original recording, which he did intentionally, and I'm sure of that because Will and I are both of the general philosophy that you do not need a podcast to be stereo if it's just people talking. There are times where you would want a stereo podcast, but in the context of like NGP, there's no reason to there's just not a reason to have stereo. So Will already just does his recordings in mono, and then we always convert. I don't know about other people who I don't know if Zin does this when he's editing, but Will and I always mix down the final file to mono. So that is something that's going to be addressed eventually. I'm not going to do it right now. There's not a reason for me to do that right at this moment. But it is something to think about because I'm looking at it. Another thing is I can tell that this is a little quieter. So if we pull up our effect menu again and we get a chance where, so like here's a clip, let's solo it, where just Will is talking. And I can see down here looking at it, our peaks are like right below -6 or so, which is pretty good. That's about where we want to be. We might turn it up a little bit in compression. Then if we look at this track, Triple's track.
Animation are tedious at some points, I guess.
So it looks pretty quiet, but it also, you can see that it's got warnings all over the place. It's got these red, it's got the yellow bars. It's all warning us that there are, it's warning us that clipping is occurring in this track. So there's 2 things that I want to do with this. I want to turn the entirety of the file's audio up, but I want to do that in a way that doesn't make that clipping worse. So basically what I want to do is I want the loud parts quieter and the quiet parts louder. Bonus points for anybody who knows what that's called. Actually, no bonus points. Sorry, I'm not allocating points today. That's called compression. So we're going to want to compress this to get rid of that issue. And then Will had suggested that we do some EQ. I don't know if anybody wants to get into depth about handling EQ and making voices sound good as far as the mixing goes, but we can if anybody wants to. Otherwise, I'll probably just do it very briefly. Sorry, give me a second to look at our roadmap here again. Looks like he wanted to talk about EQ and then compression. We already did his noise cancellation. So let's make our next thing actually. I'm going to skip around from Will's order a little bit because I would have done this slightly differently in that the next thing that I would want to do is add in music, which is probably something I should have thought about earlier than this because I'm realizing now that I don't actually know if I even have. Yeah, I don't. I don't actually have the music for the Newgrounds podcast on this computer. It's all on my laptop because that's where I do all of my editing. So let's just take any piece of music and throw it in there. Let me find something really quick. Let's use so we're going to use this song from the 80s from a band from Pocatello, Idaho called Small Talk that nobody's ever heard of. I'm going to take this track. It's their song Diane. And we're doing a pretend new podcast here. And this new podcast, their theme song is a very obscure song from 1987 recorded in a basement in Pocatello, Idaho. Okay, so we've got it in there now. This is our music file that we're using as our intro. And the problem is I don't want it to I don't want like the podcast to start right at zero with both the talking and the music. I've had a lot of clients that have like done that before they brought me in as an editor, and one of the first things I did was just be like, hey, what if you started the music like 1 second earlier than the speech? That's probably for the best. And I don't know how many of the folks here have listened to the Newgrounds podcast, but the way that Newgrounds podcast handles intros is the music starts, and then they've got the announcer voice that comes in and says, welcome to the Newgrounds podcast. This episode is hosted by whoever. So there's voices at the beginning too. So we can make a mock-up of that also. So let's pretend that we're doing it NGP style. So we're just going to select all of this. Actually, I didn't even need to do this. I can just pull that out like that. There we go. Perfect. We'll say this is our intro right here. And actually, I'm just going to fade this in really, really easily here too. That's another nice thing about Reaper is I do really like the way that it handles fades. It makes it very quick and easy to do. But yeah, now we've got a music file here. It'll start. There'll be some music going on, which you probably can't hear. Anybody want to hear some 80s music? That's my remix. There we go. So we got music, and then the music plays for a little bit, and then right here, now Will is or I guess this is Triple actually. Triple's talking now, so we're going to say the podcast has officially started at that point, which means I actually want to fade the music out now too. So let's say I wanted the music to go to right there, get rid of the rest of it, and we'll fade it out once it starts talking, so we just get this, probably put it about like that. There we go. We got music leading into the episode, and then yeah, like I said, we would normally have the announcer voice at the beginning here too, which I don't have any of those files either, so we're going to use more music from Small Talk. Here's their song Thump, and in parentheses, I don't know why they called it that, but they did, and we'll just pretend that this is our audio file. And then when so the way that we do that for the Newgrounds podcast is each of those, this is probably fairly obvious, I probably don't need to explain this, but every single thing that the announcer says is a separate audio file. They're all just separate wave files. So we've got the welcome to the Newgrounds podcast one, and then one that says this episode is hosted by, and then everybody's name is all a different file. So we can make a mock-up of that too. We'll just say like that. So I wish I just had the actual files. This would be much better for that reason. Again, no preparation here whatsoever. Yeah, so we'll say, this one says, welcome to the Newgrounds podcast. And get rid of that one. And then this one will say, this episode is hosted by, and then we'll have this one, and this one says, Will Comer. And that's it. That's actually what the whole intro would be. And that's pretty much it. The next thing obviously would be paying attention to the audio on this. So like when this hits its peak, I mean, we're getting pretty much full volume on that, and we wouldn't want that. So I usually turn these down to like minus 15 or 20, depending on what the song is. Obviously the song's got guitars and drums and it's high energy, so I would want to probably turn that down a little bit more than normal. And then you might even turn your announcer up a little bit too, depending on just how your file is. But a lot of my clients that I work with will have music at the beginning, and actually the NGP does this too. So we would just put the music file at the end also, and then there's other things that the announcer says at the end, so we would add those in too. There we go. Now we've got a full, fully structured 7-minute podcast here. And then I guess the finalization for this, just to get this to the point where it is listenable, the last thing that you would want to do is your sort of compression and EQ. And this is the point where I would normally switch to Audacity. And the reason that I do all of my finalization stuff in Audacity rather than Reaper, even though I think Reaper has the better tools for it, it has better compression software. I mean, Audacity's compression is fine, and I like Audacity's limiter more than what you have to do in Reaper too, because you have to use the compression to. It's sort of a worker. I'm sure you can just get a limiter plugin. In fact, I guarantee I have one on here that I could just put in there. But I like to do all that stuff with Audacity, if for no other reason than because the last thing that I do before I send my podcasts to my clients is I add the metadata, and Audacity just pulls up your metadata window automatically when you're exporting. So that's pretty much it. At that point, we would export. So I'll show you actually sort of just what that looks like. We go to our render, and Reaper's got a lot of really cool rendering options. So, for example, if I finalized everything in Reaper, so if I went in here, I'll just briefly show you. If I went in here and I went to my master track and I added my compression on here and I toyed around with my settings and I wanted to turn these down a little bit, turn the ratio up, whatever. So let's pretend that that's what I've done. Okay, that's probably that's bad, but let's say that's what I had done, and now it's ready to go. I would go into here, I would render it, and I would just render the master mix. I would tell it where to go, render it out. There's lots of settings in here that all do various different things. I'm not going to go through them right now. We're kind of getting towards the end here, and I'm not going to try to explain all of this. Basically, you want your sample rate to be like reasonably high. I basically only exclusively use 44.1. This is where this is what I was talking about before, where somebody brought up mix sounds, right? And I totally missed the question. This is where I would convert from stereo to mono before I export. And then I would name it, I'd hit render. That's how I would finalize if I was doing it all in Reaper. On the other hand, what I like to do is I'll come in here, and I don't need these Craig channels anymore. So you could just delete them, but doesn't matter for now. I would choose the tracks that I want to export. So like we'll pretend that this is our music, and this is our announcer. I would grab these channels and I would render them as stems right there. And then that will give me an export with all of my effects and everything applied to each of those channels that I would then pull into Audacity, do my finalization, and export with metadata. One cool thing you can do in Reaper too is with the file name, there's this whole set of wildcards that can adjust how your exports are named. So in this case, I basically always do $track, because that's going to start the file name with the name of the track in Reaper. So it would be OG triple, OG will, music, announcer would be the first part of it. And then I just do _R to say that this one comes from Reaper. And so now the file name would be OG will _R. And that's it. And then I would put them in Audacity and do my exporting. Somebody asks, what's metadata? Metadata is a set of data that's associated with files that contains a lot of information. So if you've ever had like an MP3 file, for example, and rather than just in the file name, right? Like, so you can have a file name be like, it'll say like small talk, some say it's easy as the file name, but then if you like look to the side of it, if you've got your information windows open in your file browser, you'll see like contributing artists, and it'll say small talk, and it'll say album, some say it's easy, and it'll say year, and it's 1987. All that stuff is metadata, and it's good to have attached to your podcast. A lot of websites that do podcast distribution. So actually, this, I guess piece of bonus here, because this is an important thing too. If you're looking to do your own podcasts, I would recommend putting them out obviously on Newgrounds, because Newgrounds needs more podcasts. Please make podcasts and put them on Newgrounds. But if you wanted to get your podcast out onto Spotify and Apple Podcasts and just everywhere, if you want your podcast to be everywhere that podcasts are found, I would recommend using the service Pinecast. Instead of, like, I'm not a particularly big fan of Anchor. I find Anchor very frustrating. But yeah, when you upload your files through Pinecast, you can add in the metadata there as well, or Pinecast can actually do it automatically based on the information that you've already entered, which is really cool. So, yeah, I don't know. I hope I answered that question. I think that's pretty much it as far as stuff that I really wanted to cover. I don't know if anybody else has any more questions or anything. Will had said that he wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about Isotope software, because we both use their mixing and mastering set as well. The thing about Isotope software is it's hundreds and hundreds of dollars to have it, unless you sail the seas. So I think it's a little bit less accessible, and I had wanted this to be for beginners, and I wanted to, try to show a way that you could do this without spending any money. So I don't particularly want to talk about Isotopes, Nectar, and Neutron, and Ozone, but if there's questions about it, I'd be willing to. If there's any questions at all, I suppose I could just ramble for. How long do I even have? Where's standby? Where's Stan to tell me how long I need to be here? Sorry, my bad. Okay. Well, I could do 10 minutes of questions if there are questions, but I don't know. That was pretty much all I had intended to talk about. Again, this was I had no time to prepare for this, basically. So I hope there was something valuable in any of this. I would like to think that maybe there was, and if anybody is thinking about starting a podcast, I hope that this is the thing that really convinced you to do it, so that you could make your dreams be reality. Is that what the phrase is? Something like that. Yeah, we talked about metadata fairly extensively. Yeah, sorry, I noticed that I missed one that you answered for me, so I mean, okay, so I've been asked what are some of my favorite podcasts as far as production quality goes. And part of the question was aside from NGP, which is funny because NGP is not a good example of that. A lot of NGP is just a lot of NGP is somewhat intentionally very low effort, which which means that the quality is not always great. As far as like really really good, well edited and well produced podcasts go, obviously the only acceptable answer is the Joe Rogan Experience. That's only half a joke. I do actually think that Rogan's production's pretty good. I don't care for his podcast, and I know that's probably a controversial thing to say, but it is well produced, if nothing else. Same thing goes for, the other, I don't know, just like all of those big podcasts, like the H3 podcast, same thing. It's, they have access to the best equipment and the best editors, so obviously they can make it sound perfect, basically. But again, that just goes back to what I was saying before about the fact that I don't generally feel as though quality is, I don't think audio quality is as important as content. Yeah, content. Zin says Creator Unknown is really well produced also. I'm not familiar with Creator Unknown, but I guess that one's really well produced according to Zinzimix. I've never heard of that. What's a cicada? Can you edit audio from a shitty mic to sound really good? How far can you get with shitty audio? Yes and no. That is a good question, and I think some amount of that does depend on the equipment that you have access to. For example, there is a very, very expensive piece of software by Isotope that uses what's it called? Spectral imagery. Something I can't think of the word right now. Where you can very specifically look at audio spectrogram, is that what I'm thinking? That sounds like something else. Anyway, you can see a lot of dots, and all of the dots have meaning and can be manipulated, so you could in theory spend a fairly long time very specifically moving those dots around to make a shit mic sound exactly perfect. But again, real expensive piece of software, and I just think that that's unnecessary. But the question is, how far can you get with shitty audio once you've got your editing going? I think you can turn audio from a shitty mic into good audio. I do believe that to be true. Sometimes it's going to be harder than others, especially if you have a lot of varying amounts of background noise, things like that. But all of that stuff is addressable. I would say noise reduction obviously is always going to be the first thing when it comes to bad microphones. But then, if your microphone's EQ is off balance, and I'll show you very quickly what EQ sort of looks like. We're not going to do it right now because I don't feel like I have time. But just to see what it looks like for anybody who has never done this before. This is what your EQ looks like. There's 4 bands on this one currently. So this is your low end, and this is your high end, and then these are your mids here. So when you're editing like voices, you usually would want you'll want, a cutoff down here, and you'll want something like this. It's gonna depend. Everybody's voice is different. But once you get the EQ balanced out correctly, and once you get the noise reduction in there, you get some compression. One thing that you could do very well for yourself if you have a shitty microphone is to make sure that you have some way to deal with plosives and sibilants. So the first thing that you would want to do if your microphone is real garbage and you don't have like a pop filter or anything like that, put your microphone like angled like 45 degrees, and put it sort of, especially if you're mixing down to mono, put it down sort of away from your face, like turn away from it a little bit, because otherwise you get those plosives on your P's and B's and those kinds of letters, and it'll make these popping sounds in the recording that can be pretty difficult to address. They can be fixed through editing, but the better thing to do, and I think that this is also sort of true in general, is the better thing to do would be to not have to rely on fixing them in editing if you got the recording right the first time. And then sibilance is S sounds, basically same sort of thing with the plosives, but with the letter S instead of the letter P. What is the benchmark checklist for you to determine that a podcast has been edited properly, and when you can know that you've done enough to call it finished? That's a good question, and it's something that I've sort of grappled with a little bit for some of my various clients too, where I've been like, I don't know if this is like really like good enough to send to them. Like I'll get really caught up in my own head about whether or not I'm actually done or if there's more things that I should do to it. And then I'll send it to them and they're like, oh, this is perfect. You did a great job. So I have a tendency to sort of overthink that. But as far as like when I know that it's finished, it's because I do have a pretty clear checklist, right? Like I get all of my files into here, I go through, and then depending on who the client is, they'll want different things. Sorry, what was that? Oh, you're good. Different clients will want different things. So, but yeah, I really like the like fast, punchy, no pauses, no breaths kind of editing. So I'll go through and do that. And I'll sit down all at once and just blast through the whole episode and get all of those cut out. And I get the music in, I get the intro and outro in there. Some of my clients do mid-roll ads, I'll get those in there. I'll do the export, I'll do the compression, I'll do the EQ, do the limiter, do the metadata, and then that's it. Then I know that it's done, right? So I have a pretty like clear, I mean, I don't have it written down like this is my checklist. I just know that those are the things that I do to make a podcast edited. And once I've done those things, then it's done. Even if I may or may not be caught up in my own head about whether or not it should be done. But that's how I know when it is done. I don't know if the question about if it was edited properly was toward my own. Little of both. Okay, so for when I'm listening to other people's podcasts and judging them and deciding whether or not they did a good job with editing, a lot of those same things are the things that I look for. It's very much like video editing for me too, where if I'm watching a video and I see somebody has like a flash frame, right? They'll have like a bad cut that adds this extra extraneous frame in there that they just never got rid of because they presumably didn't see it. I see something like that and I know that this video was not edited well. So it's the same sort of thing with podcasts, where if there's really obvious problems in the recording, then I don't know, that's it. But otherwise, yeah, for me, I think that it's worse to be over edited if the editing is poorly done than it would have been to have just kept the editing minimal and kind of just rolled with it that way. I don't know. That's sort of how I feel about it. But anyway, I think we're pretty much done here. I think we've pretty much wrapped up our time. So I appreciate everybody who watched. Thanks for coming. I hope you all learned something, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the festival.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Do you think she's a mastermind? Or just a friendly gal looking for a good time? Hearts and windows break by mistake. So wipe that goofy look up off your face. Hearts and windows can always be fixed. The girl on your mind won't always be missed. Do you think she's a mastermind? Or just a friendly gal looking for a good time? Hearts and windows break by mistake.
Hey y'all, welcome to my panel on music production and music composition, mainly mixing and mastering. We were gonna have Verbank here. He's busy out in Atlanta right now, doing what he does, selling beats. I think he's in the chat. I think it might be too late though, but yeah. So we'll just start ahead. I just kind of wanted to go over some basics on just like, you know, how I started, what I do and stuff like that. So just talk about how I discovered music production. Essentially, it just started with one of my friends, one of my best friends from middle school, came up to me and was like, "Yo, this FL Studio stuff is fucking crazy," and I ended up giving FL Studio a try, and it just wasn't for me. Like it works really well for some people, but the interface, I could not wrap my fucking big head around it. So I went for a 30-day trial in Ableton, and I ended up picking it up for my birthday actually, and started using Ableton for the next 9 years. As far as like musical inspirations and stuff go, I mean, like I grew up with RX Bandits, with Modest Yahoo, some of them that aren't listed here, like Mad Caddies, Dispatch, State Radio, that kind of stuff. And then as I sort of started to grow up, especially like as I got out of, expanded my music tastes, I started listening to Childish Gambino. Haywire is an absolutely brilliant dude's, like a jazz pianist, and just started doing EDM and just fucking killing it. JPEG Mafia is a huge inspiration in my production style, especially my recent production style. Dude just has these beautiful glitchy, like cuts in crazy fucking Peggy cuts in crazy ass clips. And one thing I really like that he does is he has people like they'll listen to his tracks and he'll record them giving feedback, and he'll cut the feedback into it. He's really brilliant. Then as far as like DAW and equipment goes, I actually don't use Ableton anymore. I used it for about 9 years. I started using this software called Studio One. That's just, it's a lot more robust. It has a lot more features and stuff. And generally, I mean, I'll go over it later, but it's a fantastic piece of software. As far as equipment goes, I have this fucking shitty ass Yamaha PSR 450 or something like that. And essentially I got it for free off of Facebook Marketplace, and I just hooked up a MIDI to USB to it, and it fucking works. I got a Behringer Neutron, which is this really great analog synth. You plug it into your computer. There's no MIDI in or out or anything. It's got a fuck ton of patching options, and a lot of little fucking toys. It's real fun. Then we got just like, because I have a lot of etc. equipment too. This is one of them. The Art Pro VLA analog compressor. It's a fantastic analog compressor, under like $100 usually. It's just fantastic. You want to slap a master in there, you want to slap some bass, some drums, it just glues it together. Because Verb was supposed to be a part of this too. I included some of his stuff. He had some vandalism he wrote and stuff like that. It's beautiful. That's all it is. It's beautiful. As far as like hobbies and other stuff besides music, I work in Photoshop. I do a lot of pixel art and stuff like that. Not pictured here, but I also work a lot in 3D. I work a lot in Blender. I love that shit. I do a lot of motion graphics and music visualization stuff in there. Yeah, that's kind of my other hobbies. These two are supposed to be animated, but they won't be for this. I also included this for Verb because he wanted this on here. Is samples on Newgrounds, please. Just kind of a hard thing because of legality and all that shit. But it sucks because, you know, sampling is just, it's such a huge part of music. It really is. And especially a part of Verb's. And he's fucking brilliant with sampling. Yeah, so Verb has an album releasing on July 22nd. I have an EP that's releasing soon. Basically, I'm going to be making videos for it and stuff like that, and you'll be seeing it on my Newgrounds. It'll be coming out. But yeah, so that's kind of that part of the presentation. For the next part of the presentation, people wanted to sort of learn more about mixing and stuff like that. So what I thought I'd do is I'd take one of my fully complete songs, and all the instrumentals are there, all that stuff is there, and sample on Newgrounds, amen. Yeah, so I took a track I completely finished, and I reset it to the starting point mixing-wise. There's no effects on here. All the gains are reset to 0. So I figured I'd just walk y'all through what a mixing session looks like, and kind of give you guys pointers and a little idea into my process and workflow. So yeah, this is Studio One. I'm gonna go through. I'm just gonna play a little bit of it so we can hear how the mix sounds from the get-go. Y'all feel free to tell me how the volume is. I can turn it up, turn it down, whatever needs to be done. So yeah, let's give it a listen. I found you at the window again, looking out, watching. So the vocals are pretty dry. The whole track's really dry. There's something like a dream. So one thing I'm gonna do to start this out is I'm gonna start with buses, which are a fantastic feature in Studio One, FL Studio, to some extent Ableton. Ableton uses sends for this kind of thing, actually. And we're going to use a bus just for kind of our room reverb. So I like to use vintage verb. You can use whatever kind of reverb you really want here. It doesn't really matter. Just whatever you think sounds best. And I want to test this to hear how it's going to sound. So I'm going to make a send from the Rhodes to the verb, to the reverb. And I'm going to rename this to room reverb. Okay, and solo out the reverb, solo out the Rhodes. And damn, it's like it just sounds lovely straight off the bat. It's I absolutely love this reverb. I'm a fucking nerd for it. So I like to turn up the high shelf a little bit. High frequencies aren't the most important part of a reverb, at least for a general room reverb. Because, you know, high frequencies don't really reflect, I think don't really reflect as well as low frequencies. But we'll get back to that later, because we'll be doing a vocal reverb too. And high frequencies are good for vocal reverbs. So that's cool. That sounds pretty good just on that. I think. One sec. Yeah, I like that. There's something like a dream. So we'll add it to other things as we go. I'm going to process this Rhodes real quick, just to get our basic instrument. And I'm going to start it with the compressor. So I kind of want to preface this part of the mix with, this is where we really start to adjust volumes mainly, or at least I do. Volumes and dynamics, basically. So like loudness, softness dynamics, which is where compression comes in. And you gotta kind of, there's something you gotta kind of think about. You gotta think about your intentions with a mix before you're gonna do it. And sort of what that looks like is like, I kind of make like indie pop more so. I make experimental indie pop, I guess, so I want to adapt more of a pop type of mixing. So really a very standard way of mixing is that you will do a lot of your melodic, a lot of your non-rhythmic stuff, like the chords, like the melodies and stuff like that. You'll do that mix to be sort of the quietest, and then you'll bring in your more instruments that you want to feel, like the bass or the drums, and you'll make that louder than pretty much anything that's melodic or anything that's a chord, because you want people to feel it. You want people to feel that snare in your fucking in their chest, you know, like you gotta feel it. And so it's kind of important, you know, to have the bass and the drums be louder than just about everything else. The only thing that I would put above the drums and the bass is the vocal. Because there is a large crowd of people out there that mostly listen to these tracks for the lyrics. They want to be able to, they want it to be audible. Like, they really do. They just want to hear what you got to say. So that's kind of the intention that I go with the mix. You can have different intentions with your mix, but it's just smart to have an intention for how you want to approach this. So I'm going to start with making the Rhodes. Oh, and also in pop, everything's kind of loud too. So usually you're going to make the dynamics, you know, the distance, the loudness between the softest and the loudest, between the softest and the loudest point in a track. You want to bring those closer together so it's a little less dynamic. And a compressor will do that. I found you at the window. So this is also kind of a cool bit, is that compressors, it's a really good idea to know what kind of compressors that you're using and what sort of qualities that they actually have. So, for example, the Cytomic Glue compressor is it's just fucking, it's bitey. It's bitey as fuck. Like, it really, the attack on it, the attack on the instruments you put it on is really just gonna hit. And it's gonna kind of soften up the trail on there. Yeah, it's just bitey as fuck. And you'll see a different compressor that I use that's a lot softer. And I will describe that compressor once I use it. I found you. For now, I just want to get this Rhodes present. Looking out, watching the leaves falling in. That's pretty solid. So that's kind of the main component of our song, the chorus. We've got it present. Now we've got another aspect that is very important in our mix, which is the drums. And I have 3 drum tracks right here. I have one for the kick and the shaker, one for the clack, which, one second. It's not quite doing what it's supposed to. Output, direct out, 3, 4. Okay. I found you at the window again. Oh, that's fine. It's not doing what it's supposed to. I found you at the window. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. I found you. So yeah, so we have the drum kit, which has the bass and the shaker. We've got the clack sound, which is the rim shot, and we got the ride cymbal. I want to process all these drums together underneath the same compressor because it glues them together. It gives them kind of a similar coloring sound because they're all going through the same compressor. So I'm going to make a bus. I'm going to route that to the bus, route the other drums to the bus, and route the other drums to the bus. Now we got it all going through this bus. And I love to use the glue compressor on here because it's bitey. Usually a pretty fast attack, fast release, so it's fast acting and it's fast releasing as well. And then you can kind of start to bring the gain up. You'll see down here, it starts to come up. Get the sound with the clack in there. And I like that, but I think the clack needs to be louder. And that's another kind of bit, is like you need to think about your intentions with the mix just in the drums itself too. It's like, what do I want to be the loudest? What do I want to be felt the most? And that would be the kick and any sort of snare for me. So I'm going to make it a little more present. That might be a little too much compression. Cool, that's good. When you're out on your own, and do a little time game on the drum. You're missing a friend. Probably a little. And the time moves slow when you. This compressor has a soft clipper on it, which is nice. So it'll clip, but it'll give it a really soft fall off, so it doesn't so it don't make any sort of clicking noises. It's nice. So yeah, so that's the drums. That's the drums being mixed in, being a little louder. And next, I'd really like to approach the vocals, because the vocals are very dry, they aren't super present, and they have a lot of dynamics too. So we want to do something to bring down the dynamics a little bit, make the loudest point closer to the softest point. And what I tend to do with that is I tend to bring this more bitey compressor in to sort of knock off the top of the loudest portions of the vocal.
When you're alone.
If it wants
When
to.
you're alone. When you're alone.
There we go.
When you're alone.
And just barely graze
When you're
that shit.
alone. When you're alone.
And then I like to bring in particular, this is why I was talking about knowing your compressors, the Gem Comp LA. It's just a super soft, super gluey kind of compressor.
When you're
You can
alone.
really just lay into the gain reduction.
When you're alone. When you're alone. When you're alone. And the time moves slow.
And that's already sounding pretty okay. Like, it needs room tone, like reverb still, but it brought the dynamics down. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the room reverb to the vocals.
When you're alone. And the time moves
It's already sounding a little bit better.
When you're out.
But what I like to do is I also like to add an additional vocal reverb. So I have a secondary reverb there. I use vintage verb still. And this one is usually sort of a shorter, kind of slappy kind of reverb, and it has a lot on the high shelf.
When you're alone. And the time moves slow. When you're out on your own.
And then we kind of blend
And
these
the
two together
time
by having two
moves
sends.
slow. When you're missing a friend.
Might be a little too much.
And the time moves slow. When you come
It's
to
already
the end.
sounding pretty good. Like, it's sounding pretty solid. There's one last thing I would do here, and that's bring in a vocal delay. And really, I just use whatever standard delay is in there. I set all the settings to be as transparent as possible. No feedback, no cuts. 100% wet. Take the sync off, so we're delaying it by milliseconds. And then we'll add in the delay send.
When you're alone. When you're alone.
Sounds kind of bad, right? So we can start to adjust this time.
When you're alone. When you're alone.
And that's like perfect. Now you just turn the vocal delay way down because you don't want it to be that present.
When you're alone.
And it just is like that
And
nice
the time
fucking cherry on top of the vocals. It blends in with the reverb
on
really
your
well.
own. And the time moves slow. When you're missing a friend. And the time moves slow. When you come to the end.
And that's pretty much how I do the vocal processing. And that turns out pretty solid, to be honest. Last kind of things is we'll want to mix the volumes of this cabasa and the ploinks into it, which are these sounds. I want it to be a little quieter. I want to bring the dynamics of it a little bit in, just rein it in a little bit. Because I want like all of the sound to be about on the same level. But then I'm gonna make it
And the
relative.
time moves slow. When you're all alone.
And I'm gonna add a reverb, add the room reverb to that so it blends. That right is so fucking loud.
When you can't have a thing.
There we go. Time moves slow when you're lost in the dream. That's pretty solid. What about the Kabasa? Can't have a thing. Probably rein in the dynamics a little bit with the Time moves slow when you're lost in the dream. And then turn it down. Time moves slow, slow when you... Especially because that's like, I was saying, thank you, Zen. I appreciate it, dude. The kabasa, which is a percussion instrument, I was talking about earlier how I want the drums to be the second to loudest things, but then I was also talking about your intent within the drums themselves, which is normally you want the kick and the snare to be the loudest. So accessory percussion like the kabasa and like even the ride cymbal are gonna be quite a bit quieter to let the kick and the snare come through. When you can't have a thing, time moves slow. When you're missing a friend, and the time moves slow when you come to the end. Then we haven't really handled the bass yet. The bass, I just really like to flatten the shit out of it. Just like make it as compressed as possible. Because I really like to hear every bit of that sound, and that comes down to preference. Like, I just love to hear every bit of that sound. You come to the end. Adjust the volume a little bit. Running away is easy. It's the leaving that's hard. Cool. Running away is easy. So then we got the background harmony that's gonna go on here, which already has some reverb and stuff on it because this came from a friend, Kimchi, who recorded this for me. It was very nice of them, and it sounds really fucking great. I'm gonna kind of do the processing on the background harmony a little bit similar to the actual vocals. So the fast attack, fast release compressor, slight threshold. Yeah, very slight. No makeup though, because it's gonna clip it. And then I'm gonna bring in the fucking gluey ass Gem Comp LA, and I'm gonna peak reduce it like a beezy. Then turn the whole thing up a little bit. Is this on the right? No, it isn't. Okay. Okay. It wasn't on the right track. Okay, there we go. Time slow. Time slow. And you'll see on this meter, it's just absolutely laying into that gain. Like it's taking it down quite a few notches. Time slow. And effectively, that brings out the like a lot more that was in the recording originally. So I would use something like Pro DS, which is a de-esser, which is meant to deal with those kind of things. And let's see if it does anything for us. It kind of does. Yeah, it does. So automatic de-essers are great. Sometimes when it comes to de-essing, like taking this and all that shit out of the recording, sometimes you'll need to do manual gain for that. So put on like a mix tool or a utility or whatever. Turn that shit down when it hits the T, when it hits the S, when it hits whatever the fuck. You know, that's the thorough way to do it, at least. I don't always do it that way. Time moves slow. And then we want to get the reverb of the room and the vocal in there on the harmony. Time moves. Let's see, vocal reverb, room reverb. Time moves slow. Time very nice. When you're missing a friend, and the time moves slow when you come to the end. Cool. That's good. I just want to deal with that ride symbol. The sad thing, it's actually pretty quiet already. That random gain change was surprisingly okay. Turned out surprisingly well in the end. In the end of it all. The sad thing is we're better off this way. But I'm gonna crush the dynamics a little bit. Time moves slow. Crush the dynamics of it a little bit, just so that you can hear more of the sound. You can hear more of the tail. Like all of it's a little bit louder all around. The sad thing is we're gives it this nice solid feeling. This way. Time moves slow when you can't have a thing. Oh, that's sounding pretty good so far. Time moves slow when you're lost in the drink. One thing I do want to do, so I can make these. Oh shit. One cool thing you can do in Studio One is like room reverb, drum bus, vocal reverb, etc. You can make them disappear. You can just hide them. Very cool. And it just makes everything so much more manageable. So I just want to turn everything down a little bit, because then I'm going to mix volumes from there. And we shall see how that goes. It should go decently. The sad thing is we're better. Okay, I want the vocal louder. This way. I want the drums time moves slow. When you can't have a thing. And the bass a little louder. Time moves slow when you're lost in the dream. Vocal a little bit louder. Time moves slow when you wait by the phone. And the time moves slow when you're up. The sad thing is we're better off. Ride symbol up a little this bit. Way. I want the ride symbol to be super subtle. So that's kind of one thing too. Slow when you can't have a thing. Time moves slow when you're lost out on your own. And the time are a little moves slow. The drums are super when you're missing a friend. And the time moves slow when you come to the end. There we go. Running away is easy. It's the leaving that's hard. Okay. Running away is easy. What else is there to approach here? Oh. I think maybe just mastering. I found you at the window. I'll turn up the Rhodes a little bit. I found you at the window again. Looking out, watching the leaves falling in. Oh, Chad. There's something like a dream, why so perfect, couldn't flow when you're all alone. Time moves, running away is easy. One thing that's not happening here is I forgot I made some MIDI for a vocal harmony, and so I'll just run that up real quick. I usually do a bus for the vocal harmony. Use this software called Nectar 3 Pro or Nectar Pro, and honestly, it's super fucking nice. You can use it for pitch correction, but you can also, and yeah, absolutely, Zin, I will. You can throw on a harmony. Solo the voices only. And it basically makes it so you can input a harmony notes from your keyboard to it, and it'll harmonize your voice with itself. If that makes sense. So this is gonna go routed to Nectar. Running on. And we need to make a send from the vocal to the vocal harmony. Running away is easy. Yeah. It's the leaving that's hard. So that's interesting. Is easy. It's just that easy, folks. It's just that easy. Running away is easy. So honestly, that harmony is pretty optional. I don't think I'm doing that in the final song, but it can sound really cool sometimes. Running away is easy. It's the leaving. Okay, and then I'm just gonna kind of lightly go over mastering, because mastering can get a little loud, and I don't really want to do that to y'all. So I'll kind of just go over my general workflow and probably not play any audio. For a master track, I usually put in the glue, which is the bitier sort of compressor. I put the threshold to however much, so it's just barely scraping off the top of those dynamics. So you're only seeing this shit knock up like a few times, like just a little bit, not really that much. The glue, and it's actually really similar to how I process my vocals, because I bring in a gem comp, and then I lay into the fucking signal with the peak reduction, like, or whatever it is on your compressor. Gain reduction, peak reduction, threshold is a common one, and you just fucking lay into it, and you should see it hitting like up around here. You gain it to however much you want, and then you just fucking slam it. You slam that signal through a limiter. Through a limiter, and you'll see here it will be the amount of gain that it's pushing down on. It's kind of like a compressor, but it's much harder. It'll just fucking push that volume down. It'll force it to not peak, basically. And this little gain button is just to put gain against the limiter. So you're turning the volume up and the limiter's fucking pushing it down. And yeah, you know, put that up until it sounds like there's no audible, you know, ducking, like volume lowering. That's really that's noticeable, really. So that's what my shit looks like. So let's give this a listen through real quick. This is pretty much done. I'm gonna save a new version. Maybe Summerfest mix. And let's do a complete listen through. And we will listen through the original too. I found you at the window again, looking out, watching the leaves falling in. There's something like a dream, why so perfect, couldn't talk to me. Time moves slow when you're all alone, and the time moves slow when you're out on your own, and the time moves slow when you're missing a friend, and the time moves slow when you come to the end. Running away is easy, it's the leaving that's hard. Running away is easy, running away is easy, it's the living that's hard. And loving you was easy, it was you leaving the scar. But what was I to do? Just couldn't help myself falling in love with you. And what could I say if I had another chance to make you stay? 'Cause when you ran away, I knew just what you were thinking that day. You just didn't love me like I do, like I love you. The sad thing is we're better off this way. Time moves slow when you can't have a thing. Time moves slow when you're lost in the dream. Time moves slow when you wait by the phone. And the time moves slow when you're all alone. Yeah, that's it. That's how it is. That's how a complete mix sounds. Now let's go to the original unmixed. Thanks, Phasma. Totally. This is what it sounds like, just dry. I found you at the window again, looking out, watching. I won't go through the whole thing, but you'll get an idea. There's something like a dream, was so perfect, couldn't talk to me. Yep. That's the difference that a mix makes, that a good mix makes. Time moves slow. Thanks, man. And move to the end. Yeah, like the percussion's loud, but it's like it's too loud. So bad. Running away is easy. Running away is easy. Okay. So, okay, yeah, and then I'm gonna play that real quick. I don't know if it's gonna let me play it. There's a song that Verb worked on with someone else. I'll need to get, actually, Verb, I'll need to get a link to it again if you can send it to me. But, yeah, Verb wants to release a song today as well. Anyways, in the meantime, that's kind of like the gist of it. That's what makes a really good mix, is just a large compendium of different steps. I kind of want to go over just some small features in Studio One in general. Just kind of some really cool things. This is going to be a really fucking short segment. But there's just some cool shit, like, you know, you're able to talk about chorus, verse, bridge, chorus, that kind of thing. But you're also able to just move around an entire section with that. It's pretty sick. It's actually really powerful. You can duplicate stuff and it'll move the whole song to the side for the duplicated bit. And then I guess, I mean, the only real thing I guess I have left to show, if I noticed Verb got in, so if he wants to take over after. What software? Oh no, you're fine. What software do I use? I use Studio One by PreSonus for my DAW. I use a lot of different software for my compressors and for all that kind of stuff, though. And if you guys have questions right now as well, right now is a perfect time for y'all to ask them. I'm totally down to answer whatever. Also, how much does Studio One cost? I'm not sure how much the non-student version costs, but I got it on student discount for $200. I got the full professional thing. They also have a free entry level as well. That's not quite as powerful, but it has a lot of stuff. $0. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let me turn that down. I'm so sorry. Turn that shit down. Christies. Okay, this project's probably not gonna load properly because that distortion's coming from my computer being overloaded. But the feature I was gonna talk about that's cool is that you have like you have a chord track up here to tell it what chords to follow. And you can just click on it and you can change the chords and it'll reharmonize that entire section below it. It'll reharmonize it to whatever chord you want it to. It does some goofy shit sometimes, like, you know, when you have like single shit, and yeah, when you have like a kind of mono, like bassy things, it'll like change the notes even though they're in key, which is weird. But you can move them back in. Favorite feature on Studio One. What is my favorite feature on Studio One? Oh, probably Melodyne integration, to be honest. Like, the chord track is really fucking great. The arranger track is really great. But it has something called Aura integration, which is just an alternative type of plugin. It's not a VST, but it's more for transferring. I did it. Jesus Christ. I'm going to mute this. There we go. Yeah, Aura, which is more for transferring audio from between the DAW and between the actual plugin. And so when you want to, let's say, go pitch correct a piece of audio, you just right click it, click edit with Melodyne, boom, it's there. It's there and it's ready to edit. It's ready to fucking go. Yeah, that's my favorite feature on Studio One, at least. What else? I don't know. I think that's pretty much it. I recommend Studio One to anyone. It's a fantastic piece of software. I guess one other thing I could think of is, like, with audio, you can do inserts on single pieces of audio. So if I removed Melodyne from this and I enabled Event VFX, there is a effect bus just for that single clip. It won't affect the track or the whole track or anything like that. It will literally just affect that clip. And I mean, just in general, having buses, it's fantastic. You can see this project is also fucking huge. I take ample advantage of buses. But yeah, I don't know. Do you guys have any more questions or anything? I think I've pretty much gone over everything I want to be honest. Our epic collab. Oh yeah. Hot outside, right? It's hot and I'm dying. Yeah, fuck yeah. That'll be a good send-off. Hopefully, as long as it doesn't lag. To recover motivation after... What do you do to recover motivation after losing it? I usually take a little bit of a rest. Honestly, caffeine's a really great fucking help in just continuing to work on stuff. I wouldn't recommend it necessarily, but it is energy. Other than that, I mean, just doing other things like going on Newgrounds podcast, streaming your music on there. You know, you get to talk to a few people, you get to futz around. You don't really have that much pressure on you. It's a great environment to be able to do stuff like that. Then would you recommend FL Studio or Studio One for a beginner? I would probably recommend either FL Studio or Ableton. I think if you're looking to do that transfer into Studio One later, like go from FL or Ableton to Studio One, I would probably suggest doing FL first, because FL has busing and it has all that kind of shit that you'll find and be familiar with in Studio One. Yeah, I mean, FL is fantastic. I couldn't wrap my brain around it, but it's from what I know from it and people that use it, it is fantastic. Can you easily make music without knowing how to play any instruments? Also, what's a good starting software for music I can use if I don't play instruments? Honestly, honestly, Studio One does a pretty good job, but because it has a lot of support structures for the music writer in general, like the chord shit I was talking about. Ableton is nice as well. Ableton has in the sort of piano roll, it has a scale filter, so you can be like, okay, click the scale button, and then I want this in C major, and it will tell you exactly what keys are in C major. And you can do that with pretty much any scale. It has all sorts of shit. So I would probably suggest Ableton, to be honest. LMMS is a great free one too. I don't know how they are for people who don't play instruments though. I'm gonna see if this plays real quick. It does. Okay, I'm gonna play this real quick if any more questions come flooding in. This was me and Squid Jerky.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's hot as fuck, I can't move a limb, and when I get out, the heat just seeps in. Maybe if I lived in Canada, maybe if I lived in the Arctic, snow would grace me with its presence, and God, it feels so fucking cathartic. Maybe if I lived in Canada, maybe if I lived in the Arctic, snow would grace me with its presence, and God, it feels so fucking cathartic.
It's hot as fuck.
This is just.
It's hot as fuck.
It was hot as fuck
It's hot
outside.
as fuck. It's hot as fuck.
This is
It's hot as
Squid.
fuck. It's hot as fuck. It's hot as fuck. It's hot as fuck. All alone in my pickup truck, dehydrated and out of luck. AC broken and goddamn suck. Now I'm breaking sweat and it's hot as fuck. Have no water, have no cooler. Shoulda known when it came real sooner. Maybe fresh up at 7-Eleven, but my very own fate is up in heaven. So when you drive across the state, avoid the southern region before it's too late. Anywhere closer to that equator will crisp your ass by Mother Nature.
Oh, Lordy Martha.
Oh, Lordy Martha.
In Canada,
Oh, Lordy.
maybe if I lived in the Arctic, snow.
Yeah, that was a fun one. I mean, anyways, is there any other questions left? Because I think I'm probably about done here, to be honest. Do you like to give your music a story or a message, or is it something random? It's kind of funny actually. I definitely use music as a way to cope with stuff. I like to cope with things going on in my life. So normally it tells stories from things happening to me. Yeah, it's fun. Ooh, favorite Modest Yahoo track. Close My Eyes, I think. Anything from the first Live at Stubbs album. Fantastic. But Close My Eyes, the recorded version and the live version are fantastic. Will that song be on Newgrounds, the hottest fuck song? It might. I need to finish it first. If I finish it, it's definitely going on Newgrounds, that's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah. I guess that's it. It's been a good stream, y'all. It's been a great panel, and thank you guys all for coming along and listening and being patient with shit, because I know it's a long, grueling process. But, ooga. Are you going to make It's Cold as Fuck in the winter? I love the cold, but I'm probably going to complain about it. So yeah, absolutely I'm going to. Absolutely. How do you feel when animators use your songs for their projects? I feel pretty great about it. Animation is a lot of hard work, and for someone to use a song of mine in something they worked so hard on, it's flattering. It's definitely a compliment, you know. That's for sure. Yo, let's go, Chromacy. That would be fucking awesome. Yeah, I'm absolutely fine with it. I mean, like, I think it's cool when people reach out to me to ask first. Not really because I care, but because I just want to be told. Because no, I don't want to be told. Because I want to see the animation. That's it. It's because I want to see the animation. Same to apply to games if that's happened. Games, I think, because games I do make money off of sometimes. I would prefer someone to ask me first for games. But I mean, it's still flattering, to be honest. Like, I'm not going to be mad if someone does it. Have you ever commissioned anyone to make an animation for your music? No, but I would love to be honest. Cool, Stampire. Yeah, no, I would definitely, if anyone is interested in being commissioned for one or whatever, absolutely contact me. I will try and I would love to try to get the funds up for something like that. If I could use one of your songs, your animation, if you had picked one to be animated, what would it be? Oh man. I have this one about yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't know. Missed You is a really cute one and would be really cute to see animated. I would like to see probably one of the songs that I'm going to be releasing soon over the next month would probably be what I'd, love to see animated. Oh yeah, hell yeah, Micro Beyond. That would be awesome. Also, Standpile, I'll wrap up in about 2 or 3 minutes here. Okay. What headphones do I use? So I use what is it? Bayer Dynamic? Yeah, Bayer Dynamic DT770s. And they're fantastic headphones. The only thing about them though is that they have this really intense high frequency response in the high frequency range. So I would suggest using something like Reference with them, which kind of flattens that frequency response out. Do you use studio monitors? If so, what model? I do not. I use shitty Sony thrift store speakers that I got. I do not mix on them often. Absolutely. How's your life experience and ethnic cultural background influence your music? I think, I mean, ethnic wise, just not. Except it's just like a bunch of white people growing up in a suburb, listening to heavy rock, ska, and prog rock and stuff like that. Pick it up, pick it up. 1, 2, 3. And that's ska was a huge influence in my life, to be honest. Life experience, I mean, I've gone through a bit. I've been through various intense shit in life, and that's definitely influenced a lot of what I write. Here I am doing everything I can. Alright, guess we're probably done. You guys probably need to test for the next person, huh? Alright, I'll give it like a minute more, minute or two. Perfect. Sounds good, man. Hope everything is going well with you, man. Do your best. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. We're like pug rock. Oh, that's beautiful. uh Everyone reacting on the Pog Rock. Good. What do you think about the first few songs you made? I won't play them just so we don't take up too much time, but I personally still like them. They were... Scroll... It was my Journey Ahead EP was pretty much all of it. And it was kind of like a precursor to a lot of shit going on in my life. And it was like this real peaceful, like, you know, like there's some shit ahead, but like it's okay. So I have a lot of fondness for that. Yeah, I'll do commissions for albums for artists on Newgrounds. Just I mean, just reach out to me. I make a lot of my stuff in Blender. I made one of Verb's remix videos. Yeah, I do visualizers too. So yeah, fuck it. But yeah, I think that's it, y'all. It has been a pleasure streaming for you guys, and thank you for all your questions and all of your comments and praise and all that shit. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thank you all to the stream and for everyone tuning in through YouTube and whatever, you know. Appreciate you guys. Have a good rest of y'all's day/night. Peace, y'all.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
On the 11th day of Christmas, Fallout 3 gave to me 11 mutants fleeing, 10 penny tower, 9 ghouls dying, 8 raiders are bleeding, 7 locks a picking, 6 computers a hacking, 5 big ass nooks, 4 side quests, 3 plasma rifles, 2 enclave soldiers, and an overseer with the urge to kill. On the 12th day of Christmas, Fallout 3 gave to me 12,000 experience, 11 mutants fleeing, 10 penny tower, 9 ghouls dying, 8 raiders are bleeding, 7 locks a picking, 6 computers a hacking, 5 big ass nooks, 4 side quests, 3 plasma rifles, 2 enclave soldiers, and Project Parody is finally in effect.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
melody, simple as can be. Give it some words and sweet harmony. Raise your voices all day long. Now love goes strong. Now sing a melody of love, of love. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Hard times, bungalow blues. Hard times, bungalow blues. I'm down, been down so long. I forgot about your song. Hey now, be strong. I walked out the door, looking for my friend I found before. Have mercy on me. Roll me up, throw me a key. I've been walking for so long. This life ain't worth the road I'm on. And the mountains are so tall. There's no hope at all. Ain't it funny when you have cabin fever? Hard times, bungalow blues. I'm down, been down so long. I forgot about your song. Hey now, be strong. I walked out the door, looking for my friend I found before. Have mercy on me. Roll me up, throw me a key. I've been walking for so long. This life ain't worth the road I'm on. And the mountains are so tall.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing? Well, you guys can't respond, so I guess that's kind of pointless for me to ask. I hope you guys are doing good. Thanks, Stan, for having me on the Newgrounds Summer Festival and giving me a panel slot. That was very kind of you. I wasn't quite sure initially what I was going to talk about, but then it just seemed obvious. It just kind of clicked, and it was like, well, I'll just talk about the thing that I've been working on for the last however many years it's been. And that's Blood Sun Vendetta, what I called a motion comic. Some of you guys have seen it. Maybe you haven't. I don't know. But it's Blood Sun Vendetta. It's basically like it's a love letter to JoJo's Bizarre Adventures and Araki. Just something that influenced me a lot when I was younger. I've been a fan of it for almost 3 decades at this point. So it's just been a part of my life. I would say not until recently did I feel like it was genuinely influencing what I was making. When I first joined Newgrounds, I think I was mostly influenced by things like Ego Raptor and Chris, and Zach and Harry and all those guys. So yeah, I think that it wasn't until a little bit later that I was kind of like, I enjoy doing the parody thing. I have a lot of fun with it. I do, especially if you're not trying to chase the kind of like the hot thing of the week or month. You know what I mean? The hot trend. If you're just kind of making it because you love it. Like the last one I did was a Yu-Gi-Oh one, which was totally I mean, no one was really talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, but I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh Duel Links, and I was just like, dude, I gotta fucking. I ended up watching the entire show, all the seasons, while working on the cartoon, and it was just, you know, whatever I found fun in that, I wanted to share. Blah blah blah. After that, I was kind of like, I wanna make something else. You know, I don't want to keep doing the parodies, and so I decided I wanted to take a crack at long form storytelling. That's genuinely where my passion is. You know, I love Avatar and not just cartoons though, series. You know, just ways that you can connect with characters and kind of see arcs and development and stuff like that. The problem being that I'm one man, and you know, it takes a fuckload of time to do any of this shit. So any of that arc stuff, like, oh yeah, I can't wait until episode 20 when, you know, this big reveal. It's like, if I'm still alive, sure, maybe we'll get to that one plot point. But, you know, in the meantime, I figured I'd just keep plugging away at it. My thought process was I'd sit down. I already have kind of a rough arc of where things go, but I spent a year boarding out the first 18 chapters. And that's kind of what's on the screen. I don't know if you guys are seeing the shared screen right now. I'm going to have to, this is going to get funky for me. Okay. So these are, you can kind of see these are the boards that I have. The initial boards were pretty, not this page. Screw that. Those boards are garb. You can't see shit. These boards were a little intense. So I don't know if you can see, but initially, when I first started boarding, I spent a lot of time with like shading and fucking trying to get the architecture right and just all this other stuff. And I realized pretty quickly that, well, actually, I'm lying. I didn't realize until way later, probably about 6 or 7 months into boarding, that I was just taking a whole lot of fucking time with these boards, you know, shading and doing all that other stuff. So later, let's see, we are in chapter 3. Let's see. Chapter 3, that's where I'm currently at. Got a little more simple, you know, not quite as intense with the boards. But I would say it wasn't until way later that I was just like, fuck shading and all this other stuff. Because what ends up happening is I have all these shots planned out, and then I put them in. You'll kind of see the workflow. And then naturally shots change. Like I add things, I move things, you know, all this kind of stuff. But yeah, towards the end, it was these ones were these got, well, I don't know. I guess these boards were still kind of yeah. See, we got some fucking loose ass shit here, you know, just blobs, you know, textures, stuff like that. Some girl getting humped in an alley. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, with the boards, I spent a year doing that. Prior to that, I was in Mexico. I did a road trip with another Newgrounder, Navarki, Gerardo, and we flew out to San Luis Potosi, which is basically central Mexico, and I rented a car, and we basically just drove across Mexico. The goal was to drive all the way to Holbox Isla, which is on the Yucatan Peninsula. If you know Cancun, it's over on the east side of Mexico on the water. But unfortunately, due to time and how Mexico, at least with Hertz, the rental company, how they deal with their cars, it would have cost, I would have been able to buy a car for the amount of money it would have cost to drive it there, because you don't just drop it off at a Hertz in a different location. You have to drop it off at the location you got the car. So then they charge you per mile from the distance from where you drop it off. So yeah, it would have just been cheaper to buy a fucking like used small car and do that. And maybe I'll do that next time. I still plan on going back. 8 days really wasn't enough. I mean, we didn't sleep much. We were either driving or we were taking photos, or I was taking photos. Just location to location to location. Just kind of all over the place. We were up in the mountains where it was snowing. We were in the fucking jungles. We were in the deserts. We were on the beach. We were at the temples. We were in downtown Mexico City. So there was quite a bit. We saw quite a bit. We went to all the major museums in Mexico City. So yeah, it was a great trip. But again, I just felt like it was all kind of rushed. So yeah, that was Mexico. I felt like if the characters were going to go on a road trip, then I wanted to go on that trip myself. And so again, as the chapters progress and if things pick up and I get to continue working on this, God willing, then yeah, I'm definitely going to go back and really like hone in on certain locations. The current locations that exist in the show are kind of fictional. So they're not, there's not a ton of detail, but once I get into like real places, I feel like even though I have all those photos, I'm going to need to go back and maybe spend like a week and really, if there's a fight that takes place in Real de Catorce, up in like the ruins, up in the mountains, I feel like I want to like see like how the fights would pan out and like what the locations and stuff would be. How did Navarki feel about the trip, being that he is more well versed on Mexico? Well, I think we ended up going to some places that he went to as a kid, I think. And so he got, there was kind of like a reminder for him, like a little like, I don't know, like you come back years later, with like a different intent, a different mission. But he had a really good time. I think he told me he had a good time. He could have been lying to my fucking face. I have no idea. I had a great time with him. I'll say that. He's a great travel partner. I don't know if you guys ever go on road trips with people. Some people fucking suck. Like they constantly got to go to the bathroom. They're fucking farting and whatever. I was the one who was farting, so I guess I can't complain, but maybe Navarki would. But the road trip, like in terms of the drives we'd have, waking up at like 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning and driving for 8 hours in pitch blackness through either mountains or whatever, like single lane roads with no railings, and it's just like a 10,000 foot drop off. You know what I mean? You don't know if some fucking goat or some shit's gonna pop out in front of you. You're gonna swerve off and launch yourself off a cliff. So it was definitely an adventure, but there was a lot of good times, and that last day was great. I think the last day was really, really fun, just because we were on that island together, and it was kind of romantic, and we held hands and we looked at the sunset. No, it was great. He's great. And then I dropped him off in Cancun, and then I flew back from Cancun back to LA. So it was just a very well-rounded trip, and it was very tiring, but again, just have a good partner when you go on a trip. It makes all the difference. Good travel buddies definitely make or break a trip. Cool. So let me see real quick here. So then, yeah, you guys kind of got a glimpse at the
I'm
boards.
just putting it on my phone because I don't want to miss any minute of it.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Like, what's kind of wild to me?
Oh, what's up?
That this room, the panel room that he's on, like, I'm freaking out about it. So
It's okay. It's all right. Thanks for joining. Yeah, so like these boards are a little simpler. I've actually kind of already, I think, animated most of this entire chapter, actually. Anyways, so then after the boards are in, I pop them into, I'll switch over to a program here. I pop them over into Final Cut. And you can just kind of see, let's see if there's like, yeah. So you'll just see like, I'll have just like, actually first I'll put them into animate, and if I need to move it around, like if I need to, can you guys still see the screen? Is everything okay? Just want to make sure, because I know last time I switched over. Oh, okay. So yeah, last time, sorry. So yeah, what I'll do is I'll put it into animate. I'll put these kind of like, I'll just snip out the little pics from the boards, pop them into animate, kind of shift them around. Maybe I need to add a little bit of like very rough move, just to get an idea of what's going to go on. Then I export it out, and then I pop it into the timeline. From there, I go back to, once everything's in there, I actually try to do a rough pass of sound, just so I can get an idea of the pacing. I'll get some dialogue in there as well at the rough pace that I want it, just so I have a scratch track essentially running underneath the entire thing. And then once the scratch track is in, I go back to on my iPad, I go back to Procreate, and then I start making the scene. So you can see where some of them are still very much just black and white, like they're just literally the thing. Like they're just the storyboard picture. But then there's other scenarios where, there's more kind of, is this one animated? This is animated, yeah. So here, this one's actually animated. And so I will do all of my animation in Procreate, and I'll make all the assets here and then export them out as PNG sequences. And then I pop them back into Animate from Procreate, and I'll time it out more. Let's see. This is an example here. Yeah, so then these are, yeah, so then I can just put the assets in here, and then I export out certain layers depending on how I want the shot to go, and I'll import them into, this is a bad example because there's only one layer here. What about this one? Yeah, so in this, I don't know if you guys, it's tiny, I'm sure, but in this shot, it's a transparent movie. It's a transparent MOV file that I export out from Animate, right? And in every single frame. Well, the mouths I actually do in Animate. So because I don't want to have to draw all them. The mouths are kind of weird, like I don't want to do it, export out even more files. So I'll draw the mouths in Animate. Some of my mouths are garbage, dude, but I don't really care because I'm just trying to tell a story. So then, yeah, once I have it in here, I can add whatever filters, you know what I mean? Like I can, like this is just the base here, but then, I want to add a little bit of lighting, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And then the background on this one is just a JPEG or a PNG, right? And so sometimes if I cannot, like if the less MOV files I have to overlay, the better for me. But I do like to separate the elements, because when I overlay things like shading and stuff, it can't all just be one blanket overlay of shade. And if you're not familiar what I'm talking about, for example, like that light source, right? That is literally just, it's just like a, like a blob. And then other times if I want to get like a little kind of color variant, so it's not so flat, you can see like here, this one is actually a bit of purple and a bit of yellow. That just kind of gives it a little bit, it just gives it a little bit more, you know what I mean? When you see it, it just gives it a little extra dimension. I mean, I think I overdo it sometimes, and it's kind of hard to keep track of all that. But yeah, I'll often just throw a bunch of layers on top of each other. And if it's a flat image, then everything's getting the same treatment, right? So I tend to not want to do that. Now, the reason I animate in Procreate, this is the thing, is that I love the brush. The brush is my favorite. Oh shit, I gotta get my brush. I think that like drawing in Animate, any of you guys know this, if you draw in Flash, you get those blurbs and blobs, and that's why some people also talk about drawing in what's that other one? Clip Studio, Clip Art? Yeah, Clip Studio Paint. So and also, isn't Toon Boom, that's not vector based, is it? Or is it? I don't know. Okay. I know that some people talk about how it's like more like painting, but for example, like with something like this, what I would do is a lot of times I'll have one or two poses. Like if I have pose A and pose B, right? So for like the finger or something. What I really love about this, and it's not, you do lose some quality when you do this, but it's so minor in my mind because things are moving that people don't really notice. But what I love about this is I can have this hand here, right? And if I want the next frame, hold on, let me make it bigger. I want the next frame where the finger is, I don't know if you can kind of see like that slight movement, right? Hold on. My fingers, yeah. So you can kind of see like this is a very gross version of what I'm talking about. But even just the ability to fucking twist and like that little minor movement, you know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff really saves me a fuckload of time. You know what I mean? And even something more egregious like you know, if I had like a lot of times when I even do like a slight face turn or a head goes up or down, like here's an example. Let's just try this. So if I had this face, this might be hard because it's so big, but I'm gonna try it. Oh, this is all one. It's flat. Okay. So then I've got this face. And I don't know if this is gonna work with this big of a face, but you can see the face here. I'm gonna whoa. That's not what I want, but you know what? Maybe that is what I would want. But this liquefy tool would allow me, so that's even like a kind of like a subtle one. So if I'm dragging it down, I got to make sure that like, oh, the forehead's gonna be bigger, but everything down here is gonna be low, like smaller. So I'll like kind of lower the chin. But I don't know if you can kind of see like how you can manipulate something like, and you can get like, you know, boom. I mean, I would have to then touch things up. But this could easily go into, that could be the pre-frame. You know what I mean? Like these are you're looking at potential new frames right now. Do you know what I mean? You might have to clean them up and adjust certain things about it. But I just love animating in this because of the liquefy options. I have used, mostly I do push, which is the kind of bread and butter one at the front. But there is an expand. There is, like, if I were to expand, you know, like, obviously it expands like a balloon, but you can do it more strategically. Like, I wouldn't do it in this scenario, but, you know, like, the eyes could get bigger, you know? You know what I mean? Just little things like that, which can save a whole lot of time. So you're not redrawing every single asset. Because when I say this is a motion comic, in my mind, yes, it is animated, but I do feel like, technically speaking, I am really just motion. I'm just adding motion to flat images, essentially. I mean, again, sometimes it does have to go frame by frame. Sometimes you just can't liquefy yourself out of like certain things, you know what I mean? You just got to draw it. I'm trying to, this one doesn't even have a whole lot of drawing, does it? Oh, this one kind of, yeah, this one, I mean, this one was really just like, I think 3 poses or something. Yeah. So this one, you know, this is kind of like, I would have done this like, I would do like an animate file where like the arm is its own thing in his head and his body and whatever. And then, you know, I would just kind of move them separately. But even in like this scenario, I don't know if you can tell his face, right? In this one, it's a little bit down. And that one, it goes up. It goes just a little bit up. Not even just the placement, but the actual, you know what I mean? Like I pushed it a little bit up. I'll just exaggerate it. So it's like, oh, whoa, that's not what I wanted. I keep pushing the wrong tool. Yeah, well, yeah, so it would go even further up, right? But if that's up, if his head's tilted more up, I also got to make sure his visor's out more, right? Because that would be the angle. And his chin would actually probably stick out a little bit more too, like that. You know what I mean? But I'm not doing that. Anyways, so that is one of the reasons why I've been doing a lot of in Procreate. The main one being that I just like drawing in it a lot more. It's just so much more intuitive for me personally than trying to do shit in Flash. And plus, Flash files, I don't know if you guys know this, or animate files, is that the more lines you draw, the more vector points you create. And there are times, if anyone's drawn something very intricate in Flash, you know this, that there's a chance your file might crash. It may not even fucking open because there's just too many, or you know what, it's fine, but then you move it, like you highlight it and then you move it over like a couple of pixels, boom, crash. Because it's a lot for it to process. You know, like, again, it was never really made for that. So yeah, I enjoy this workflow. I think it makes a lot of sense for me, and because I am on a Mac, I know I'm a dirty, filthy scoundrel on a Mac, but the fact that I can, you know, work on my iPad and then I can just send over the files, you know what I mean? The thing, you know, just between computers and programs and stuff like that. One thing I do like about having the suite as well is that, you know, a lot of times I do have to edit, you know, like I'll go in and to a certain like I'll notice that, oh, I missed this. There's like a little fucking smudge, or there's like an extra dot somewhere, or I'm missing a fill or something like that. And the fact that I can literally just edit it in Photoshop, save. I know this is less Mac and more of just the Adobe suite, which also people like to shit on, but
They like
you
to shit on
edit
the
it in
price.
Photoshop. That, yeah, no, I get it. I know, I totally understand. I totally understand. There's great options. There's great alternate options. I'm just saying what I do like about it.
Yeah, it's terrific
Is that
for
I can then save it in Photoshop, and boom, it's already updated in my new file. The thing about After Effects, same thing, where if I reload, or if I like the source video here, if I then export my animate file into an MOV and then replace the original, it will automatically reload here in After Effects. Love that. And when I replace in Final Cut Pro, when I replace this, like any of these video files, with an exact copy of that one, I can get it to then also update immediately. So having all the placeholders, just, you know, from the very get-go, just having like the rough shit there, and then being able to pretty much streamline the process of, oh, well, once it's done and I just save it, now it's going to go, like, it just goes up the chain, essentially. There's still the manual labor of doing some of the stuff, but it does do a lot of it for you, which is really handy. Yeah.
We have a couple of
And
questions
that-
about Procreate, if you have a
Yeah,
moment.
yeah, what's up?
So
I do, absolutely.
Yeah, so question 1 is pretty broad, but do you have any tips, tricks, and advice for Procreate? And question 2 is how does it feel animating with Procreate? Any shortcut tips that you have while using it?
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me just try it. Let's see. Whoops. Okay, let's open up Procreate and just take a look at a file. We'll look at it together. Yay. Sorry if I sound quiet. I have to look down while I'm doing this. Okay, let's just open up a new file. Okay. All right. So the very first thing, if you have Procreate, if you don't have Procreate, I suggest getting it. It's a very cheap program, and they constantly update it. It's like the anti-Adobe model. You pay like $10 once, and then forever they just keep fucking updating it, and it's great. Every update is wonderful. Not just saying that. So initially, the first thing you do is that you would go into your settings, and you can go to Canvas, and you're gonna toggle on your animation, right? Animation assist. There's all these other things I have yet to really fully unravel, but at this point, the way it works is every single layer is a new frame. So now we've got 3 frames, right? But there's 3 handy things. So one is, let's say that it's the background, right? The background is water. Sorry to eat up time doing this, but c'est la vie. All right, so we got all this water here, right? I'm gonna make this my background, and then you tap it in the actual timeline, and it has to be. Here's something to remember: it has to be the very bottom frame. It can't be. You can't just have like, if I move, it won't even let me move it. It has to be the bottom frame. Now, a neat thing is that I can stick something else in that layer. Now, this is still part of the background layer, essentially. So every single frame, you can add as many layers and sub layers as you want. But then everything you animate on top of that is going to be, let's see. Okay, here you go. So I can, I can have that, and then it'll naturally have like the onion skin going, but you can always adjust that with your settings. You can kind of change however many you want. One thing I've noticed is that if I have too many frames, hold on. And then let's add another frame. You know what? No, I'm going to do the push tool so you can see that. So I'm going to duplicate that layer. I'm going to whip out my push tool, and let's see. I want to just a subtle, an extra subtle kind of, like a little flatness, I guess. All right. Yeah, kind of see that. And then you start to see them stacking up, right? They start to you know what? And then I'm gonna be really lazy. I'm gonna duplicate this one. Great. And then we'll do the long one. And then we'll do another liquefy. I know you didn't pay for this. This wasn't the lesson you were expecting. I'm sorry. We'll get it even bigger. All right. So I'm just pushing things around, just getting them in place. Let's do one more, and then we'll duplicate this. I'm just showing you really quick how things can start to get really messy, which is why when I'm animating, a lot of times I'll end up ticking off all the other frames. If I want to have the onion skin on, I'm going to tick off all the frames that I don't need. Like I'll usually have the one before and after, which kind of sucks that I can't. I mean, I don't. Yeah, they don't really. That's not really. I mean, they have max. I guess you can kind of do that here. You know what? You can do that here. I'm an idiot. I should just have been doing that. Well, I learn something every day, guys.
And for those of you on the YouTube stream, this is an animation of a Mickey Mouse magic wand.
Yes, this is a Mickey Mouse magic wand. And we'll duplicate that. Now let's take a look at what we've created. This Mickey Mouse magic wand is going to spray some magic. We'll set the frame rate pretty low so we can see everything happening. And plus, with Blood Sun Vendetta, I used to be, look, I grew up in the era of, I came up in Newgrounds during the era of Harry, right? So like Harry Partridge animating on the ones was always just kind of like, you know, the smoothness and the expressiveness and also Zarel. He's a very smooth, very traditional frame by frame animator, just great poses and all like original frames and all that kind of stuff. But with mine, yeah, there you go, cool. But I was just trying to give you guys an idea. Oh yeah, I was just saying in Blood Sun, I'm fine animating on fucking 4s and 5s at times. I just don't give a shit. Thus, motion comic and not necessarily quote unquote animation or whatever anime. Cool. I don't know if that answered some of the questions in terms of the process and the tools. Again, I think the nested layers always helps. If you had several body parts, you could make that one layer, and then that would be one frame, right? Oh, you can also set a foreground one as well, a foreground frame, which also, like the background frame, has to be the very top one. So I can set that to foreground. So then that will now be in all of them. And again, a lot of times, like if there's a lot of moving parts, I'll actually break the file up into several files. So I'll just have one file to animate one item, like one person or one thing, and then I'll have a duplicate file with like a duplicate background or some same background or whatever, but then I'll end up animating a different thing with that file, just to make it easier. Any other questions?
Let's take a quick look. All right, so additional questions. This is a general animation question from Zen. Have you requested any advice from other animators since releasing episode 2? And what have your peers thought about Blood Sun Vendetta so far?
Sorry, what was the first part of the question?
So have you ever reached out or gotten any advice from your peers since releasing episode 2 of Blood Sun Vendetta?
I think the only memorable like advice I can think, it wasn't even really advice, it was more of a comment, and it was from Jaxie, and she was just like, fucking motion comic my ass. It's just like, yeah, because if it was a motion comic, a genuine motion comic, it would take a fraction of the time, obviously. But for me, and I mentioned this to Harry, I saw Harry actually not so long ago, and we were just kind of talking about what we've been working on, and he asked me about Blood Sun, and he asked me why I decided to animate it, and because he knew it was also going to be a motion comic. And if you saw Chapter 0, I think that was a lot more like that was much more of a motion comic than whatever the fuck I'm doing now. And I told him, I was just like, dude, and he knows this. I'm just like, you spend all this time drawing a frame, right? Like, oh, I'm gonna have this singular frame. But then in my mind, I'm like, well, you know, if I just added another couple frames, if I just moved it a little bit, it would be more, you know, like, and then you just keep doing that, and then you keep doing it because you already took the time to do the background and composing the shot and things like that. And not, I mean, I would say some of the shots that I've composed I really enjoy. Other ones, they're basic bitch shots. I'm just trying to get to the next shot essentially. But you know, there is time in all that as well. And so if I'm going to take the time to, you know, add After Effects, like kind of color, you know, colorizing things or overlays or, you know, post shit, and work on the backgrounds and work on those assets, in my mind, it's like, it's going to take longer, but I'm already like more than halfway there. I just got to draw a couple more frames.
Already come this far. Why not go a little further?
Exactly. You've already come this far. You've already invested this fucking time. You might as well. But again, all that time adds up, obviously. And so at the end of the day, maybe it is not the best choice. Or get a team, you know, like
outsource
that would be
that work. Yeah,
that would be great. Yeah, and I have been trying to get. So in terms of the second part of the question, I think kind of related to that, right? The second part of the question was,
what have your peers thought in general?
Oh,
part two.
Oh,
yeah. Part one was, and what advice have you requested from others? Part two is, what do they think of it? Other than the fact that it's not in motion comic anymore.
Yeah, I think my peers appreciate it. I don't know. It's so short at this point. You know what I mean? Like in terms of what my goal is, which is like, you know, telling the story of characters. There's not really a whole lot of that. There's not much. You know what I mean? Like there's only been like, I mean, the initial. There was the 0 chapter, which isn't even canonical. Then you've got chapter 1, which is like, 12 and a half minutes. Chapter 2 is about 6-ish. This one's going to be about 6. So, you know, granted, you know, in like, if you were watching a movie, that's almost, you know, that's a chunk of time. You could get to know some characters by then. So I hope by the end of chapter 3, people will get to know kind of the idea of Jose, that he's kind of a bit of a shit. In chapter 4, chapter 4 is his backstory, kind of. So you definitely kind of learn a little bit why he is the way he is. But then after that, it's the journey, right? It's like how he grows and how he changes and the people he meets along the way. In terms of what my friends think, I think my peers, I think they appreciate the work that goes into it. Some of them are JoJo fans, but ultimately, my goal isn't that you have to be a JoJo fan. You know what I mean? Like, yes, chapter 1 is very JoJo, and chapter 2 is kind of, and I think the whole first episode comes off pretty JoJo. But after that, I do kind of want it to become its own thing. The other thing I've realized is that, you know, the art style will likely change. I'm not married to like I'm married to like the general character design, like the outfits and stuff like that, but like how they're drawn, I feel like I'm going to experiment with that. And that's taking a note from Araki himself, you know, like if you look at even within a part, right? Like part 4 is a great
part
4 is a great example. Yeah. Exactly. Part 4 is a perfect example because at the beginning of part 4, you're still in part 3. You got those huge tire shoulders, you know, all that shit. It still is like borderline Fist of the North Star, but not quite part 1, you know? Yeah. But then by the end of part 4, you can already kind of see like he's going into that twink mode where, you know, part 5, everyone's a fucking twink. So I feel like you can definitely see that happening throughout just part 4. And for me, it's not like, oh, I want to emulate that. I think the only thing that I would take away from that is that I shouldn't be afraid to just keep exploring how to draw. And it may look nothing like, you know, part 7 or 8, right? It may look nothing like that. But ultimately, I think the things that I love about the JoJo verse, just kind of like the one-upsmanship and the kind of surprises and all the twists and turns and the bizarreness and the weird facts and all that kind of stuff. Like, I love that. I mean, I love that about, I don't know if you've ever read Scud, The Disposable Assassin. That's another comic. I mean, it's a Western one, Rob Schrab and Dan Harmon. And it's fucking weird. It's fucking bizarre, but within its own rule, like within its world, the rules make sense.
Right,
like
consistency.
It makes sense within its rules that it's set, and I love that. I love people being able to get into those worlds and and all of that. And plus, I enjoy travel, and I enjoy culture, and I enjoy sharing those things, and I think and discovering those things too. So I feel like that's another thing, you know. I remember when I was growing up seeing Iraqi going, you know, in part 3, they're going through Egypt, or they're going through China, or wherever the fuck they were going, everywhere. And you could just see all these cool things that he would learn, and all these influences and things like that he shares with his audience. And, you know, I grew up with that. So that's like something that I absolutely want to carry over, you know, like genuinely trying to share these things, which is also why I wanted to go to Mexico, you know, and really, and why I need to go back so I can really, you know, dig in. One thing I will say that I've enjoyed is culturally, there's actually quite a few similarities between Chinese culture and Spanish culture, which is interesting to me. I think the nuclear family, I think that's what it's called, where like you have all the family members of like different generations, all like within kind of either within the same house or within, you know, they're close to each other. It's not really a huge Western thing here, but it's really big in a lot of other places, but especially in, I noticed in Mexico has that, and also in Asian culture, or specifically Chinese culture. When I was in Japan, I'm not quite sure how that works. If they let their old people go out to pasture, just, you know, walk up a hill, a snowy hill, and sit down beneath a cherry blossom tree and, you know, drink a cup of tea. Yeah, and then just fade away into the snow. But yeah, and yeah, just like the role of like grandmas in people's lives, and, you know, all of that shit, like, and feeding, eating, and I don't know. There's just a lot of similarities which I enjoyed, which has also made, I think, some of my storytelling a little bit easier. Only in that it's not like a completely, you know what I mean? It's not like some Elizabethan court where like I got to learn all the fucking like bizarro rules. But it is fun to like look up stuff about Mexico, like hand gestures, like what they have for like very specific hand gestures for certain topics or certain phrases and stuff like that. And then I'll cross-reference it with people from Mexico, and they'll either be like, "What? No," or they'll be like, "Yeah, I think my grandpa, I think I remember seeing that here and there." Other people are like, "Oh yeah, hell yeah, like yeah, we definitely do that." You know, one of the big things is Jose is a bit of a homophobe. And which to me was an interesting. It was a bit intentional, only because, you know, he's a 19-year-old kid. He's kind of supposed to be angsty, or 18-year-old, and he's like grew up by himself, you know, kind of on the streets, and like he doesn't give a fuck about other people. He's just an angry person in general. But so much of JoJo, like has this very, it has a very open, sexually open feel to it, I guess. I don't know quite how to say it. Like, you know, it's not a far cry to ship some of these guys together, because, you know, there's you know, there's hints of stuff in there. There's legit hints, not just fan made shit. There's fucking legit hints of stuff. And even in part 7, if you want to get overt, right? Like, if anyone knows JoJo, in part 7, there's some very overt shit going on. Yeah.
There are a couple of JoJo questions here for you, actually.
Okay.
Namely,
but I just
yeah,
really
please
quick,
wrap
I
it
just
up,
want to
yeah.
say that for me, and I know this about Mexico, is that they're generally, because of the Catholic kind of background, the cultural background, or the religious background, is that you know, homosexuals are still to this day kind of, you know, they're looked down on, or they have issues with it. I know not every Mexican is like that. I'm not saying every Mexican is a fucking homophobe. I'm just saying that culturally it's still very pervasive, and especially in 1999, it absolutely would have been. So, you know, me having to have real conversations with friends and like their parents even, and be like, hey, this is kind of important to the story, and it is a plot thing, but I just want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting. And they're always just like, oh no, for sure. Yeah, no, yeah. And I'm like, okay, all right, good. So long as culturally I'm in the clear. Other people, if people want to white knight that shit from their fucking suburban homes in Michigan, or wherever the
will,
fuck,
maybe.
they can, and they will. And you know what? Go ahead. But I'm going for a certain amount of accuracy, and it does play a part in the actual story. And so I'm gonna go there. I'm not gonna fucking whitewash the past. Like let's address it. Let's talk about it a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah.
So yeah, the two JoJo questions. The first was how you got into JoJo, and the second one was your favorite JoJo part. I'm sure you've answered these so many times, but for the Summerfest, what are your answers for those?
Specifically for Summerfest, my answers are, I got into JoJo when I was like a young teen or preteen, essentially. I was reading a lot of Dragon Ball as well. And I do remember I picked it up, and part one was probably one of the gorier things that I'd seen, just because, like Dragon Ball and shit, that it ain't that gory. I was also reading Dragon Quest around-ish that time, but yeah, it was just I was young, I was in Taiwan, I was living in Taiwan, and I'd been going back every summer as a kid anyway, and so I just picked up mangas that were translated in Chinese. It helped me learn Chinese as well, like reading, but also I just love comics in general, English comics, Chinese comics, and obviously they weren't Chinese comics, they were Japanese comics that were translated into Chinese. So yeah, it was just a kid living in Taiwan, living in Asia, and that's how I got into it. And my favorite part, it's, you say I've answered this 100 times, and I have, but I think my answer does change all the fucking time. Part 4 is just such a great, part 4 is such a shining little gem of a part. Part 3 is this epic, dude, it's epic. Part 2 is really, like, coming out of part 1, part 2 was a breath of fresh air. It was so different from part 1. It was so different from part 1. And it was bizarre, you know what I mean? Like the fucking pillar men and their powers, and the stakes were so high, and it was so different. Part 1 is probably my least favorite, and I know that's blaspheme to some people. Some people think Jonathan is best boy, whatever. I don't care. He's not my favorite at all. I mean, Zeppeli. Sure, I love that dude. But other than that, it's just kind of like whatevs. But then part 5, I think for some people it drops off. I know that's kind of shitty for me to say because I'm in it, but
Yeah.
or I'm in the dub. I mean, I love it, and I honestly think that the biggest issue with part 5 reading it was that there was so much action because it's like another road trip. That's classical kind of Iraqi, like there's like either hometown like mystery, like isolated murder mystery, or road trip. And so part 1 is kind of hometown mystery, right? Because it's kind of all within that little pocket. There is that castle that Dio has at the end, but
Right.
Then you've got part 2, which is road trip. Then you got part 3, which is obviously real road trip. Part 4, we're back to that little ice, we're Morio. Part 5, road trip. Part 6, we're in the prison. So it's another kind of murder mystery in an in a singular location ish. Part 7, road trip, and then part 8 back to, so it's kind of like one and the other, right? It's like it's almost literally one then the other. How he's been doing that. But when I read part 5, there was so much action in it that it just, I don't know, in my head, I never even imagined what it would look like animated. Like I would have wanted it to be animated, but when I was reading it back then, none of the animes existed. And so in my head, it was, I couldn't fathom that they would have an anime of this. And so seeing it animated, I think made a world of difference for me. Especially things like White Album and, that there were just so many great sequences. Even the thing with Green Day, like just being able to see it, you know what I mean? See it animated, it made a very big difference for me. Plus, they rearranged things. They added more of was it La Squadra or
Yeah, La
they
Squadra.
added they added more of the assassins, which I dig. I felt like that was also missing. Metallica was one of my favorite fights in the entire part 5, and what he shows up, gets his ass kicked, and then it's over. It's like that's it, fuck off. So I'm glad they added more Metallica or Risotto throughout the entire thing, which I really needed that. So I would say that now part 5 is way up there, and not just because I'm in it. It was up there after I saw it. Plus that opening song, the Golden Wind song, is Fighting Gold. Sorry,
Yeah.
is so I love Fighting Gold, dude. Fighting Gold is such a fucking great opening song. I would say part 7 is one of my favorites. Steel Ball Run, got to be one of my favorites. Yeah. Steel Ball Run is currently part 4 or Steel Ball Run are probably my favorites. I think. Sometimes 2 is my favorite. You know,
It
just
fluctuates. Me too.
Yeah.
I deal with that all the time.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool. So we have another question. When did you start animating?
Oh, I joined Newgrounds back in 2010. So I think I started like actually animating or trying. I mean, it's a very slow process. It was more like tweening stuff around, I guess. But 2011, so probably about 10 years now. But saying that I've been animating for 10 years is very disingenuous, only because I don't think I've really been like trying to. Even now, I'm not even. I mean, I am kind of animating, but like I'm not learning all. I never took any classes on this shit. You know what I mean? Like it's just all kind of, monkey see, monkey do, and then just experiment, and just kind of learn like my own way of doing it, I guess. But I would say I've really been trying to animate for maybe like 5 years.
All right. There you go. Very cool. And someone also asked, are you keeping up with JoJolion, and what are your thoughts on it, if so?
I am. I did not include it as one of my favorite parts for a reason. I don't know. It's weird. Like, I was really into it. If people aren't familiar with JoJolion, about halfway through they have this villain that I really liked. His name, I won't tell his power, but his name is, or the power is vitamin C.
I knew it.
I thought he was gonna be the guy. You know what I mean? I swore he was like, he's coming in with the daughter and like, you know what I mean? Like, I thought this was gonna be the dude, and I was all about it. I was fine with that. But then he wasn't, and then there's I feel like it's so all over the fucking place. And then like he had a chapter a couple months ago, and look, he's I have the utmost respect for him, and anytime I'm talking negatively, it comes from a place of great respect, obviously, right? Like, I still think it's very well done. I still think there's great moments. But I will say that as a part, there was a chapter where like it looked like Araki was trying to like wrap everything together. Like, oh no, this all makes sense. And I was just like, dude, the thing that came out of I was talking to Tomar about it, and I was like, dude, he fucking like Araki'd the shit out of this chapter. It was just so like grasping for straws at this point. He was trying to rope in like Enya and the original universe, and like he was trying to wrap everything into it like it all made sense. And it was just like, dude, please, let's just get to the end of this. And I feel like he's kind of like that too. I get this sense, at least, and maybe I'm wrong, but it almost feels like he's trying to just get to the end of this thing so he can like move on to the next thing.
Right. Well, I mean, he jumped into Ultra Jump during Steel Ball Run, so like he wasn't monthly every single chapter during Steel Ball Run. That happened as he went. But this is the first part that's been monthly for every chapter since the beginning. So I think that might have something to do with it.
That might be it. That very well might be it. I'm not a huge fan of Gappy. Of Josuke. He just feels very vanilla to me. I know there's a few moments where it becomes like a teen drama. That's cool. I appreciate that he's exploring that, right? But just as a character, I just feel like everyone around him is so much more interesting. It's kind of like the Johnny problem, right? Like where everyone around Johnny is just so much more interesting than Johnny, in my opinion. I mean, Johnny's got a backstory that's kind of interesting, I guess, but everyone loves Gyro. Honestly, I just think a lot of the other characters, like there's so much more charisma. Like I'd actually want to hang out with those characters. Johnny, not so much. Gappy, I don't know. I don't even know how much I like most of the characters in Part 8, honestly.
A lot of them are pretty terrible. Like people, they're just terrible people you wouldn't want to be around.
Yeah, or they're kind of like, they're annoying, or they're curt, or they're like, like the food appraisal guy. What's his name? Fucking.
What, Notice guy? Or do you mean?
Yeah.
Or Or
No,
the,
no. That's the dad.
The plant, the guy who does like the
appraiser
vegetables.
guy.
Yeah, the vegetable appraiser, fruit
Yeah.
appraiser. Yeah.
Grape head.
Rai, Mamezuku Rai.
Yeah. And what's his power? That ass, back that ass up. Baby got back.
Yeah.
What's his power? What's it called?
God, it's been so long since I last read a chapter because I was just waiting for the finale.
Anyone in chat? What's Mamazuka's fucking
what's Rai's
power?
Stand? What is his stand name?
I swear,
doggy style.
It's
doggy style.
Doggy style. That's right.
Style, thank you.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I was like, I don't know. Baby got back. Back that ass up. Doggy style. That's
Doggy
right.
style.
Yeah. Which is basically Jolene's power. But
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like even he's a kooky character. I actually kind of like him a little bit more. The thing though is that he's not even like the most likable guy. But even him is like, to me, an interesting character. I like Norisuke. I like the dad. I think he's cool. And strangely enough, I think Joshu he's a terrible fucking human being.
Yeah.
He's a straight up fucking rapist, but at the same time, he's got personality. So it's just kind of more fun to see him like get into shenanigans and get his ass kicked by people because he's being such a shit.
Yeah.
You know? So like there are characters in it that I do like, but it's just weird that like all the heroes just feel very Mary Sue-y kind of me, you know what I mean? I just don't really give a shit. That's why I like Jonathan so much, or that's why I like Joseph so much. It's because at least, you know, he's a little pervy when he was young. Actually, no, he's still pervy when he's old. What the fuck? I don't even know why I said when he was young. He's always pervy.
He's got
dude.
years of experience, Mick.
He does. Yeah. No, he's a perv his whole fucking life. Except for maybe when he was a very young kid. When he was a very young kid, he looked like a proper gentleman. Remember when like the
Jotaro
plane
had
crashed?
the same issue. They were
What?
perfectly good kids when they were young.
Oh, yeah. Though I would be scared if dude, if Jotaro ever decided to be a fucking creepy perv, we'd all be fucked. I mean, that would be a
Quite
very different
literally, yes.
storyline. I mean, he could just stop time and, you know, who knows what he's going to fucking do to you.
I mean, I don't know. I think if you want to know, just look at Dio, and there's your list of.
Yeah. Okay. That's true. But yeah. So, yeah. I hope that answered as far as it. Yes, I'm caught up, and I think he already defeated the popsicle stick monster, and then he defeated the Oreo cookie monster, that the skin Oreo cookie disease, and now I guess we're at the very end of shit.
So yeah, we end game is here. Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. It's got to be. It's got to be at this point.
Here's another question: have you dabbled in visual art mediums other than digital art or digital animation? So I guess physical art or any other kind of visual art mediums.
I suck at physical art. That's something that as I get older, it's something I want to at least try, only because I feel like it will give me, because again, I never took any courses or trained in any way in art, and so I feel like it would give me some kind of fundamental understanding of certain things that maybe I just kind of intuitively know, but it would be cool to understand the principles of. I don't think I would have to practice in a practical medium to learn that shit, but I feel like I am a hands-on learner, you know, like I do retain knowledge better when I actually have to physically deal with something. So I've thought about it. I wanted to, I mean, I did ceramics for a little bit, but not really, you know. I've wanted to work with wood a little bit, like sculpting. But then I'm just like, why would I make an actual sculpture when I can just learn 3D shit? Because that's gonna be a lot more useful, like for my projects and like other things. So if I had to take the time to learn sculpting, then I would just apply that time to learning how to 3D create models. You know what I mean?
Right. And you know, economy of actions here. You can do that. Or
there's only so much time in my life, right? Like
Yeah.
I only, you know, there's only so much fucking
that
time.
or Blood Sun Vendetta. Make a choice.
Well, I mean, again, it would go towards that.
Sure.
And like with every project, the goal is that I am, like, especially with Blood Sun, is that I'm learning a skill set that I can then use forward, right? Like that I can continue to learn from and use as a basis for other things. Like I started as just graphic design, where I was, you know, just designing an ad or what, a pamphlet or something like that. And then I took just some of the design knowledge that I kind of got from the experience, and I applied it to web design. And then, the more I kind of understood about web stuff, I ended up actually working a little bit with Flash for web ads specifically, which was combining both graphic design and the web stuff. But then it was giving me a little taste of animation. And then I was on this site called World before Newgrounds. World is in WHIRLED. And it was made by Three Rings, it was a company that made Puzzle Pirates, which was a game I played a lot of. So I ended up kind of getting into World because of Puzzle Pirates and just kind of basically learning very basic animation stuff. And then after I learned some of that basic animation stuff, right around that time is when Newgrounds kind of, came onto my radar. And it was like, oh, well, let me take that and apply you know what I mean? Now I'm just trying to keep applying things, right? Like it's just like a natural progression at that point. And then, I'm tweening things and kind of trying to draw and animate and, whatever. It is what it is. But then eventually it's like, no, I want to draw better and I want to animate more. Even though I'm not, I'm still kind of leaning more in the drawing side of things than the animation side of things. But I mean, it is an animation. But yeah, just kind of every skill set kind of propping up the next one to evolve from there. And now, I'm working on stories where like it's not just a 1 minute joke, right? It's not like a 2 minute parody. It's, that first chapter was what, a 12.5 minute, it's not even a pilot chapter. It's not even an episode, but, just trying to, what's the workflow for this rather than a 1 minute thing, a 12.5 minute thing. And story wise, how do you pace things out and all that kind of stuff and develop things. And I think the next step, along with continuing to learn about storytelling and all that kind of stuff, and these just animation and drawing in general, will also be how to work with a team. Because that's something that I've done on an occasion, but usually for a very small project.
Right.
They come in, they get the job done, they're out. And it's like, all right, see you later. And a lot of times the style of it, because it's for a client or something like that, usually when I have a team of people, it's for a client. It's not a personal project.
Right.
And in those scenarios, I think I have less of an emotional attachment to controlling it.
Right. It has to be a certain way when it's your baby.
Right. And I think that's my biggest problem. Or maybe it's not a problem. I mean, it's a problem for time, but that I have, like, I need a very specific kind of help. And I have reached out to certain people. That was a Patreon thing that I said I wanted to get Chapter 3 done by this month. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. And I'm going to have to apologize for it. I canceled my trip to Texas partly because of that, just so I could try to finish Chapter 3 as soon as possible. But I did reach out to people. I did say that I was going to look for some team people. And unfortunately, they're busy right now and they weren't able to help. So that's unfortunate, but it is a very specific style. And as you can see from my workflow, I don't know if I am pigeonholing myself in a way of like, you know what? No, I don't think I am. I don't think I am. I was going to say that maybe because my workflow, like, Procreate, Animate, After Effects, Final Cut, that somehow that would fuck shit up. But honestly, I just need the assets, right? I just need the PNGs so they can make it however the fuck they want.
No, I mean, that's exactly how we went about the opening animation, just as long as it fits the bill. And I remember when you were, talking about designing the environments for Bloods and Vendetta last time we spoke, and, you had to make that decision of like outsourcing it, that you realize how much work it would actually be and how much budget, what, screw it. I'm going to do it myself. That tends to be the Rice Pirate method. And
yeah, I mean, that was, a big part of it was just like, it's not that other people's time isn't worth it. You know what I mean? I mean, I would say the one thing is like the Patreon has helped so fucking much. Right. But one thing to know is that like, I think currently it's at like what, around 1,400, which is nothing to sneer at. That's light. Without that, I would not be doing what I'm doing. However, that's not even my rent. You know what I mean? And so there is a lot of other things. And then if you combine the fact that I have other jobs, like I take on commercial commissions or voiceover stuff in order to recoup for that. Not only that, but I do spend a good like 10 hours a day, if not more, depends on the day. I've been trying not to I was doing like 16-hour days, and I ended up...
Right, you push yourself too hard.
I needed to just kind of stop with that. So, 10 hours, if it's a shitty day outside, maybe I'll get in like 12, 13 hours, But that's on a daily. Like I don't go on vacations, not really. I don't really go. You know what I mean? Like I don't really do anything.
You
So
deprive yourself because this is what you feel you need to do.
I love doing it though. That's the thing is like I couldn't imagine just fucking sitting around doing nothing, like going to the mountains and just hanging out with people in a jacuzzi for a week. It's like,
Yeah.
dude, what the
I could
fuck?
be home working on Blood Sun Vendetta right now.
That's all I would be fucking thinking
Yeah.
about. And anyone who's dated me knows that. Like,
It's a very
even when we're on
relatable suffering feeling, man.
yeah,
It's
even when we're on a date, it's like they're like, you're not here, are you? I'm like,
I got to work on that composition, man.
Yeah. Which
We're
is,
actually-
whatever.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
we're kind of wrapped on time. We're
Okay,
about to go over. So, if any last commentary before we wrap it up, please go right ahead.
I'm assuming that a lot of the folks that are here because they're either on Newgrounds creating stuff or they appreciate others who create things. I just want to say that it's because of that very community that I am where I am now and doing what I love. And so I wish you creators all the fucking, work hard. And I don't want to say just good luck. Certainly fate can play into it, but that you guys, that you do it for you and that you explore what you want to explore and learn and hopefully fall in love with some facet of it. And then for those who aren't creating, who just enjoy it, thanks for the support. And I know everybody else who's making stuff appreciates it too.
Awesome, Mick. Thank you so much for being part of the Summerfest this year, man. Really appreciate it.
You got it.
Awesome.
You got it. All right, guys. You guys have a very enjoyable rest of your Newgrounds Summer Festival. I'm going to go for a fucking walk and take a shit. And then I might join you guys later to check in on what's going on after hours when you guys get naughty.
Excellent. And on that note, coming up next is Art of Ponism with Picanjo and crew. So be sure to tune in for that.
Perfect. All right. Later.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Bonjour. J equals 1. The 5. Pecan Joe. Bonjour. Suck his peanut, gotta suck Pecan Joe. Sucks his peanut, gotta suck Pecan Joe. Sucks his peanut, gotta suck Pecan Joe. Suck Pecan Joe. Wow.
Pecan Joe. Go, Pecan Joe. Go.
It's Picanjo never dies. When the world is sad and in despair, our Savior will rise with orange hair. Our Lord, our God, Picanjo. Picanjo loves you. Yeah, yeah, hey, hey, Picanjo loves you. Yeah, 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 hey, Picanjo loves you. Yeah, yeah, hey, hey, Picanjo loves you. Yeah, 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 hey, sucks his Peter, gotta sucks Picanjo. Sucks my Peter, yeah, I'm Picanjo. Sucks his Peter, gotta sucks Picanjo. Sucks Picanjo now. Our enemies shall fall. Our enemies shall fall. Cause I will pwn them all. Cause Picanjo pwns them all. Now and forever. Now and forever. Picanjo loves you. Yeah, yeah, hey, hey, Picanjo loves you. Yeah, 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 hey, Picanjo loves you. Yeah, yeah, hey, hey, Picanjo loves you. Yeah, 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 hey, sucks his Peter, gotta sucks Picanjo. Sucks my Peter, yeah, I'm Picanjo. Sucks his Peter, gotta sucks Picanjo. Sucks Picanjo now. Sucks his Peter, gotta sucks Picanjo. Sucks my Peter, yeah, I'm Picanjo. Sucks his Peter, gotta sucks Picanjo. Picanjo never dies.
The Picanjo panel will start in 69 seconds.
Picanjo never dies. When the world is sad and in despair, our Savior will rise with orange hair. Our Lord, our God, Picanjo. Picanjo loves you. Yeah, yeah, hey, hey, Picanjo loves you. Yeah, 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 hey, Picanjo loves you. Yeah, yeah, hey, hey, Picanjo loves you. Yeah, 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 hey, sucks his Peter, gotta sucks Picanjo. Sucks my Peter, yeah, I'm Picanjo. Sucks his Peter, gotta sucks Picanjo. Sucks Picanjo now. Our enemies shall fall. Our enemies shall fall. Cause I will pwn them all. Cause Picanjo pwns them all. Now and forever. Now and forever. Picanjo loves you.
Hello everyone. Good evening to all of you Picanjos out there. And also to the toadies out there too, I see. Yeah, I hear you guys. I hear you. Yes. Now we all love Picanjo, but allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Tommy, and I've been a Newgrounds user since like 2003. I don't know. It's been a while. I have the honor of having met Picanjo when he first came to Newgrounds way back in the Stone Age. But there were a few of us that were around at that time doing our thing. And it's these other talented individuals I'd like to bring to the panel next. It is my great honor to introduce all the panelists that will be speaking at Picanjo's Art of Ponism this evening. And first up, let me introduce a man of considerable length and girth. Great animator Onizuka!
Sucks my Peter.
That's great. He's great animator Onizuka, guys! Yes, we love you, Oni.
Hey, arigato. Arigato.
Arigato. And next, I'd like to bring in Sick Death Fiend onto the stage. Sick Death Fiend. Sick. What? I have a word that sick is missing. Has anyone seen this girl? If you've seen this girl, please contact Tom Fulp immediately, and we will pay you the reward in full.
Okay, am I here?
Oh wait! Hey, we found Sick, everyone.
Where am I?
You're on. Welcome to the Picanjo panel, Art of Toponism, the PP.
Oh, I don't know where I am.
That's fine. That's fine. You're with us here on the Picanjo panel. All right. Well, let's get our next panelist. Our next panelist is Live Corp. Live Corps? How are we getting Live Corps on our panel? Do the producers even think about how that's going to be remotely possible or even legal? There are laws against desecration of entombed bodies, you know. Okay. Let's just roll his bones, his old bones over here. I'll let the lawyers take care of the rest. All right, Life Corpse. I think he's dead. He smells dead. Okay, well, let's see who we have here next. We got another true Picanjo with us from back in the day with a huge heart. It may not be the biggest organ he has, but let's hear it for MKN.
Say something funny / entertaining here, Jake.
Yeah.
No, this is a placeholder, not the actual script. Don't actually speak this part. Just stop speaking. Just improvise
Jake?
something. No, I said stop speaking this part. It's too late now.
Oh.
It's a joke, everyone.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. He wasn't actually accidentally reading that. Jake. Yeah. Just stick to the script, Jake. Okay, and who else do we have here? We have Prostitute Man. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes, motherfuckers. How you doing, bitches? We're gonna get some fucking peeners up in your asses tonight, okay?
Oh my.
Picanjos, ladies, gentlemen.
I'm so excited.
Prosciutto Man. I think I got where. I don't think it was Prostituto Man yet. Who knows? Maybe you're Picanjo's hoe or something.
We'll see.
And we got some new blood here with you as well. A newer Picanjo, Giselle, Algae Ghost, or how do you want your name to be pronounced? I don't know. Don't you change your name like all the time? She's missing too. Has anyone seen this girl?
Me and Onizuka are gonna have to look around again.
No hablo inglés.
Do we have a translator here?
No hablo inglés.
Okay, that's everyone, right? I did my job. Can I get out of here?
Fuck off, Tommy, now.
Yeah, please.
Thank you for the introduction, Tommy.
Is Rebecca with us today?
No.
Oh, she can make it?
She's doodling, I guess.
She's too busy with the Funkin' fans.
Okay, well, we do have some topics to go over, but I think for the most part, we're just going to be like improvising, talking about whatever we want, right?
Pretty much.
And please keep the camera off Sick Death Fiend's crotch. No matter how many people demand that, we got some content to show there.
No matter how long and smooth it might be.
Well,
I don't think it'll fit on the screen.
So I was this whole panel is kind of like WTF. We're trying to work with Picanjo, and he doesn't really, let's just say, communicate in English very well. And he'll just sporadically message anyone and everyone, just Picanjo loves you or something, and we have to decipher it and mostly lead to English. But one of the points we're going to start with is the topic of history. Like he messaged me saying, talk about te beginnings. Like I think that's the beginning, like te beginnings. And like where this whole movement came from, and the contributors that were involved, and just all that good stuff back in 2004. It's when it started.
Yeah, 2003, 2004.
Yeah, maybe 2003. Honestly, I have to check the dates. It was. I remember me personally. I talked with Picanjo because I was actually networking with a lot of people because I was doing a lot of the collabs back then. One of the pioneering collaborations on Newgrounds was Newgrounds Jam #1, and that was a pretty big success. So that kind of spawned a lot of collabs from there, like the time trials, and I did a few other things like Newgrounds Versus, which was a pretty cool idea, but I'm not going to get into all that stuff. Picanjo ended up kind of like approaching me and saying like, "Hey, I want to do a Picanjo jam," and I was a nicer guy back then. I was like, "Sure, I'll help you do whatever you need to do." I didn't know who this guy was.
Yeah, sure you were.
I'm not nearly as nice now. I'm not saying I was nice back then, but I was nice enough to kind of like help get this going. I was like, "Okay, what do you got?" And he shows me these like stick figures that weren't even really animated. I'm like, what did I get myself into? So I gave him kind of like some assets and stuff and said, "Here, go do your thing." And that's how we all kind of got together. I knew Jim from Newgrounds Jam, but I kind of met great animator Onizuka from Picanjo Jam because didn't you do a piece for #2 or something?
Onizuka?
Onizuka?
What's up? Sorry.
Okay,
Playing with your penis.
Put the hentai away.
Sorry, I was watching some hentai.
Did I meet you with Picanjo Jams?
I think it was actually.
Yeah, and I
think that's what it was.
I really can't remember if I met Live Corpse through Picanjo Jams, I think, but I might have known him through some other collabs he was doing, and I kept getting him mixed up with Sick Death Fiend because like Sick Death Fiend, Live Corpse. We'll get more into like Live Corpse's kind of role into this stuff as well.
Yeah.
But for some reason, Picanjo puts this Picanjo Jam up, and it really should have been blammed for all intents and purposes. But it ended up like getting this following, and a lot of us kind of were contributing. If you go back to the portal and look at those old ones, you'll see kind of like silly names we were using too. Like I used T0MMY, spelled out 0. So, where is Picanjo? I would like to get his input on this. He's trolling us.
Some do say that he's too godly, so when he speaks, sometimes it's too much for normal people.
It kind of is.
He likes to show up fashionably late.
He does.
I remember, Tommy, you were one of the first ones on Newgrounds to start the collaborations with the Newgrounds jams. You started that whole thing, didn't you?
I think there might have been like a clock crew at that point, so whatever collaboration they were doing, but I kind of came into it not knowing any of that stuff. I was kind of a noob, and I had been doing a kind of a jam in school that we were like, some of us were kind of putting together something using traditional animation equipment, and I found Newgrounds around that time too, and I was like, I'll make something kind of for Newgrounds in the same theme, so I came up with Newgrounds Jam, and I ended up getting like some of the well-known artists, like there's Lewis and Mind Chamber and Singe. I think he's kind of dropped that name, Dan Paladin, and of course Sick Death Fiend, our favorite guy here.
Right. I remember you messaging me and inviting me to do the first Newgrounds jam, and the thing that made me interested in it is because before I came to Newgrounds, there was this site, maybe some of you have heard of it, probably not. It's called Polycarbon, where a lot of artists would go to, and it was like a forum and would critique each other's artwork. And I had started something on there, a collaboration thing where we would have our characters versus each other. So I would do like a comic panel or page of my character fighting theirs, and then they would follow up with another page of theirs, and we'd go back and forth. And so I always thought that was really fun, doing weird little collaborations like that. So when he invited me to do that, I thought, the Newgrounds Gem idea was a cool idea, especially when we had different themes.
Yeah, and I kind of scoured the portal back then and looking for talent. I was just like, this movie's really good. This one's really good. This awful. I don't know how that got on the top 50, but I contacted all these artists, and of the people who kind of responded back to me, I was hoping you were. I was really like hoping you were going to join us because I was like, this guy's really good at animating and stuff. Like, if the audience has not seen Dead Rain, check that one out.
No, don't. Please don't.
Yes, please do. It's good. Okay, recommend something for them to watch then.
A legendary Final Fantasy.
We're not in that timeline.
Froggy.
There it is on the screen, yeah. In case you haven't seen this one yet. But you're going by the alt name Six Sex Fiend, aren't you?
That's somebody else.
That's someone else, okay.
I don't know. It might be.
It's hard to tell with Picanjo because sometimes he impersonates and uses names like do you guys know any of those like funny names he came up with? Ilva Penis or something?
I think more recently there's Ninja Muffin 69.
Ninja Muffin 69, oh, that's good. And then like other people, this is a movement. Like I didn't realize it back then, but this was a movement. People, I would show them this Picanjo movie, and they'd be like, "Oh, I want to make one." And I'm like, "Well, okay, it's a gem. Talk to this guy, Picanjo. He's his aim." And it just kind of grew and got bigger and harder and.
But after the Newgrounds Jam was a pretty successful, I would say. We had a lot of fun with it. I think another guy that joined the first Newgrounds Jam was Pinnacle, and we went on together to make some very apt Subway, Jared the Subway parody that, you know, and as we all know, he ended up going to prison for being a sexual creep.
I did not know that. I don't know. Subway's like a sandwich place or something, right?
Right. We had him having sex with Hitler, I think.
Wait off.
That was way off.
And it's so easy for us to kind of like just sit in this dark time of Newgrounds and talk about all the crazy stuff we were doing, but we can't just stay in 2003. But the kind of golden years of Picanjo showered upon us in 2004 and 2005. What were some of the movies that you guys remember from back then?
The classics?
Yeah, the classics. Classical Taste was one.
The 9/11 one is just a really funny one.
Yeah, there are themes that kind of crop up, and there's not a lot of social commentary with Picanjo, but that is one of the few kind of topics he touched on. And another one was, he was more focused on Newgrounds and what was going on with Newgrounds and the artists and his critique, so to speak, about that. Of course, there's two that kind of stand out, and that was Picanjo Confessions and Picanjo The Epic Kiss. And these two have kind of grown to be like series. I think there was a couple newer ones that were just posted. Like we're up to Epic Kiss number 26, I think. And I lost count of Confessions. Is this 16? 15, 17?
16, yeah.
Now, the Confessions originally started because people kept asking Picanjo and us for like all these stupid questions. So, it's like, well, let's just, we would respond like by direct message or, shit post in the forums. But we were like, this is really funny. Why don't we just make this into a movie series of him answering questions and confessing things? And it ended up being pretty funny.
Yeah, and back then we didn't have Discord and stuff like that, so it was kind of like whoever was on AIM. If no one nowadays probably remembers what America Online was, AOL. They had an instant messenger. It was basically the Discord before Discord. And so,
how did he even come up with like that pose where he's sitting in the chair?
I have no idea.
A great job with that. It's so sincere too. You just want to listen to him.
But honestly, like how much truth is in this? Like it starts off there's some obvious kind of like jabs at people or like jokes in there, but today there's a lot of kind of like really honest sounding messages that people are really taking to heart.
Yeah. He definitely makes some really good confessions lately. I'm just glad he's back. To be
For
honest.
sure. Like back in the day, I consider myself like an assistant director. I was kind of helping put together things, and so that's the reason why I'm kind of like doing a lot of the panel stuff today. I was asked to kind of be an assistant director to the panel for what I thought was going to be Picanjo here talking with us, but he ghosts us like all the time. Like I don't know. It's gonna happen all the time.
If I get that fucking censor bar, okay, this is gonna be like 20 dicks a second, okay?
Is there like a measurement for that, like penis per second PPSs?
There's like a countdown to penis.
That'd be great, yeah.
9 seconds and cut.
Every 69 seconds, there's gonna be one.
Oh no, what's it gonna be?
I don't know. This is funny.
I was under the impression we were not safe for work, so it was fine.
Yeah. Who does?
Oh man, no one told me this.
Really?
I never told you. I bet you. I know who told you to move us out. It was Picanjo, wasn't it?
Damn it! He
Get pulled.
That madman.
He does this like all the time to us. Well, let's talk more about this controversy. Actually, like you mentioned OMG 9/11, and there was a lot of backlash from the fans on Newgrounds of like the legendary Frog, the actual author, Legendary Frog, and Ill Will Press and Nox, and all of them. There was a lot of hate back then.
There was, but I remember Picanjo telling me that like he's just got like such a big heart that everything just makes him laugh and give love to everybody in return, no matter what they do.
Yeah, but there's this kind of like gray area. We don't know where Picanjo kind of ends and where Picanjers begin, because a lot of controversy erupted over some movies, and they're like, "Look at what this guy did! He's terrible!" And then there was a co-author system, but you could just co-author someone, and it would be considered like everyone involved was their movie.
It was different too, I think, back then. Slightly different.
Yeah, if you were friends, you could just co-author them. They didn't have to accept.
Yep, I
And
think that's what it was.
every Picanjo just opened a friend request to anyone. So there's a lot of people just thinking the only name they knew was Picanjo, so they're just like, how could he do this terrible thing? And a lot of movies were deleted for whatever reason.
Yeah, they were.
Here's a good example of a hater here.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, do you want to read that for us?
You must be brown. I'm so sick to death of Picanjo.
Yeah.
The response is great. You can't blame a person. Only Flash movies. Sorry, you fail. Oh my gosh, that's right. This whole thing is so meta because Picanjo as a person has an account named Picanjo, and then he makes Picanjo movies. And people don't really see this divide of reality and abstract, artistic expression.
It's hard to tell. Sometimes I don't know if
it is hard. It's really hard.
or not.
It's really hard.
Sometimes I don't know whether to believe he has a 69-inch peener or a 137.
It's
peener.
Like
1,337. Sorry.
Is there a limit, or can it grow to infinity? That's what I want to know.
Well, ask Legendary Frog. He's seen it quite a number
He
of
has.
times.
He's seen it in the infinity realm too, I
He
believe.
sucks it quite frequently on his video, so.
But it goes beyond space and time as that one.
I mean, I don't know. He is begging Picanjo all the time. I don't know. I think after a certain point, Picanjo's like, fine.
The controversy doesn't just end with the kind of like parodies and critiques on these works. I think a lot of it was kind of him poking fun at a really simple made movie where it's just a few tweens. That's short for in-betweens. You don't do the actual frame-by-frame animation. You just let the program kind of put it in for you, and it's really easy to animate that way. So he was taking jabs at people who kind of overused or abused that technique. And I think that's probably where the epic kiss comes in. It's just one tween with these two images coming in closer, closer. But the controversy doesn't really end there. I don't think there was too much controversy with the OMG 9/11, even though it was only a few scant years after the actual events. You know, today we can kind of like, there's been enough time where people can kind of joke about a really big event that has a lot of emotions attached to it. But just a few years after that, that was really hot controversy.
Oh God, there's so many. I think the best part, it's not really making fun of the artist. I mean, it's like any parody or satire. It's more like making fun of the insane fans. That's why they're called toadies.
Like a toady is a sycophant.
Right, and they're extremely annoying. So how do you piss off a toady easily? And you piss off who they worship. It's almost too easy.
It is, especially today's kind of social media climate. I'm pretty sure the Friday Night Funkin' fans are just in knots.
We've met a few of them. I can attest that they are pretty fucking insane.
Thankfully, I mean, I have not been on Newgrounds for a while, but I haven't really met up with too much of this drama or controversy or whatever. One of the big controversies on Newgrounds back then was actually one of the contributors to Picanjo Jams, and I think maybe a few other movies. It was Adam Fulton was his name, and he went by the name Live Corpse. And what happened with him was, well, I mean, there was, I don't know if I actually want to go into too much detail, but he ended up actually dying IRL, and there was like a Picanjo movie paying tribute to him as a fellow contributor, but a lot of people saw that as like really in bad taste. I think there was like some images that came up about that already on the screen.
Okay, he blew his brains out, and what's really awkward about it is that one of the last things he did was a collaboration, and